I can't
No,
really
no, no,
hear
no.
anyone.
Jimmy, if you're done, yeah, we
Oh,
can.
okay.
There are Odogu wants to speak, and no,
Yeah,
Chuka first. Chuka facts
yeah.
first.
All right. So let me
Okay,
wrap up
okay.
with this. I know right now. I've not been active on Twitter like before because of work, but I can see a lot of um or a lot of Peter Obi supporters, right, are now tilting towards Shure. Honestly speaking, I cannot blame them, and I think I understand why that is happening. Because take it or leave it, you see what Shure does. No matter some people might call it eye service, you see what he does. He puts himself out there. This guy is more like Donald Trump. Yes, that's the best way to describe him. I'm not saying he's as dirty as Donald Trump or whatever. He has this mindset of Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a showbiz man. He knows when he wants to route up the people. He knows what keeps the people going. He knows if he raises up his hand, if they shout, ah! If he pulls it down and they go, they keep quiet. He raises it up again and they shout, ah! He knows how to rile up the people. He knows the people want more like a Messiah, not like a Messiah, but more like a Messiah, to be there for them. Shawara is putting himself out there. He went to Nigeria recently and they arrested him. People stood by him. He came out. This is the kind of person people are looking up to. People want someone that would be out there. Anytime they arrest anybody, you see Shawara there trying to bring person out, trying to organize people that will bring. You see all these little things this guy is doing. It's dangerous. It is dangerous for Labour Party if you guys don't understand. Because that dude is buying over the supporters because the people are craving for actions. The people are craving. There's been too much bad news. There's been too much people down emotionally. They feel like losing. And if they see someone giving them a glimpse of hope of winning, of challenging the government, of facing the government, no, even if they say to Rena Tinubu boy, the fact that someone else is coming out to do that, people are tilting towards him. And that's the honest truth. But we have a lot. It's not just about Kwakwaso coming up to say be vice with Peter. It's not about all that. The person needs to be ready to take decisive action. Decisive. Don't, if possible, no campaign. Don't campaign. Don't waste money on campaign. If it's to spend money on people that will be there overnight to make sure the voting, the counting, and everything comes. Spend it. Keep the money. Look at what happened in Edo State. Moving forward in Nigeria, I think that's the new ball game right now, and that's the way to get it done in Nigeria. Now, back to you, Trudeau.
All right, thank you. Before I go to Chuka, I also want to mention that this current situation is reminiscent of what happened in '93. For those who remember the drama of that year with the the Electoral Commission under Humphrey Nwosu, Association for Better Nigeria, under the leadership of it wasn't the chairman, but it was the face of it, Aton Zerbe.
It was neck then, Abi.
Yeah,
It was
yeah,
neck then. NEC.
and then Aton Zerbe, they came up suddenly from nowhere, and and so and IBB and all of that. So basically, IBB had recruited Aton Zerbe and ABN to basically campaign against the June 12 elections. In fact, 2 days before the election, as we were transitioning from military to democracy, they got a court injunction that basically the elections will not hold. So I remember Aton Zerbe, Humphrey Nwosu back then, screaming that, oh, Nigerians must go out to vote, and to basically define that court order and IBB, his boss. That Nigeria must go out, Nigeria must vote, blah, blah, Nigerians must vote, and all of that. So anyways, so a lot of people are warning against that, notably the likes of Jonathan, also saying that it reminds us what's going on between Wiki and Sim reminds us of the olden days, Western region, the feud between Ladoke Akintola and Awolowo wrestling for the control of the Southwest region of Nigeria at the time. So warning against what can happen if Nigerians and Nigeria's leaders don't step in and all of that. So we now have this Justice Peter Lifu, I think that's his name, who granted this injunction, basically um, saying that granting INEC the right to directly get involved against without a constitutional amendment, get involved in local government elections, which are solely under the purview of the state electoral commission. In this case, the River State Independent Electoral Commission. But again, Justice Lifu is not necessarily a bad person. I don't know why he will make this ruling. A lot of lawyers have come against it. It's against our laws, current laws. But I remember recently during the End Bad Governance protest, it was this same justice that actually ruled against an ex parte case that was brought before him to restrict protesters to a particular venue in Abuja at the time, and he ruled against it. So again, one day you are for the people, the next day, I don't know. I don't know. It's Nigeria for you. But I just
Yeah,
actually
true.
that way.
That's the whole idea. They need to do that to give the people the impression that the legal system, the judicial system is working.
Yeah.
And another time when they use it at their own benefit,
Yeah.
it's only more damaging.
Mm.
They use it to protect a lot of damage in on Nigerian side, but they will profit, right? But they just toss this little victories for people to have this mindset of, yeah, the judiciary is not corrupt. There's some people are still working and all that. No, they're still under the command of the fucking drug dealer.
Yeah.
There. And that's the fact.
Yeah. So
But yeah,
people
go
are
ahead.
calling on the NJC to basically get involved. You know, I don't know what they can do, but I'm sure they can do something. So, anyways, that's where we are at, and it's a mess. It's a mess. I think I am able to say.
Before you move on from there,
Yeah.
Tudo, you mentioned Akitola and
Yeah.
Awolowo. It reminds me of something. There was a controversial conversation between the two of them when Akintola was telling Awolowo that, well, I've gotten this title, I've gotten it. There's nothing you can do about it. He said it in a Yoruba way. Oje is like it's like a bangle you put on people's hand, and once you put it there, those permanent kind of bangles they put on kids from their youth, and if they grow hold or big enough to fit into their hands, and at a point in time they'll have to cut it off, uh, from their hands, and the only way they can do it is through a chainsmith, goldsmith, or welder. So Akintola was telling Awolowo, Atitojibo, it's like Fubara and Wiki. So Fubara, Wiki telling Fubara that I was the one that empowered you. I gave you this, I gave you that, and that power, I will take it back. And Fubara saying, there's nothing you can do. I've already gotten this power. There's nothing you can. So the OJ is like, this chain in my hand is already there. There's nothing you can do about it. And Awolowo replied, if it cannot be removed, we'll cut off the hand. That is passing a nasty message across. But it's because
sorry, I can't hear anyone. Chudo, I'm gonna drop off and come back.
And
Can
come
you
back.
pull me
Okay.
back up?
Yeah. So, but it was just because
Mhm.
you mentioned it, and it's so coincidental to what is going on right now, and to show you that they will go at any length to make sure they, make, each and every single one of the opposition life miserable as possible as
Yeah.
they can. Look at what is going on in River State right now, as we speak right now. The local government secretariats are on fire right now. It's maddening.
All right. All
Back
right.
to you.
Thank you. Chukapak.
Yeah. Thank
Welcome.
you,
Welcome.
Zudo.
Welcome. Jump in.
100% agree with Jimmy, but what I'm afraid of in Rivers is what will happen when it reaches this Tinubu court system. It's a good move that Fubara did, taking control of all the local government areas. It shows his power, it shows that he has structure outside of what Wike has provided to him. And it shows that the people of Rivers are loyal to him. but we're having a conversation about power and electoral integrity in Nigeria. And I'm just afraid that all these people just go to court and they just announce and say, oh, the court just overturned all 20 something, blah, blah, blah. You know, the usual thing. And it just made me think about power. I don't know if it's okay if I wanted to talk a little bit about Kwankwaso and what he has said.
Yeah, sure,
Because
sure.
thank you.
That is the political senior brother of Peter Obi.
You guys a joke. Arrogance, pride goes before downfall. But one thing I like is at least he's open to deputizing him. Why? Why am I bringing this up? Nothing in Nigeria will change unless we get power. Obedience, we should be open. No? Me, anything that will take this APC demon out, I'm open to it. And I think it's something that we should agree on. I don't see a situation where Kwankwaso will sabotage Peter Obi because at this very moment, he's outside of power. The best option that he has to become president is to deputize Peter and run after him. That's why I think it makes sense that he comes out and play this chess move now, early, before, you know, all these political things start to happen closer to 2027. But again, I also think about what Kenneth said. And I'm just waiting to see if Peter accepts this invitation by Kwankwaso. Because if he does, to me, it looks like he's ready to play ball. Because that's exactly what we need. That's exactly what he needs to do. I like Shorowe. I really like him a lot, but I don't think he's ready to play ball. I think he's too radicalized and he's not willing to be pragmatic, especially during a time where we need pragmatism. And I think I just want us to be open, even if it means that Atiku's president, Peter's vice president. I know a lot of people will hate that I said that, but that's my stance. I'm not open. I'm not someone that is a radical Igbo presidency. It's our turn. It's not fair kind of mindset. I'm open for doing the best thing that is for Nigeria. Exactly what Peter said on News Central is what I'm saying. We should all, as obedience, be open, all opposition, PDP, we should all be open to coming together, regardless of who will be president or who will be vice president. Right now, we should humble our ambitions and do what is the most logical thing to do to unseat APC. That is it for me in 2027, not 2031. Now, we have an opportunity right now where Northern Nigeria is basically been banished outside of power. The power that they literally helped to bring in, they've been taken out. They're angry. Us in the Obedient movement should look at this opportunity as a golden ticket to power, so that we can do all of the things that we constantly talk about in these rooms. That's my fear. A lot of people don't like Kwankwaso, they want Dati, but if we're being honest, Kwankwaso is a lot more politically relevant in the North than Dati. And at the end of the day, pragmatism around the world is what wins elections. You know? So let's see. But we should all understand that in Nigeria, power starts at the center. What Fubara has done is great, but the only way that we can solidify such victories is if we get power. I land with that.
All right. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Great points there. Let's go to Jagun. Jagun, jump in.
Yeah, thanks, bro. Jimmy really did a great work with our recent condition. And let me lay some facts here, too, though. Thank you. Thank God Jimmy is back. These are the facts. Number one, the fact is there that we are operating within a feudal state where some gangsters have taken over the asylum and they are running the shit. That's one fact. Number two fact that is casted in stone and has always been from history is the fact that there is no feudal lord who we can describe as an oppressor that is willing to yield power to you except you take that power. And truthful to Bola Ahmed Tinubu, power is not given a la carte. Okay? An oppressor enjoys the oppressive his oppressive power that he wills over you. And it is no psychological, it is illusion to think that it is for you to request as an oppressor and then the oppressor willingly yields power to you. That is fact two. Fact three is this. The sheep, for us to have electoral process as the solution to our current quagmire are failed. I was listening to my mentor a few days ago. Look, the opportunity we had in having a bloodless revolution by the ballot is what we missed in 2023. And graceful to God, it is glaring to everyone. We are seeing it, that it's a state capture, and it is who is more radical and who is more crazy that gets the power now. Now, let's come back to ourselves after establishing these three facts. I would continue and I would hold fast on that tentacle that Jimmy built, that going forward, and I've said it after the Edo election. I know of my brother here who broke down for several days after the Edo election when he saw people, collecting money. And I laughed. You don't blame these people because they don't want to lose both ways. And we know the peculiar situation of the country. Where hunger starts, integrity is on pause. It is hunger at the moment. Your integrity should be on pause. You want to survive. In the country currently, we are not living, we are existing, we are surviving. And so survival instincts kicks in such situation. So what do? Do you fubara the situation? Or you just, say, let us go by the process?
That. Do you fubara the situation? So fubara is not a verb.
Or do you just want to roll with the process where the gangsters undo all the institutions after they have captured them? It is no-brainer to anybody to not become radical at this moment. Let me officially announce to everybody on this space, whether you know it or not, we are at war with the established feudal power. And you, as the masses, you will suffer 100% if you do not contribute your voice radically at this moment. Integrity will say at this time, T moment, M occasion O. It calls for radicalism. We have consulted, we have consolidated. Now what do? You confront. And that's what Fubara did. I am not saying Fubara is the salvation of Rivers State. It is just an exchange of virtue from one feudal lord to an apprentice feudal lord who just gained freedom to operate and then negotiate his way through 2027. This is the game, people.
Regardless of Fubara's long-term intentions here, I think it feels great to the average Nigerian person that somebody stood up to these guys. You get what I'm saying? It's almost like, yes, finally, even though,
I was going there.
Like I said, Fubara is going those things. But the fact that somebody stood up to the establishment, he feels like we are all in this together. This is our victory.
I was going there, my brother. I was going there. In truth, Nigerians are losing faith in our. I speak to fact. Nigerians are losing faith in our political gladiators because they are more of political correctness than acting in the actual reality. I swear. Because the reality of thing here is that they are not dealing with political opponents in the real sense of it. They are dealing with political jobbers and career criminals who have hijacked corridors of power. So every politician with good intention at this moment should understand that the game has changed, and such the modus operandi must change. My pastor was the one who taught this radicalism to me when I was pastoring youth in his church. Tudor, you understand what I'm saying? He said, you can change form, but you don't change substance. When you want to deal and evangelize, you go into smokers, change your form, but your substance remains the same. The day he preached this was an unpopular preaching, but it makes sense to me. And from that day, I latched on to that until today it's effective. If you must wrestle power from these people at this point that we are, where they are brazenly display their impunity without regard to anybody, where a police chief will come out and open his mouth without connection to his medulla and say that a sitting president was the one who rescued his life when he was worthless. What does that say? Ordinarily, in a country where opposition is rightly established, that IG the next day should not be on that seat. But because even the opposition is not agendering, this opposition is speaking left, that opposition is speaking right. So let me briefly now say that electoral integrity in Nigeria is ground zero. And what do we do? And this is what we have been speaking to many months ago, after that coup against the Constitution of Nigeria that installed this current illegitimate president that we have. And this is the thing. The fact is that after that election had happened, okay, and the coup had taken place, there is no other way, okay, than for the political leaders to come forward and say, like the Shore guy, Shore idea you mentioned, Jim, and say, okay, we are defending our votes. But we have been saying this for a long time. Again, I lost what I was going to say there, Jimmy. Sorry. Tudor, sorry. I was going to say that since that time, there are two of the institutions in Nigeria that have been compromised that I feel, and that others who will share the same view feel, that Nigerians' political opposition should go against, and they should be radical in the agitation against these two institutions. They are the judiciary and the INEC. These are the low-hanging fruits that are major determinants of electoral result. And Kubana cut off their ends, and then it got peacefully delivered.
Let's put a pin in that for now. Thank you for that submission, Jagan. I agree with everything you said. Let's allow others to chime in as well. So right now, Africa will go first, and then we'll go from there. Africa, are you there?
Yes, sir. I'm here.
All right,
here.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. I again extend my warmest welcome to everyone listening. Tudo, let me start with your submission earlier, where you talked about state police and the state control of elections. You know, as nice as that sounded, we are almost getting carried away by what happened in River State. And I'm sure that is where you're coming from. It makes perfect sense based on the way you broke it down. But here is the point. That is like, you know, that is possibly what I can describe as a quick fix. But that's not a solution to the Nigerian electoral problem. Because what you are doing is that you're stopping them from rigging at the federal level. but you are now bringing that down to the state level. Those things that we're trying to avoid, INEC at the federal level doing to our elections, those will still be perpetrated by the governors at the state level. So by the time we say state governors control elections in their states, respective states, at the end of the day, those states will be controlled by governors that belongs to a particular party. And based on what this current administration is trying to do, which is very clear to anybody who can sense the little bit into the future, they are trying to control every state in Nigeria. And by the time they get through with their plans, then whether the results are announced at the state level or local government level or wherever, it doesn't change anything. So that to me is like just stopping the bleeding on one side and then another stopping the leak on one side and the pipe being busted in another side where the same leak will continue. So in my opinion, Nigeria today has has declined to the extent that election the way Nigeria is today will never be the solution to our problem. We are talking about electoral reforms. We already have electoral reforms. The electoral reforms is not just being respected. We went to the extent of bringing in the Western system of electioneering, which is the Beavers and the IREF. But these people choose not to use it. And we are all, witnesses to what happened glaringly. Until today, nobody, not even the civil society, have gone made much to INEC to say, tell us what was that that only affected upload of the presidential election results, asking that question. And if for any reason that was even true, remotely true, that INEC paid so much money, Nigerian government money, taxpayers' money, to AWS, and for the time that this was needed most, the glitch came from AWS, have INEC sued them for frustrating the process, for which they were paid for which they were paid to use their system to manage? INEC have not sued them. AWS have not made any statement because the people that contracted them or give them job cannot confront them because they know that the system did not have any glitch, and people were able to put that to the public domain. So that is by the side. So I want to talk a little bit quickly about Showore. I know Showore one-on-one as a person. I was one of the inner caucus of his campaign during the 2019 election. As a matter of fact, I was one of the guys that were in the situation room prepping him for all the debates that they had at the time. Look, I left Shore's camp and joined Obedient Movement in 2023 because I was desperate to get these old hacks out of the way. But after the election and the way everything turned out, I just quickly realized that, Nigeria has gone beyond a politician that is a gentleman. The problem we are facing in Nigeria today, P2B has a hand in it. And if P2B was a Showore, Nigeria would have arrived at a point where probably we will be at the point of rebuilding or breaking the whole contraption down to the extent that we will probably have different countries emerging from Nigeria right now. But that was not to be. People are literally picking from the garbage in that country now. And all the
So Africa, real
yeah.
quick. When you say Obi has hand in it, what do you mean? Can you explain
Yes,
that,
what I
please?
mean is that election would not have been allowed to hold. I mean, that result would not have been allowed to hold. If Obi did not say, okay, I'm going to take them to the court, from the court, we saw what they did up to the Supreme Court. If it was a Showore, Showore said it on a Channels TV or be on Arise TV. He said somebody cannot steal your something that you know belongs to you. Steal it. Instead of you to chase the person down and grab your thing back from him, the person is saying, no, don't chase me. Go take me to the court. If P2B had said, look, we are marching to the INEC at that time, and that they must come out clean to tell us what happened in the IRF. Look, the nation was at the brink. Even the judiciary were afraid. That was why even the Supreme Court, during the judgment, they could not show their faces. They were afraid. They did not know that Nigerians could take that. They were expecting a massive revolution. But the person that people all died for, some people died for, some people got injured for, some people spent money for the campaign, told everybody to stay back. And we stayed back until after the whole shenanigan all through to the Supreme Court, and they now came out to say, oh, now I'm effectively in opposition. And how are you conducting that opposition? You are only tweeting. Tinubu and his gangs did not tweet. Well, they tweeted, but they tweeted something that were in their favor 2012 down to 2015, when they were massively protesting. And they were not just saying people should go and protest, they were in the front line. Buhari was in the front line. Tinubu was there. Soyenka and all the people that were with them at that time against Jonathan government, they were in the front line. But these people that call themselves opposition, starting with Atiku down to Kwankwaso, they cannot come together to say, look, my support has come. We are heading to the National Assembly. Nigerians are dying. Are you going to govern corpses in 2017? The way the way things are going in Nigeria, how many people will even be alive till 2027 and will even have the strength? I can tell you, the way this country is going, our country is going, before 2027, anybody will take 100 naira to sell his or her vote.
All right, Africa. So electoral integrity is dead. We can't trust the electoral process. It's not a path to real change. What is the alternative solution here?
So, for me, the alternative solution is number one, there has to be a mass protest to be led by these people that are claiming to be the ones that love Nigeria more than Jesus Christ. If these opposition leaders do not come out to say, we are marching to go and confront this government, to tell them that Nigerians are dying, if they are not prepared to put their lives on the line for Nigerians, I don't think any Nigerian who has any brain cell in his skull would want to go and queue up even under the sun, even if there's not going to be any threat to their life. And then my idea would be in all the states across Nigeria, if you are it's a PDP control state or APC, PC control state or whatever, when next round of election, look at what happened in those states. And the problem that I think Edo people had is that their governor did not have the people behind them. Fubara is successful in River State with what he had done because the people were behind him. So whether it is going to be on record or off record, subsequent elections has to be conducted on state level. If I'm a governor of any state in Nigeria today, even if my party is the smallest, nobody from the federal government, except I'm not doing well, except I don't have the support of my people behind me. So it's either there's a massive protest that will rally people around a common cause to confront this government, or the state governments, as we have them today, will be prepared, let them be prepared to serve their people well and get ready to use their people to confront the federal power when any election come around in their state. That's my submission.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. I have a response for especially my point about the no, hang on, Karigo, hold on one second, please. Especially the point I had made about states having complete autonomy over the conduct of elections at all levels. So currently, state controls local government elections. INEC does not control it. So that's why they needed a court injunction to basically stick their nose in it. And there's a bill, like I said, at the moment at the National Assembly to completely grant INEC the power, which is against the Electoral Act of 2022 and against our constitution as well. So it's like against the ruling, against the constitution. You're shopping for court rulings, and I parallel that situation to what happened in '93, where Association for Better Nigeria with Aton Zeribe went shopping. Of course, IBB sponsored them to cancel, to stop the election from holding of June 12th. So I am saying that states should be granted, as part of our decentralizing and restructuring, states should be granted full autonomy of elections. Let INEC be reduced to announcing results that are, brought in by states, all states, and maybe providing logistics. We don't need your officers on the ground. We don't need all the things that you do. You say, okay, it's just like you're replacing one monster with the other. Maybe, or maybe not. Maybe if we allow full autonomy of states, yeah, maybe at the beginning we might have to crawl and before we walk, but I think at some point we'll get it right. And if you are going to cheat as a candidate or as a political party, you might have to. You have my opinion again. You have a lot harder task than the central body being able to do the shenanigans, being able to do some math equations or whatever and change the result, despite what we do, the labor, the efforts, and everything we do stay on the state level. But the moment the result gets into the national, whatever, they can just tweak whatever they want to tweak. Again, look, it's neither near here nor there. But if you ask me, I think the kind of autonomy that states have over local government elections, that should translate to governorship elections, translates to presidential elections as well. Again, it's just my take. Yes, it doesn't completely eradicate corruption, but maybe we'll get it right. But let's just move on here. But thank you though. Thank you for your submission. Let's go to Metaphor. Metaphor, are you there? Metaphor.
Yes, I'm right
Freddy,
here. Okay.
Welcome, my brother.
Good
Go
evening.
ahead.
Good evening. Yeah, good evening.
did Freddy speak? Tudo, sorry, your metaphor. Tudo, can you hear
Yeah,
me?
I can hear you.
Yeah. Did Freddy speak?
No.
Okay, all right.
Oh,
Go ahead.
I actually don't see a hand. That's why I went straight to Feji, are you there?
Oh
No,
yeah,
Jet,
yeah.
Are you ready to
Let
speak?
excuse me. Let the mic go around. Thank you
Okay.
very much, Jimmy, for remembering me. Yeah, I'm listening. I'm in a noisy area,
Okay.
so yeah, I'll raise my hand when I'm able to. Thank you.
All right, sure. Metaphor, you're next.
Okay, thank you, Tudo. Okay, so now, before I say what I want to say, let me just quickly say this. The duty of the court is to interpret the laws and to also create doctrines. These doctrines will be used as a case referencing.
Metaphor, sorry, 1 second. Karigo, I just read your comment. Karigo, are you there? Karigo. Okay, never mind. Metaphor, go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So, like I was saying, the duty of the court is to interpret the laws and also create doctrines. These doctrines are often used as case referencing by the same court, a higher court, or even a lower court. Most lower courts use the doctrines of the higher court. We usually just call them case law. Okay. Now, I just quickly said that so you can understand what I'm about to say. So we all know that in 2022, the Nigerian Supreme Court basically quashed the executive order of Muhammadu Buhari, an executive order that sought to empower the accountant general to disburse funds directly to the local government. And I believe that Buhari's government was looking for what Tinubu government sought from the court in 2024 to disburse funds directly to the local government. I remember that for those those that already know that in 2022, Buhari actually made an executive order 10 to disburse funds directly to the local government, but the Supreme Court quashed that order. And the Supreme Court came with a doctrine that where basically Buhari's order was not in accordance with the spirit of the law. Okay, so Tinubu now in 2024 got a judgment giving the local government autonomy over funds disbursed to the state. And we already know that the state and local government share a joint account in accordance with the Nigerian Constitution. So my own issue here is this. Why would the Nigerian Constitution deviate from its previous stance? We call that selective justice, and where there is selective justice, there is corruption. That's a clear indication of corruption. You know, a country that does not uphold the rule of law. So my own little issue here is not that the Nigerian Supreme Court is not really adhering to the constitutional law, but it's not even adhering to its own doctrine. Today it provides this, and tomorrow it deviates from it. You know, we usually just call that doctrine of necessity, but even where doctrine of necessity is applied is where, for instance, there is no previous doctrine established, and this was absolutely necessary at this time to be able to solve a problem that there are no provisions in law, you know, to use. But where there is already a doctrine established in a previous case, the court is supposed to revert back and remain with that doctrine of before. So they quashed the Buhari's move in 2022, and they uphold Tinubu's move in 2024, and both moves sought, you know, to do the same thing, which is to allow the local government autonomy. In my opinion, the simple solution for that, instead of going through all of that rigmarole, is to either make the local government a federating unit, you know, or simply just disjoin the account so that if local government don't share run a joint account with the state government. And it's easy to do that. A bill through parliament will make those simple amendments in the Nigerian Constitution. And then the local government will, in that instance, be empowered to receive money directly from the federal government to deal with matters that they need to deal with at that local level. You know, as far as I'm concerned, Fubara's behavior right now is constitutional. What gives him the power to stand and do what he does right now is the Constitution. But my fear is, if this goes to court, will the court create a new doctrine, you know, to push Fubara aside? So this is what we see here. My real issue with the Nigerian judiciary is some of these things I've just said now, is that there is just selective justice here and there. And selective justice is a clear indication of a country that does not uphold the rule of law. Today he has a stand, tomorrow he has a different stand. That is a serious problem. Okay, that's just what I wanted to say about that.
Metaphor, let me before you move on, let me ask you. So in terms of this autonomy thing, there's at a time where we are debating restructuring and decentralizing powers, which you just alluded to, you have the government concentrating power further. It's as though these people have refused to listen to the people, or just read the tea leaves. Look at just listen to the canary in the coal mine. Just see what is happening in terms of security, right? We see the establishment of militia groups, for the lack of a better expression, from Amotekun to ESN to Hisba to all of these things. But let's stick to elections. So there's a bill, at the Senate that will establish a national electoral commission that will run local government elections against the provisions of the Constitution. So they call it the NILGEC, which is the National Independent Local Government Electoral Commission, right? And it has passed first reading, by the way. So the body basically will be saddled with the responsibility of conducting elections for our 774 local governments in the 36 states and the FCT. But our laws, current laws, basically stipulate that INEC has no business in local government elections. It's strictly within the purview of the state government. Why are they doing this? And what is your opinion of what are your thoughts on this?
Okay, well, Tudo, my thought on this is simply imagine a roof in a house is leaking, and the cause of that leak, is in some sort that no matter what you do, even if you patch that leak, it will cause another problem somewhere and all that. And instead of the owner of the building, you just take the entire roof away and just replace it. And what it does is it starts patching that. And then when it causes another problem, it goes and patches that other problem again. And, he just goes around patching and patching. And then he finds out that he has spent a lot more money patching these different problems than what he would have spent just replacing the entire roof. This is the Nigerian's conundrum. Yeah. And what Nigeria just basically needs to do, I don't want to go back to that, my gospel, but what Nigeria basically just needs to do is, instead of doing all this patch here, patch there, trying to solve this there, trying to patch and contravening their own constitution, walking all over it, just jettisoning all these things away from our reality and create a whole new structure again. Just like the Nigeria spent trillions on fuel subsidy between 1999 till when it was, supposedly removed. Instead, they would have just repaired all the refinery, and they would find out they would have spent far less, repairing the refinery than what they have actually spent within those 24 odd years on fuel subsidy. Again, the Nigerian conundrum. So the truth is that, to answer your question, Tudu, what Nigeria really ought to do is just throw all this nonsense away that they are patching around and create a whole new one that is proper, that reflects the will of the people. And the structure, in my opinion, is a structure that identifies our different ethnics. It will be easy to even solve this problem through the current parliament. But Tudu, let me not deviate away from the topic. That's just my own opinion on that one. Nigeria government just patches and patches and patches, and it does not solve the problem. They need to throw this whole thing away and create a whole new system that works. Let me just quickly say that I don't agree with Jimmy on Jimmy's point. I really don't agree with that. I don't the role of leadership, and I'm not trying to impose my own view, but I think we really need to grasp the role of every the role of every government official in our country. If we need a manager of the economy, we'll look for a manager of the economy. I don't think the Nigerian people right now needs a warrior. What they need is somebody that can manage the economy, that can improve the economy. If Nigeria needs a warrior, there are so many warriors everywhere. And that was the mistake Nigeria made in 2015. They thought that Buhari, being a general, will come and solve one problem. And you know what? He didn't. I like to think that Nigeria might. Maybe many years of military dictatorship have sort of impaired our mentality to think that we need some sort of people to be able to, some sort of fighters and that would attack. And no, Well, to be honest with you, right now, in my opinion, what Nigeria actually needs is an economic manager. Yeah. And how we will install the economic manager in office is entirely up to us. I have heard a lot of people argue that Mr. Peter Obi did not, upon the completion of the election, did not charge out, to do what he was supposed to do and take back power and all that. Nigeria may be a jaga jaga country, but Nigeria has laws. So Nigeria have laws. Okay. And it is the people that want. I know. People even think that Nigeria does not uphold their laws. Or you'll be surprised how this, if an opposition becomes their enemy, how they will now begin to show you that that country actually really does have laws, and they'll begin to use that law, to oppress an opposition. But let me also say this: that Nigerians don't even realize that the power is in their hand. The in the so-called presidential candidate's hand. If Nigerians felt that the election was to find another way to win this battle. We cannot do what they are doing with the aim of turning them down. No,
So you can't use corruption to fight corruption.
I don't accept it. I don't think that's the path. We have to look for another way, and there are many other ways to win this battle. That's what I think. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Let's move forward here.
Let me just say one
okay,
thing. Just
sure.
30 seconds. Yeah. So regarding what Meta just said now. So I'm not concerned about you agree with me or not. That's not the point. And my point is this. I never regretted what I did in the last election, and I'm not blaming anybody. I'm not calling anybody to be responsible for it. If you had listened to me carefully, I said, moving forward, right? Moving forward with the current situation of things in Nigeria now, the way we've seen the whole thing played out, I'm not interested in going after or supporting anyone that thinks they can get Nigeria through the electoral means, because we've displayed that. In case you don't understand what happened in the last election, let me explain. We did every single goddamn thing we're meant to do. We did it by the book. We went out, we campaigned. Some people were disenfranchised. We didn't bother. We went on. Some people were pushed aside, demonized. We went on, we voted, we won. They stole the election. People didn't revolt. Okay? They believed in the system, the laws that you're talking about now. They went to court. And that same law was bought by the criminals we are fighting up against. So we have a lot of economists that can actually take over. We have a lot of them. But the problem is getting those economists there to do the right thing. And it's just not any form of, economist. You need to get the right economist there, the person that actually knows what they're doing, not the one that just probably has D or E in all their classes, or probably didn't go to secondary school. So we need a clean house job first, because madness has taken over that country. Impunity has taken over that country. So bringing someone to sort out the economic that's not the no. We have no problem regarding that. We need to change the overhauling system first. Then we go after how to sort out the economy. Right now, the economy cannot be fixed under this mad set of people. That's the point. Anyway, to the back to you.
All right. Thank you, guys. Let us continue the conversation, guys. I appreciate all of you joining. We are still here for those who just joined. Before I go to the next speaker, Odogu, you're next. Please get ready. I just want to bring people up to speed with what we're talking about. We're discussing electoral integrity in Nigeria. If I think the general consensus on that is that there's no integrity; it's dead. In terms of the freeness and the fairness of elections, and all of the other things that basically should characterize free and fair elections. Those that know practice.
And you just chased out Madam Integrity from the space.
No, of course, she's our friend. Um, so then I wanted to explore how that ties to the way forward, considering what we just witnessed in Edo State and River State. I mean, two different animals altogether, two different set of circumstances, but I think it informs us, they both inform us on the current state of things in Nigeria as far as elections or the electoral process is concerned. But River State is at the forefront right now. And the story we all know, for those who may not know, a lot of people are not necessarily political animals. They don't follow some of these things every day. There is a battle going on in River State, all right, between a former master and his protege. Wike is larger than life. He has a personality that you can't miss. I mean, this guy was a nobody. He started as a neophyte back in the day. Was the chairman of Obi Akpo local government. Went into national politics, became a nominee, Minister of State for Education under Jonathan, then became governor of River State. He was actually brought forward to Peter Odili by Patience Jonathan. There's a video out there of Jonathan literally grabbing his hand and handing him over to Peter Odili, the outgoing governor at the time. And then, he ran and he won the state. He became governor of the state at the time. Long story short, of course, under the PDP, and then he won the primaries, he won the state governor against the state governorship election against Dakuku at the time. So now he's currently minister of the FCT, and he's just doing all kinds of shenanigans. Now, Sim Fubara, of course, has become a man of himself. He's been a public servant of all his life, civil servant, from the state secondary school board to accountant general of the state to everything before he became governor. The PDP, with all of their shenanigans, decided to start up the elections. APC staying out of the elections. So this little known party called APP, the Action People's Party, emerged as the winner of the election. 22 local governments out of 23. I don't know if they finished counting a Che local government, very huge and hotly contested local government. So what had happened was APP, just see APP as the Labour Party of the River State, a little known political party before Peter Obi jumped on board. So basically, all of Sim Fubara's supporters in the PDP migrated into APP and used the platform of the APP to win the election. So APP is really more of a proxy political party for the incumbent, in this case, Mr. Fubara. So on the surface, it doesn't look like it, but that's really what it is. Fast forward, we have constant injunctions upon constant injunctions going on. There's a proliferation is the word that people like Jonathan is warning against, people shopping around for court injunctions. I think metaphor alluded to that. So it's a mess. There's chaos going on. People are being shot. Equatorial local government is in a hot mess right now. It's burning. From what we gathered. But the result was announced. Elections were held. Oh, by the way, there's the IG Egbetogun as well in the mix. You wonder what the Inspector General of Police is doing. Is why is he interested in the local government election, right? INEC refused to give the voter registrar. They have no business in that election per our laws, 1999 Constitution, and the Electoral Act of 2022. But it is what it is. It seems like people at the top are really interested in what's going on in this state. But Mr. Tim Fubara has stood his ground, and it seemed like a win for the common man. Again, I've maintained he's no saint. He has his own personal ambitions. Until those are revealed, it seemed like we might have averted a constitutional crisis, and he coming up on top. So that's where we're at the moment with that whole situation. I mean, that's kind of like on the surface analysis of what's going on there. It's probably much more deeper than that. So we're using that to have this conversation about elections or the electoral process in Nigeria. Can we even depend on them anymore to bring about real change? What is the way forward for Nigeria and for Nigerians as we seek this new Nigeria of our dreams? So that's the conversation we're having. All right, let's move forward. Odogu, please jump in.
All right, thank you so much, my brother Tudor. Metaphor, Jimmy, Feji, Jago Jago, Luka Facts, and everybody on the speaker listener session. I think this is a very, very important topic to talk about, especially looking at our Nigeria of today, right? I completely agree with you 100% that there is no electoral integrity in Nigeria as we speak. Like it's out of the window, right? And it seems like one of the fastest destruction of electoral integrity in Nigeria happened during the current administration, both leading to their coming in and what they do while in government, both using INEC as well as using the courts. So it's like it's always been there in Nigeria. It's always been an issue. It's always been a thing. But right now, it's been like sealed. There is no election that is going on in a state without one man somewhere determining the results of everything, depending on what power he has. We saw in the case of Edo State, we saw two powers competing against each other: power of the state against power of the federal, playing role in a state election. And then we had the third power that was on the side, which is power of the people, which seemed to be like the most silent one in terms of Edo State, which was the Labour Party, right? So that one seemed to be like the least powerful power, if I could use that word. They just pushed it to the side, and these two men had their ways. Either the federal, which was in the case of Edo State was Oshomole, or the state, which in the case of Edo State was the incumbent governor. So I just say this to say that it's no gainsaying the fact that right now our electoral system is in complete shambles. Like it's just completely destroyed, right? And of course, even though it's destroyed, it's working in the favor of certain people. And I feel like the that also culminates in the fact that right now there's so much commercializing of leadership in Nigeria now. Like leadership in Nigeria since Tinubu entered has been commercialized in such a way that people want to continue to loot and to force their way into power or to force their way to stay in power in order to protect their loot. You know, like it's like use money to get money, and then when you get in there, like make sure that whatever structure you put in place in order to get in there does not get destroyed. Like hold it tight, just so that in case, even when you finish, you might need to put somebody else in there, you'll still have access to that structure. which is quite unfortunate because they end up gambling with the lives of over 200 million people playing this type of stupid chess and stupid games. You understand? And I feel like I disagree with the school of thoughts that if we can't beat them, we should join them. So I agree with metaphor on that one because I think that if we are saying that they have a structure of criminality, let me give an example. Weakest structure of criminality in River State, right? And we say our own way of destroying his structure of criminality is by instituting our own structure of criminality, which is the APP, setting it up there in order to use it to destroy the one Wike used, right? At another time, when the time comes, that APP structure of criminality will work for another man, which in this case will be Fubar. And the cycle, it just continues. Like it keeps getting passed on from hand to hand. So it's not a real solution. That's just what I'm saying. Like it's not a real solution to say that I want to support somebody who is willing to win an election by all means. That's not a real solution. That's a solution that is temporary, a solution that when it gets there, it's still going to continue. The only difference now will be your evil versus my evil. Like APC's evil now versus if you have somebody
So
who's going to use Labour
sorry,
Party
Odogu.
to,
Sorry, Odogu.
yeah,
Regarding the point you just mentioned now, I think I get what you mean. But what I was referring to is if there is anybody that you know that when they get there they're gonna do what they say they're gonna do, that you trust to be at that level. The point is for them to get there and change the system. The point is to get there first. Getting the power is the most important thing. Once you get it, then we know this is the person that has the balls to change the system. Obviously, I mean, we don't want to do the whole merry-go-round, and that's the difference between our candidate and anyone else. But we just need that pinch of ruggedity to be able to defend, because the people we are facing, they're not gentle people. So that's what I mean
okay,
by that.
Jimmy,
But yeah,
Jimmy,
go ahead.
I completely understand. I completely understand what you mean, but I still stand on what I say when I say that I see that as a situation whereby in as much as we say we believe, or most of the people believe that this candidate is the person who has the good qualities, the right qualities to rule Nigeria. A few of those people on the other side also believe that their candidate has the good qualities to rule Nigeria. If we're now saying that use the instrument of state or even any instrument you can to get into office by hook or by crook, just because of the belief that you believe that this is a good man, that eventually when he gets into there, he will be able to rule well. But then you use a corrupt means, bearing in mind that in order to be called your excellency, the process of you getting into that position has to indeed be excellent. That's something that a lot of emphasis has not been placed on in Nigeria for a long time. Like we don't even look at the process we elect our leaders. It's just that when they occupy the position there, everybody. Did somebody
To,
unmute?
to me, yes, that is still not exactly what Jimmy was saying.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah,
I
it's
guess I'm
fine.
just saying I do understand the angle that you're coming from, but have I just feel like in as much as I agree with the fact that you need to be radical to, if you're talking about the case of taking to the streets, protesting to defend your votes, that one is a different thing altogether. I agree with you 100%. But if we're saying that judging by what is happening, whatever it takes to get into office, even if it means bribing a few persons, even if it means building some criminal structure on our way up, as in the case of River State, for instance, now, no matter what it takes to get there, that we should do it based on the fact that we believe that the man that we're putting there is a good man. then why are we speaking against, for instance, some structure surrounding him? The political party will make it difficult for him to work when he gets there. That's the same thing. If, for instance, PO goes to soil his hand and form some kind of structure or some kind of union with other political leaders from different parts of the country, that structure will have its own requirements. The structure will have its own demands of Peter Obi when he gets into office. They will have their own demands. They will have certain things that he has to he has to play according to. Like there's certain rules that he has to play to in order for him to enjoy his time in office. So that's why I suggest do not even meddle with all those stuff. Like just base it on the people. Until such a time, like just try as much as you can to awaken the people as much as we can, because we know that so many democracies in the world have had to fight long for a long time to even get the people reawakened for them to even start to reap the dividends. So that's like I would like a situation whereby Nigerians, if we can agree first of all that what we're fighting for in terms of leadership is not just one directional. It's not just about the leaders. Leadership is also about the followers. You get, because the mentality of the followers is part of it. So if all of a sudden now the followers are not ready for a change yet mentally, but we find a leader who is a good man that just finds his way into office by hook or by crook, we'll still find ourselves in that situation whereby he's leading a people who still have that same corrupt mindset that we've always had for a long time in Nigeria, due to the fact that we're not going through the normal process of doing things. An average Nigerian does not believe in road signs. An average Nigerian does not believe in traffic lights and all that stuff. Like there's so many things, and I'm just mentioning just a few little ones. But eventually, this just everything just adds up to the kind of leadership that we get in Nigeria. So I believe that in as much as it seems slow, in as much as it seems very torturous, nobody said this was going to be a sprint in the first place. We've always known that getting to the point where we begin to enjoy good leadership in Nigeria was going to be a marathon. And I believe that getting it through the corner or through the backyard by using whatever means that they're using to enter there by force is not the way. That's what I think personally. And I have a few suggestions as per solutions, but
Go
I'll let
ahead,
us
go
go
ahead.
through the
No,
hands and then
Another
I'll come back.
no.
another
I mean,
2 minutes or so.
if you can just share
Oh,
like
okay,
a
okay,
couple of
thank you.
those
I
solutions. I
I
mean,
didn't want,
that's the
me,
whole
I'm
point
a
of.
man of few
Yeah,
words,
go ahead,
so I
go
didn't
ahead.
want to be
No
talking
problem.
too
Go ahead.
much. Okay.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. So yeah, um like I said, I feel like we need more people like Showore. And the reason I feel like we need more people like Showore is we need more people that can activate the spirit of citizenship and the fearlessness in Nigerians, especially at a time like this. Now, do I necessarily think the likes of Showore will make a good president? I don't think so. But not because he's not a good man, not because he's not what Nigeria needs at a time like this, but because when it comes to leadership in that office, as complex as Nigeria is, it's a different ball game altogether. You begin to include the kind of personality you have. If you have just an aluta spirit or a fighting spirit as opposed to a leadership spirit, if you're able to unify different people across board, even those people that you know have been corrupt in Nigeria and have ruled Nigeria in some type of way, if you still have a way to appeal to the people who support them, or if you still have a way to get them on board, get their idea, even if you're not going to take their leadership, whatever it is that they offer, but if you can get a good idea on how to unify the country and even make the time that you're the president conducive for governance, because I have a feeling that if the like of Showore goes in with the kind of mentality he has right now, it's going to be difficult to move the country forward. And like I challenge anybody who has an opposing view, because it seems kind of straightforward that if he's speaking against most of these leaders, when he goes in there, he's going to continue and he's going to sincerely try to fight corruption. But the thing about corruption is that corruption will fight back. And before you know it, the entire 4 years will be spent fighting, federal government versus, this state government or versus past president or versus this. It's going to be a lot of chaos as opposed to unifying the country, and you'll find out it, leading into more and more division. That's the way I feel about that. But I think we need more men like that who can come out to inspire the people. And I also think the members of the opposition have a big role to play in this, including Peter Obi and the rest of them, in terms of mobilizing the citizens and making them more and more active in governance. Until we get to such a time that Nigerian citizens are very much concerned about who is responsible for petrol being expensive at the petrol stations, or about who is responsible for their food, the price of food increasing in the families, and who is responsible for their children going to bed hungry. Until such a time, a lot more Nigerians, I know some Nigerians are interested now, but until such a time, a lot more Nigerians recognize who the problem is. We haven't gotten there yet to when we can demand good leadership. But I think it's a step that we need to continue, like with conversations like this, with trying to sensitize people on the ground, like boots on the ground campaigns and other things to alert Nigerians, and even the protest thing, making it part of Nigerian spirit to, to plan a protest when things are going wrong in the country, no matter what topic it is, no matter what issue it is. That's just the way I feel about about the situation too, though. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dogo. Thank you.
All
let's
right.
let's
Thank
move
you.
the mic very quickly. Feji will go
Studio
first,
speaking?
and Noti will go. Did somebody speak? Sorry. All right.
Yeah, Jimmy
Sorry, Studio
wanted to know
speaking.
if you were
Oh, Jimmy,
talking.
did you want to say something real
Oh
quick?
boy, man.
Jimmy, are you there? All right. Feji, please go ahead, and then after Feji, Noti will go.
Okay. Tudo, how now? Greetings
Ade,
to
welcome.
you.
Welcome.
Greetings to thank you. Greetings to everyone on the listeners and speaker. Electoral integrity in Nigeria. I'm coming in from a very totally different angle. I'm going to differ from everyone here. My own on this subject of Nigeria, let everything crash. Nothing we are going to say, nothing we're going to do is going to generate the leadership that we are all craving for. If they like, may they change the electoral laws again, put them for plaque, put them on live stream, make it a stream 24 hours. These people are not backing down. It be like say we don't understand the kind of threats when we face for Nigeria. Now people when they suffer for Nigeria, I don't speak English this morning. I beg, no, not verse. Now people when they ground for Nigeria, now in this thing they pinch for, now they pinch them for body pass. We when we here they speak English from morning to night. Why people still they go work for Nigeria? When you know, say the money when they go pay you at the end of the day, you can't even fill your tank with it. If your car spoil, you don't even feel repair them. So what's the point? You say you want conduct election. No matter what you do, Tulumbu don't tell you now say he don't they show by action. Now one party state now they dance towards. Una say that man not serious. It be like say we don't know who we they play with. Now make us go come here, we go they talk this one, talk go here, talk go left, talk go right. It doesn't matter to these people. They do not care. I don't understand Nigerians. These people do not care if the country burns to the ground. They are willing and ready to take it by any means necessary with the backing of their puppet masters. Are you guys kidding me? The election that was conducted, and by the way, I know they support same, I know they support, two of them are the same. Left to me, my own propaganda be say, how you sure say not be weekend and sim don't go discuss how they want to may not touch River State. How you and I know? Then they'll come outside, come they burn a few build, not be they build those local government council offices when they burn to the ground. I do not trust Nigerian politicians.
So
I'm not
all
moved
of
by
this is
what they
just a
say.
show?
It's a show in my own mind. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, right? Two things can be right, as they say. I could be totally wrong, but this is
two
my
things
own
can be right, like the
propaganda.
GO said, right? That the GO told us.
Exactly. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I come out, I apologize, don't pay tithes. The first pastor that dares to tell the congregants no more tithes will receive bulala. Is that not what we are seeing? So, see, miss me with all this, you know, oh, let's do this, let's do that. Omo, do you know, I'm still recovering from the last elections. I never completely healed. That's why I keep coming on spaces where they're talking about it, because I gravitate towards it unconsciously. I'm not even going to lie to you. So everybody needs to really, what we need to be talking about is how we need to make sure that the people in the grassroots understand what we're trying to do. The system needs to shut down. It needs to be, I don't want to use the word, may they not come for Tudo. Tudo na my brother. You know, make everything just shut to the ground. Pata pata. Mo we know say we are rebuilding. You cannot build any foundation on sand. You cannot build it on water. What we're standing on right now is already flat out. There's nothing to build on. Even if you say you want to come with the most powerful economic policies, Nigerian government will erode it. What are we talking about? This guy that had that business that was torn to the ground because they wanted to build an expressway. What happened? It was abandoned. Has that man been compensated? All the businesses that were...
He's hanging out with the governor these days. We saw the video.
Okay, so maybe there's something coming up for him, right? Maybe they've compensated. We don't know that. These people are in cahoots. The average mindset in Nigeria is criminal. I'm sorry, I'm Nigerian too, by the way. It's criminal, right? We talk about the past elections. We talk as though everybody, all the politicians, all of them, they are no pure. They are all behind closed doors, dancing and giving their children away in marriages. Now, the poor people, they suffer for Nigeria. My own solution, everybody, when they go work, no go work again. To hell with your bosses, right? Come together, form a communal type of thing where you're all feeding each other and growing your own. Maybe mine is extreme, but this is where my head is. Because the evil, first of all, no matter what you try to build in Nigeria, it will not grow. You know why? There's too much evil that has gone down. That soil is soaked in innocent blood. You think it will allow you stand? I'm just asking. And I'm not even trying to be spiritual here. Let's think about it. The injustices after injustices that has taken place in Nigeria, do you think you can build anything of substance that will make any sense in Nigeria and the people will let it thrive? It won't. The chaos that's going on in Nigeria is not going to stop anytime soon. Matter of fact, it's getting worse. And your elders, the so-called elders that were supposed to look up to, they are not doing anything. They are not saying anything. Everybody wants to go to heaven, but nobody wants to die. In order for you to take power away from Tinubu, you must be ready to put your body, your neck, your life on the line.
100%.
You must, if you are not ready, please chill, because this man did not come to play. This man did not come to have conversations with you people. You people are wasting time speaking English. Did he ever show up for any debate? Did he care that the people were complaining that we have not heard what you want to do? He went to his master's house. They were asking him questions. He was delegating those questions in front of millions of Nigerians that were tuned in, spitting in all your faces. You want the same man. You think you can come and just talk him out of stepping down. Arrange, prepare, strategize all you freaking want. That man ain't backing down. Matter of fact, I'm supporting Tinubu come 2027. That's how bad it has gotten. And you know why? You know why? I'm happy. Peter Obi, they did not allow Peter Obi in. You know why I'm happy? Because Nigerians are wicked human beings. They are. You see this suffering, it must touch everybody sense correct, 100%. Before they understand, see, when good thing they come, you go dive on. You not go they wait. You not go they listen to person. You go dive on. You not go wait. So, hello everybody. I myself, they go apply for APC now because it's all gangster right now. They say if you cannot win them, you join them. Do you understand? Because we keep coming here every day, showing up, talking like civilized human beings. But the people that you're fighting against are not civilized. They are monsters. They are monsters. They sit on the people, on the heads of Nigerians for fun. They are sitting and drinking your tears for fun. They laugh in your faces. When the NLC chairman came out and said he was pushing for 250K minimum wage, what were they doing? They were laughing. When Tulubu was talking about, he was laughing. Everybody was laughing at the audacity of you peasant Nigeria to be demanding 250,000. Are you high? The fact that the man even called an all-out protest for workers to come out and protest for better working conditions and better salary and reduce petrol at the gas station. What did they do? They were calling them criminals. They were telling you and I that the actions by the NLC chairman was tantamount to treason. Are you kidding? You guys don't know who you're messing with. I don't think we do. I really, in all honesty, I don't think, and I'm not saying he's the most powerful of the most powerful. I'm just saying Nigerians are not ready to take it back. It is the people that will take this thing back. Nobody is coming to save us. And the leaders have to be in front. It's that simple. When before APC came, Agbado was in front. Adeboye, that was preaching again, he came. All of them. In fact, there was a letter that Adeboye wrote to Jonathan about his 1 million march. Which of your leaders right now is doing that? And they have the numbers. Which of them? You have packed pockets of people coming out every day. Nothing, no result, nothing to show for it. I have to give Sowore credit. I have been one of the most vociferous, one of those people who pushed back on Sowore. I was upset with him during the election because, to me, in my mind, I'm like, if you are fighting for the people, why not join with us and push? Everybody cannot be king. Put your freaking egos aside. We have a society to save. Will you have any egos if your homes, you can't go back to your homes? You have no homes to go back to? Will you come out and then be putting your chest up? It is the fact that these people cannot come together and say, let's work together for the common good. But you know what? In this circle, in this now, that is what is going on right now, Sowore has shown that he puts his money where his mouth is. Call him selfish, call him whatever you want to call him. The guy is winning people over. You can come and say, oh, Nigerians like the violent ones, Nigerians because of military rule. It's not about that. People are dying every day. I don't know how else to say it. People are dying every day. People, even common paracetamol, people cannot buy. You get headache now, it's between life and death. Mosquito bite you now, it's between life and death. There are no hospitals. All the doctors have disappeared. I saw a video of, a neurologist was saying that there are only 20 neurologists. How many neurologists left in Nigeria? You think this is play? Everything needs to be cancelled. Everybody needs to see. There are so many ways to protest without putting your body on the line. Sit your asses at home. Refuse to participate in the economy. But will Nigerians do it? Selfish. You go see some people when they go pass back, go they do waiting or consign them. Now they will go they feed the same oppressors when they kill them. Now they will go they feed. See when Sowore, they say Sowore not show up for Nigeria. He showed up. Why did they not sustain his arrest? Why couldn't they hold him for long? Because the people say, we die here. You don't release that man, we are not leaving. That is how it ought to be, people. Let's put sentiments aside. Until we come to this, until the people on the ground come to this. I talked about transistor radios before. I said it maybe somewhere on a space or somewhere. Let's invest in our people en masse. Look at what Bello Galadanchi is doing for the North. Do you know how they transcribe his information on the ground to the Northerners? That man they are moving in huge numbers. They are building momentum. We here, we are still playing English. How many people from the North do you see holding spaces from morning to night, talking about politics? The action on the ground. They have transistor radios. Even some of their imams are now understanding that, we were sold a lie. They are now having to teach their people that the suffering is not about where you come from. It's not whether you are from this region or that region or not. It's the fact that you are dying. They intentionally keep you impoverished. Your leaders are taking everything. They are gradually changing the mindset. One man, 4.1 million to renovate a classroom. What have we done in the South to educate our people in the grassroots, to gather the needed momentum? I don't see a 2027 election. I do not. I don't see a 2020 election. I don't. But perhaps there's a 2027 election. What have we done? How much information has been passed down to the people in the grassroots, those who don't speak our languages? How have we reached there? You think that by being still will remain, nothing go happen if we're not there careful. The man is when Christians will say the devil himself, he has come to reside in Nigeria. The 7 most deadly sins they are having a ball in Nigeria. We are here. Speak. I'm not saying it's not good to talk. After all, not be matter till they talk for you. But now waiting I get now they give so. Because Nigeria matter it's exhausting. You turn on the news, it's one thing after the other. People are literally dying in front of you. People are becoming insensitive. You've been desensitized. To see body now, they affect you. To see gory pictures of decapitated human beings, not their hey, this one, anybody that is coming now for 2027 election, you cannot build on anything unless you have somebody who's ready to put his body on the line. That's the fact. That's what it is. Peter Obi will always be the transformational leader that we need. After that cleansing, we need a Jerry Rawlings in Nigeria. Before any change can happen, it needs to be cleansed. The house needs to be cleansed. If it is not cleansed, nothing you build on it will stand. Maybe after the cleansing, then we can have somebody like Peter Obi coming with his transformational ideology. I will forever support that man. Because that man opened my eyes to a lot of things I didn't even know existed in Nigeria. So I beg, everybody should miss me with, if we do electoral something, if we go to National Assembly something, if we speak to them this way, they're not listening to you. They don't donate their brain. Now power or nothing. During the election in Edo State, all APC governors were present. What none of the other opposition could do. To the end, Akpabio was there till the votes were counted and the winner was declared. Are you people kidding me? You people think these people came to joke? Sanwo-Olu was there. All the Ganduje was there.
That alone is an intimidation to anybody. That alone.
Thank you. Imagine if all the leaders of all the other opposition parties were there. Do you know what would have happened? We are playing 10-10. I beg. I yield, though. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Thank you, Freddy.
Tido, give me a minute. Let me
all
just
right, real quick.
Please,
I think
let me
Jimmy
just drop
also
this real
wants to
quick.
say,
Okay,
so after you, Jimmy will go.
Yeah. I just dropped this real quick. Okay. Firstly, the truth is that Nigerians sounded like this before 2015. Many Nigerians sounded like this. We need someone that will come and sanitize the system, someone that will come and kick out all these corrupt bastards out of our government, someone that will come and jail them. In fact, I even saw many Nigerians that said someone that will just come and set the constitution aside and just throw all of these corrupt, criminals in government straight into jail. And that's why the likes of Buhari sounded appealing to Nigerians. It's not that I don't enjoy Sowore. I do actually, but he does not have the capacity to manage Nigeria. And we can see the decisions of a leader, or we can know a leader by the decisions they made. We saw Sowore made the decision to support Buhari, and Buhari was a catastrophe to Nigeria. And all the decisions that Sowore had made, key decisions that are very, very important in defining a leader, Sowore has failed there. So look, at some point we have to get intelligent with each other and stop behaving like uncivilized people. If we want somebody in a particular office, we have to choose the most qualified person for that office, period. It has nothing to do with how the person gets there. And if we fight and we overturn our laws, then we will have ourselves to blame. So look, if we are going to do this, then we'll do it the right way. And there are many right ways to get an election victory. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
So, Mr. Meta, I'm sure it was very clear in my submission that I am not saying that Sowore should come and take over. I'm very sure that I didn't mention that in my submission. I am very sure that you paid attention to everything I said. I don't even care about elections. I want the system to be completely shut down because we need an overhaul. That's what it's going to take. Whatever, if there's no overhaul, you're talking about Buhari. Do you know how many people pushed against Buhari? When Buhari came, there were people that were screaming, this man is not it. Did anybody listen? But those who had interest backed him up. The likes of Tulumbu. So let's not play this, choosing to, handpick some of the things that we want to talk about to back our point. No, we ain't going to do that. And for shut down the entire system. We don't have a system. Before you plant, if you want to plant, if you get farm, you want to plant. If you must till the soil. If you not till the soil, you not fit plant. That is what I'm talking about. So please, I beg, Mr. Meta, not put words from my mouth. I'm saying, Sowore's attitude in the person feel bad, but he gets some things where you go see about and you go say, this thing I take from this one, I learn, I take this, I pick this one. That's all I'm saying. Please, let's get real with ourselves and stop being sentimental. I did not. I even said in my submission, I didn't. Sowore I was fierce towards my criticism of him in the last election because I was like, this is crazy. Can't these people put their egos aside for the good of the entire country? Come on now, people, Nigerian people that are dying. If you give them the opportunity, they will fight to keep their lives. We are here. It's easy for us. People are being kidnapped every day, man.
Right. Hang tight, Feji. We hear you. We hear you loud and clear.
All right, thank
Jimmy,
you.
jump in.
I wanted to ask a quick question to.
Will, hang on, Jimmy.
Who's that? Who's speaking? Who's speaking?
No, Jimmy, go ahead. Jimmy, can you hear me? Okay, Jimmy can't hear me. Will, go ahead.
Can anybody hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Naughty, hang on. You are going to go next. You're supposed to go next. Just hang tight. Will wants to say something real quick. Will, jump in. Quick one for you. Naughty, hold on. I'll come to you.
Meta,
Will, go ahead.
Yes, Meta, I totally understand what you said, about going about doing something the right way and all that, or taking power the right way or something of that nature. This is talking about, when we're talking about in a sane society, in a society where we have, where we still have the institutions working, where we still have the institutions kind of being neutral,
and kind of being on the side of the people or something of that nature. But in this case, in the case of Nigeria, it's not the same as we speak. So my question to you is, in a captured state, it's obvious now where the loyalty of our police lies. It's obvious where the loyalty of our judiciary lies. It's obvious where the loyalty of our National Assembly, especially the Senate President and co, lies. So, with this kind of situation, and these are the people who decide, whatever electoral reform, or whatever thing, or whatever process, or especially the judiciary, you understand? In a situation, let me even use just the judiciary, in a situation where the judiciary is gone to the dogs, fully captured, do you think that you could use a calm process to actually take power from these criminals? That
All
is
right.
my question to you.
All right. Metaphor, hold that thought. We'll circle back to you. Jimmy, quick one from you, and then we'll go straight to Naughty Obedient. Jimmy, please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Tudo. My network, I don't even want to talk about it, but yeah, I'll be going back and down, up and down. Let me say this. Nigeria and the constitution was active until the last day Buhari left office. It wasn't perfect, right? We're still managing it, patching it, and everything. So I want people to have this at the back of their mind. Whatever comparisons we want to be doing, let's not compare 2015 and 2019 to what happened in 2023. You guys don't understand how low that bar has gone. There's no even bar. They don't carry the bar come on safe. There is no bar. And it keeps going down every now and then. We keep seeing this, and every election that had happened, no matter how the size of it is, has shown that nothing credible can come out of that country. The constitution was decimated right in front of us. The regard to rule of law was decimated right in front of us. So we maybe we're healing from the process. We've healed so fast that we forgot what happened, the amount of damage that happened during the last election. And now we're turning it into a normal thing. That shouldn't be. It's becoming a normal thing. That should not be at all. And that is a problem. That is a problem. So I think moving forward, let's just first agree that, number one, there is no constitution in that country. So whatever it is you see every now and then saying court says this, court, they are just tossing you. They are playing with your mind. They are tossing you victory, minor victory, to let you have this mindset that, yeah, justice system is working. Hell fucking no, it's not. The man up there is the emperor, and Nigeria is his empire. He calls the shots. We're waiting for how they're gonna overturn what is going to happen or what is going on in Port Harcourt right now. I understand what everybody is saying. I'm an upright person. I love integrity, right? But you see, with the system on ground right now, we're putting a fucking drug dealer. You guys don't understand the madness. A drug dealer, Pablo Escobar. You need to start thinking like you need to combine Pablo Escobar. What's the name of this other one where they don't carry now?
El Chapo
Guzman and the godmother. What's the name of that godmother? I don't know. Gricilia, Blanca. Combine all of them together. That is the only way we can come against these people. We need to first clear. We need to create. Let us cut the grass for a proper foundation. Then the likes of Peter Obi can come in.
All right.
Until then, we are joking.
All right. Thanks, Jimmy. Let's go to Naughty Obedient. Naughty Obedient, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, everyone from the side. Wow. I heard someone saying he blamed Peter Obi for everything that's happening now, and I laughed. Well, if the person is on ground on the election day or before the election until the day of the election, then when the vote was being counted, and before they announce the result, they will know that the case is beyond Peter Obi. The problem is we never knew what they planned before 2022, even before 2022. They've already planned everything. I was on ground. I am in Ifako-Ijaiye. My name is Bright. Currently, I'm one of the Labour Party ESCOs in Ifako-Ijaiye. But during the election, I was not a Labour Party member. I'm just an obedient, working for a great Nigeria. On the election day, when we thought that soldiers were coming to protect us, these people already had everything planned. Armor tank came to INEC office. They were there. I was arrested twice. I was arrested twice before the election. Even GROV, the governorship candidate of Lagos State, I don't know how my name got to him that I was arrested. Maybe TBN, I'm a Take Back Nigeria member. I talked to Mr. John Allo, then he called the DPO to release me. They released me on the day of the election. When after the election we went to RAC Center. After the RAC Center, because me and my younger brother we look alike, they thought some talk I was the one. They beat my younger brother to stupor just because they did everything dirty to grab power. They already captured. If had it been we came outside that okay, we never agree. Man, that's all right for B. Nobody for here. Nobody for no. Now for never hear my voice for Twitter today. That's fact. These people. So now these people already planned everything on ground. It is not by whether Peter Obi will come outside that he wants to.
Who is ringing the bell? Sorry, go ahead. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Okay. Whether Peter Obi even come outside and he want to protest, there's nothing Peter Obi would have done. That's the fact. Because there were no people supporting him radically at that particular time. Now, going forward, me, I support violence for violence too. That's the fact. No, but I hate cheating. If I see that this route is a violent place and I want to get something in that route, I will actually go violently also. That's my life. Cheat for that. So now, going forward, 2027, I want every lovers of Nigeria who are at the top, who are influencers, who are billionaires, millionaires, if they can come outside and speak that yes, enough is enough. We want Nigeria to be great. The country will be great. It is because all these people kept quiet. Okay, most of them, I don't want to talk. Oh, I'm afraid. It is then if you don't want to talk, it's only 3 people that are talking. Those 3 people are nothing. There's nothing. There's nothing.
So Naughty, why do you think they didn't speak up? Why did you think they did not talk? Whoa, why do you think they didn't talk?
Because I think they didn't talk because most of them are afraid of maybe their businesses going down or their life being threatened. Okay, now people I know many people will say, okay, Nigerians are cowards, Nigerians are this, Nigerians are that. We came outside. If you look at my DP, my DP is when I was at the protest ground in Lagos State. You can see it there. That's my DP. When I was even shouting, it was in the headline news. Okay, now if everybody come outside now, even the people who are mounted, like who are influencers, who have voices in Nigeria, person like me, I don't have voice in Nigeria. There's no matter of what I will say today, it will not even get to the headline. That's the fact. But when Jonathan was in power, Tinubu was speaking against Jonathan. Adeboye was speaking against Jonathan. Yoruba leaders, top people, Obas were speaking. How many Obas are speaking against Tinubu currently? How many Oba even
If you
spoke
speak, you
against?
die.
Huh?
As if
Hello?
you speak, you die.
That is it. How many Obas are speaking currently? How many influential people nobody is speaking currently? Nobody is speaking because they are all afraid. But if everybody can, if all these top people who are influencers, they can come out and speak in voice. In fact, in each state, I did been like that day we came outside in Ojota, we have somebody like a Showore there. In another state, we have another person like a Showore there. Or then we have these people mounted in each state on that protest ground. The protest will not be as sham as this. Before that,
Are you referring to end bad governance or fearlessness?
yes, both any protest, both the end bad governance and the fearless.
Okay.
None of them is. I did not even see it as a protest. That's the fact.
I mean, guys showed up for end bad governance. To the credit of our comrades, brothers and sisters in the north, they showed up nicely. So compared to what we saw in the south, I mean, they showed up. So I just wanted to say that we all saw what they did. But I get your point. I get your point. Continue.
So if infectious people came out like, it's enough is enough, we don't want the sufferings are too much, one Oba come out, one Emir come out, they lead from the front, I tell you, we will win the battle. That's the fact. But instead, what are we saying? Obas will tell you, you people should calm down, you people should calm down. Now, who are we? We are just a pawn. We are just a pawn. If my mother was crying that oops, you shouldn't go. I disobeyed my brother and went for protest. If I died, Nigeria will say, imagine he just wasting life for nothing. Why these people they are there? The truth is, if Nigeria is still good today, they will be the first. I will not be in position of power. They will still be the first people to be in power. To even still, okay, let's make things in power. That children will still benefit more than us. That's where I see it. I'm not protesting because I'm not coming out to protest because to do something. No, I actually came outside to support, to hear my own view, to put more strength in the struggle. That's why I came outside. Because 1 + 1 is equal to 2, + 1 is equal to 3. If we can be adding up like that, we win the battle. That's why I came out.
All right. How is your brother now? How is it doing?
It's fine. It's fine currently. It's fine currently.
Okay. Nice. All right. Go ahead and wrap up in like 1 minute.
So, if there should be a way, whereby we'll be planning a violent march out for violence. See what St. Fabra did in River State. That is the win-win. That's the fact. Once they are coming, we the truth is, the well-meaning Nigerians are more than these people. That's the fact. We are more. These people controlling us, they are not up to 1 million in this country. They are not up to 1 million holding us active. They are not up to 1 million. If we can come outside and we have people who we also sponsor, because in everything is not by also, because these people the hunger is much currently, that if you give some people just 20,000 naira now, that they will come out. The DPO of Ojokoro actually was sharing 20,000 naira on that end bad governance day that people should not. He was sharing it. I was the one that was supposed to lead the protest in that area, I have to say, okay, since the people have backed down, okay, me and my guys will move to Ikeja that very day.
DPO sharing cash.
Yes, DPO sharing cash that very day. Yes.
Wow. All right.
So we are in a state capture. All the security apparatus are all involved. We don't have anything to say. So it goes for violence for violence. That's
All
the
right.
fact.
Thank you. Thank you, my brother. Thank you for your submission.
Africa still can kind of try to blame P2B for what happened. The Nazi again came now and is blaming the elites. The question I have for Nigerians is, when are we going to stop blaming the devil and sort our problems out by ourselves? With the kind of mindset we have today, I'm very, very sure people will still not come out, or people will come out, collect money, and betray the process. If you listen to what is that man's name again in those states that ran on the Labour Party, Olumide, if you listen to him speak after the election, Labour Party agents came to the polling units and collected money. This one, will you say that nobody spoke for them? I know people didn't come out, as in the party elites and party chieftains didn't come, but what are we doing on our own level? The things we have control over, how are we using it? I had people blaming Sim Fubara for what he did. Why the fuck will you blame somebody for fighting back? Where were you when Wike was fighting him? I've seen people say that what he did is tyranny. All these people, but it might be Wike's supporters, though. But that is the mindset that Nigerians will use and be destroying ourselves. What we need now is that mindset. I know P2B is not a warrior, and we actually need the warrior mindset to take these people out. But we don't need a warrior leader. All of us can be that warrior at the same time. Nobody came out and led the Tunisian revolution. Nobody led the Egyptian revolution. They led it by themselves. The recent one that happened in Kenya, nobody came out and led it. They were tired. They said, we are tired. What we need is for us as the masses to dismantle the system, then make way for people like P2B that are good economists to come and manage the system. You can't expect him to leave his business. He has his business that he's running. You can't expect him to leave that business and start fighting for you.
But Karigwe,
he's already showed interest.
Karigwe, can hungry people actually go out to do anything right now?
Why? If you're hungry, instead of dying of hunger, don't you see how hungry lions fight? Do they sit at home and do nothing?
But sadly, we are not lions. People would rather commit suicide in Nigeria rather than
hungry. That is the problem. That is the weakness that is making us, that kept us where we are. Animals adapt and fight for themselves when the push comes to cover. How did they speak that English?
Push come to shove.
Yeah. I'm not the English person, and I can't say sorry for not knowing English. When it becomes bad. When they've pushed Nigeria against the wall. What we did is, instead of to push back, we turned back, broke the wall, and gave them another space to push again. I can't believe that I will open my mouth one day and say that Buhari is a better president than what we have today. During Buhari's regime, they found out that one of his ministers did not do NYSC. What they did is they made her resign. What is this one doing? They went to court. They went to court and used our courts to make the woman stay. So how do we think we can negotiate with these armed robbers? Imagine, look at what happened in River State. After the election, the IG of police commanded all the police people to leave the local government councils. After he made that order, what happened? The police left and gave way for Wike people to come and start destroying things. And you tell me that elites will come out and fight. If they kill them, what would Nigerians do? Okay, let's say P2B comes out to protest today and they shoot him. 1 month we have forgotten about him, we'll go and start arguing which people's soup is better. To say that we are stupid, and that stupidity is what is keeping us where we are. How can somebody come out and potentially motivate people to do something? You go and jump into the river and die for nothing. Instead of sacrificing, if all the countries that are great today, there are a certain age grade that came out and sacrificed themselves for the country to be good. When are we going to have that age grade? When are we going to have that age grade? That's the question. Thank you very much.
Well, beautiful submission, Karigwe. I think we've even passed that level, safe. Right now, the system is so damaged that right now to come out is a problem now, because we're using certain events as a benchmark now. For instance, some people from NSAS are still in jail. Some people from NSAS are still in jail. Some people from the last bad governance protest, they're in jail. And this is sending a negative signal. On a normal day, everyone is actually meant to keep pushing and, saying, justice for these people to come out and all that. But within ourselves, we're divided. That is when you see Nigerians in Nigeria telling Nigerians in diaspora to come and do what is not, that they cannot do. That is when you see people now saying it.
Just imagine that incompatibility.
That is when you start seeing people that will be saying it's an Igbo agenda. It's the Yoruba agenda. The madness just keeps poking up anytime you try to figure out something to get going, just to fix the problem. Somehow you get distracted. You get distracted by useless things. You get this, they're useless but impactful. Okay, look at the submission Karigwe make now. Okay, let me use Tudo and Feji. You guys are the minorities. Minorities. I wanted to use Igbo for real.
Minority how?
You are not Igbo, you are not Hausa, you are not Yoruba. Where you did? I wanted to use
Thunder fire
motherfuckers that are destroying Nigeria.
Thank you.
Thunder fire majority.
What the majority don't do for this country?
Fire all the
Robo guy. What
fire
the majority don't do for this country?
You guys just proved my point right now. You just proved my point. I did that deliberately.
Which point? Oh, the
Jimmy,
point.
that's
Point. Thunder fire that majority.
You motherfuckers make us destroying that country.
Jimmy.
Nigerians are enjoying themselves. That's why there's no protest.
Majority is the problem. And another thing, something I think is Junke that said this thing on his face one certain time. We the diasporans, we kind of contribute a bit. All these people on Twitter begging us money and we are giving them, we are enabling this nonsense because they have hope. If everybody have lost hope in that country, it will burst by itself.
You think so?
I know they are trying to make us.
You think so?
See, Jimmy.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Jimmy, listen.
Go ahead.
They've conditioned our mind to think that they are bigger than us. That is the problem. And we need to realize that these people, we can take them 1,000,000 to 1. If we decide to fight them, we can take them 1,000,000 to 1. And that is what we need to come to realization to. for things to happen. They are not more than us. How many armed forces personnel do we have in Nigeria? Join all of them, even civil defense. How many are they? How many bullets do we have in Nigeria? How many population do we have? How many are they going to kill? But the problem is that we've not gotten to that level of patriotism where somebody will decide it's either I die or something becomes good.
Yep.
People had that. There are
And you know
countries that
why?
are good today. There are people who have that patriotism in them. I will die defending my country. Watch what happened after 9/11.
You know why that happened? You know why that is?
US citizens were volunteering to go to Iraq and fight.
We've spoken about this on Today's
All
Space
right.
a few months ago. Do you know what that is?
All right,
Because
Jimmy.
their
Jimmy,
tribe comes
sorry,
first.
Jimmy. Go ahead and wrap up. And Icon is next. She's been waiting for a minute.
So Karigwe, real quick, that would never happen because tribe comes first, and that was the point I was actually trying to establish. That if Tudo was an Igbo guy hosting a space like this, and people join the space, guess what's gonna happen? You see some more focus in the comment section saying, na Igbo agenda. It's because na Yoruba man, the government. Regardless the fact that we are speaking to the issues with facts, we are speaking to the nation's problem, and we're looking for a solution. They're not thinking about how serious the issue is. They're not thinking about the seriousness of the conversation. They're not thinking about what we're actually speaking about. But the fact that we are challenging the government, we are complaining about the current governance right now, they will tribalize it, and that's the problem. It's almost as if they've made a fortune out of being a perfectionist in that area. Any small thing, they just twist it, and people jump up on it. People, they create hashtags to just divert people's attention, and we've not gotten to that level of understanding what patriotism is, because most of us, our religion comes first, our tribe comes first. All the countries we've been using to compare ourselves, if you look closely, they speak almost the same language. But in our case, we are combinations of nations, put together. And when Hausa is speaking, the Igbos feel outside. When the Yoruba is speaking, the Hausa feels outside. It's as simple as that. Case study: Kenya recently, when they held the space, you see 23,000 people, 40,000 people, because the language they speak, every single one of them understands. But when we were planning our own and bad governance, the Igbos not really interested in the whole thing, understandably, right? The Hausas are having their own space. Everyone is just having different spaces. Everyone. Though there's an advantage to that. But the fact is, we can't even come together to agree to speak on a major topic, to come together as one. We always see this division amongst us.
Yeah, maybe we should make a rule, Jimmy, a constitutional amendment. How about this? That the head of the ticket for every election in Nigeria, national election, should be somebody out of these two major groups, so that you can unify the country. How about that? Me and Feji. Starting with me and Feji.
And make sure, absolutely, coming on the back of that, and make sure that none of the major, the so-called in high and a quotation mark,
so-called
major, no day the pocket of that minor, because that one they happen. So that it go be raised to get to the minor. So who first gets there, and depending on the amount and the promises made, go determine who he wants support. That's not the problem when we get in Nigeria.
All right. Thank you. Icon Uzer, my good friend.
Hello, my wise people. You will sound so intelligent today. Thank God.
So other times you don't sound intelligent.
No. I said it's like
yesterday we sounded demonic. She didn't even come to the space. Yes, I didn't even see her green out yesterday.
Jimmy, let
we
us
sounded
speak.
demonic.
Before you know, our
Don't
children will
know
take her away now.
together.
I beg, speak.
Yes. Please, I just wanted to start by saying that until all of you can collectively come together and agree that Oha and bitter leaf soup are the best soups in Nigeria, Nigeria can never progress. So you could
For where black soup dey there, leave that thing. Black
Have
soup.
you guys heard of
Black soup. Black soup.
This is the time that I really appreciate the power of the mute button. Have you guys heard about the Okoho soup from Benue State? Okoho is a tree. Like when you pluck it and then you grind it, it comes out very slimy. Your okra soup has nothing on this soup. This is what the ancestors ate. I'm just letting you guys know. Because people always talk about hot soup, nugu soup, and white soup, black soup. Guys, broaden your mind. Thank you very much.
This is oppression too, though. Oppression, lele.
Imagine we talk national issue. Now they talk soup. We talk national issue where they pay us and they talk soup.
Finally, what was I saying? What was I saying?
A hungry
nigga come mute us, come tell us about soup and tree. Yeah, it's in time. So
a hungry man is an angry man, and until you understand, yes, my brother.
Before you
Icon, our own hungry is not angry enough.
Before you go ahead, Icon.
Okay, Jimmy, we never angry for this side though. Our hungry they make us more foolish. We never angry.
Let Icon speak now. What is all
we are
this?
coming there. Icon, please. I want to ask. Hope Oga is not there. Oga the talk.
No, Oga is not here.
Okay. Ludo, the reason why I'm asking, Icon was on a space recently and she put it on speaker. And one useless APC was speaking. Or Icon's husband was listening. You know the question he asked? He said, is that Jimmy or Tudo? Icon said, no, none of them. He said, I was going to say they are stupid. I was just saying, hey, thank you. So that's to let you know how stupid that person sounded. And the husband knew when she was on the space. So he heard someone speaking. Is that Tudo? And he didn't stop there. He said, I was going to say they're stupid and I would lose my respect for you. Hey, you could imagine how stupid that person sound for Icon's husband to say that. So I had to ask before I speak. Now that I know you're not next to Oga, please go ahead. So Tudo, I'm not speaking for now.
That's so funny. No, honestly, it was so funny. It was somebody was speaking and he was saying something about the economy, and he was, it's like something just playing in the background, and he just looked up and he was like, "Who's speaking?" And he was like, "The person sounds dumb." So I looked at the phone and I told him who it was. Like, I was like, I'm not familiar with the person. He was like, I was afraid that it was Tudo or Jimmy because like every time I'm like, oh, so Tudo said this and then Jimmy said this, and I was like, sound. So anyway, so that aside, can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, we can.
I was like, I think when he was talking, I'm not too obedient. I pretty much came here to say, like, Sister Feji, like, I loved your submission. Loved. I disagreed with a few things, but I absolutely just loved, like, most of what you said. And all I just wanted to put on it, and I think, like, Carigwe and Not Too Obedient, he's Not Too Obedient, well done. Like, when you were speaking, I was like, okay, these are the people, these are the boots on the ground, these are the people who are, like, actually putting their money where their mouth is. But what I wanted to say, I'll make my submission later, but what I just wanted to say is, please, in the name of God, nobody should go and die for Nigeria. I beg. Is it people that are fighting over soup that you want to go and die for? Are the people that are selling their destiny for 20,000 naira that you want to go and die for? This is why. Come on. Hold on, please. Yeah. So, no, you're seeing legend. Layla, out. Sorry. So, yeah. Sorry, guys. And so, that's I just wanted to say that is that I know there's a whole thing about like PO and what he should be doing and what he shouldn't be doing, but I think it's important that we just remember that the people you're saying should lead, the people that are supposed to be following them, that are supposed to be backing them, will not even do that. So let's all put ourselves in his shoes. This man has a family, he has children, and he's pretty much trying to help us. And if people he's trying to help are not ready to be helped, then like let's let's like tone down the criticism of him. Sure, like I've said, is I don't know what his agenda is. I don't know what he's about. I'm very suspicious of him, some of the decisions he's made in the past, and what is actually funding this longevity of activism. Because we all know, at least those of us that all live in the Western world, know the kind of heavy money that backs professional activists. And so I think it's important that we start asking those questions. Don't tell me Sahara reporters, yes, that makes money, but I've been saying this thing and I can swear on everything, but I can't find it. Is that Sahara reporters in the last 10 years was sold? I'm pretty certain of that. It seems to have disappeared off of the radar. Like I can't find that news article, but I'm pretty certain of that. Right. So it's important that we ask questions. It's not about, who else will come like Shorore and come and say the things he's saying and he's walking around free. So I think, like let's stop looking for heroes. Let us start actually, like until Nigerians put two and two together and realize that the God of what's their guy again, whoever those two pastors are, is not coming for them. Let's just stay where we are. But this whole thing of trying to blame somebody or telling somebody to, I think, put their body for these people, for us, I beg, let's not do it. We're not worth it, at least right now. So I'll come back. My children are calling me.
Okay, thank you very much, Icon.
Can I
heard what sorry.
Naughty, hold on a minute. Let's
Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So I was going to say, Icon, I know there was, I don't know, maybe you missed some of my submissions. Did anybody criticize Peter Obi? Maybe I wasn't listening when the person was, but personally, my own thing is not even about election. I'm not interested in election. And it's not about
I think she was referring to African that African guy that spoke earlier on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so me, I just need to clear my own part.
The one Caribbean requested.
Okay, I just need to clear my own part because she mentioned my name, right? So my own thing is, I'm not interested in election. Nothing they happen with election for Nigeria. And I one party state. If we want to fold our hand and be looking at it become a one party state, I no get problem. Only me not go fight, right? My own be say there are ways to protest without putting your body on the line. Everybody should sit it out. Sit down for house, not participate in the society. That's one very, very effective way. But who I be now? I'm just one small somebody talking from somewhere. Oh, sorry, feedback from I'm streaming it. So in case you're hearing the feedback, please don't be angry. So, so basically for me, it's not about election. I'm not interested. Nigeria needs Jerry Rawlings first to come and cleanse the place before we can even have any sensible election. And I also said it's good that Nigerians are going through what they are going through because Nigerians averagely are wicked people.
But Fiji, you think like Jerry Rawlings is what we need? He won't survive.
We need a cleansing of some sort.
Tell the story.
But guess what?
I tell my Ghanaian friends, if what JJ did in Ghana, if he tried it in Nigeria, he won't survive the next day to tell the story. Nigeria is a different place altogether.
Well, whatever it's going to take, it doesn't even have to be Jerry. I'm just for cleansing. The ground needs to be. Sorry, Wigwe. Once I say Wigwe. Hey God, I beg you. Sorry, Carigwe, not verse. So see, my own now. The ground needs to be. We know they see what they happen for. I know we know they see the mayhem where they happen for Nigeria every day. How do you build on that kind of thing? How can you build on a foundation like nothing go grow? No matter how well-meaning you are, it will not grow. It's not a curse. It not go grow. That's my own. Any cleaning, because Jerry Rawlings did cleansing in Ghana, it may not work, but that's not the only name when I feel used. Because only in the recent history times when you do cleansing for people, for the ground. Anyway, let me use listen to other people.
What
is Ghana working?
About no, wait first. What you said about that guy, if he comes to Nigeria, that he won't survive. The question we should ask ourselves now is, how is Sowore surviving?
No, we're talking about
that's
different. Those are two different people. We're talking about what? Hold on, Naughty.
Can anybody hear me?
Naughty, hang on. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hang on a second. So we're talking about the kind of purge or cleansing that we're talking. I mean, this guy came back twice. He did it for the first time. He came back second time. We're so ethnically divided. The tribal ethnic tension in Nigeria is, my goodness, is deeper than deep. You get what I'm saying? I mean, we had something similar, right? 1966, right? And look at how that turned out. Those guys barely had room to even breathe before there was a counter coup by the likes of T.Y. Danjuma then. They came back wiping out like everybody, including Iransi, went for it. And then led to 1967, where we had the civil war, right? So it's, look, how are you? I don't even want to explore that, but that's what I meant by what is the, Jimmy was touching on that. What is the ethnicity of the person that is leading it? Where is he coming from? How many people is he carrying along? Who are the people on his team? Like, Nigeria is too big for the kind of, what happened with Ghana. Nigeria is too, we're bigger than that. It's a complex hydra-headed monster. That's just what it is. And as there's no getting around that ethnic issue. Why do you go on? Was a candidate for that very reason, because he was from the Middle Belt. That was why he was chosen at that moment in time in our history. That was why Gowan was chosen, because he was from the Middle Belt and a Christian.
Sorry, and then he put his Igbo babe aside though to continue what he wanted to do.
It was just a convenient choice, right? It was just a convenient choice. It's not a southerner, it's not a northerner. Okay, so let's just go with this guy. I am not making him a hero. I'm not making a hero out of him. That is not. I am not in support of go on. I will never be. I'm just saying that those are the facts. Those are the facts. The people who played this chess at the time, they were mindful of the ongoing environment, the ethnic tension, and they felt, okay, this guy, I think till today, remains the youngest ever head of state we ever had. So, anyways, let's just move on.
I wanted to add to that like when they call it the Igbo coup, they also forget to say that it was an Igbo man that stopped it. And Aguironsi, if you go and read and watch the documentaries, is that he now tried to surround himself with Hausa people, to reassure them that, you understand, like, we are one. And they still turned around and killed him. So that's just how complex Nigeria is.
I agree with you. It's beyond the complexity. I don't want this to derail into the Igbo versus the Yoruba thing, because it seems like we can't always get around it. Or North versus South, or the tribal thing. But to the point you just made, there's also the accusation that Gowon did not do anything about the coup plotters. Which was a major issue within the military, right? You arrested them or whatever, but you didn't do anything about them. Let's not forget the people who died. This is just an objective perspective from somebody who does not belong in both camps, neither of the camps. Let's just not forget that as the coup went on, we killed the Prime Minister, Tafawa Balewa, a Northerner. We killed the
You are who killed them?
No, hang on, Jimmy. The premier of Northern Region, Hamadu Bello. We killed.
Tudo, you keep saying we killed. We are who killed them?
I not follow. I know Jay. Jimmy. Tudo.
They killed Ladoke Akitola, right? The premier of Western Region. They killed Fajui, Adekunle Fajui, who actually held his ground with Ironsi, I believe, at the time. They spared, let's talk about the people they spared. They spared Michael Okpara, premier of Eastern Region, the Eastern Region governor at the time. They spared, Okotieba was killed, finance minister. And just so happens that the president of the country, Zeke, traveled outside of the country at the time. And what's his name? The acting president, Orizu Nwafo, was spared. So you look at that picture, the optics. There are explanations for all of these things. Why Okpara was spared because of the visiting.
Why do you
Whatever.
think it was spared? I was going to ask that question. Why do you
Well,
think it was spared?
there's a story that the Archbishop or whatever was visiting.
Is that the real reason? Because
I don't know, Jimmy.
All the people that were killed, they fought back, right? All the people that were killed, they fought back.
Jimmy, I'm just reporting the facts here. Okay,
No, and I'm agreeing with you. Okay, for instance,
I don't want to. I don't want
the finance
to make
minister actually fought back. He was shooting back at them. Ladoke Akintola had a mini Uzi. He had two Akibo, and he was shooting back at them. And they wanted to actually arrest him, but he said it wasn't going down without a fight, and that was what ended to the gunfight exchange. So maybe because they were fighting back, maybe that was why they killed them.
Well, I don't know. I'm just reporting. At the end of the day, this was the outcome of that whole episode. And when that happened, the counter coup plotters used that outcome, and judging also the fact that Ironsi did not necessarily punish or do anything to the plotters. So the counter coup plotters came and basically wiped out, you know who, from the military to whatever. So look, I am not convinced that's the route we should go. I'm not. Again, these are just our historical facts, and let's just call it what it is. I would never say it's an Igboku. I have never said that. I've had several spaces on this topic. I would never call it. I think it's stupid to call it that. But if you look at the optics, it's just very disturbing when you look at it. I don't think that we need a savior in Nigeria, one man that should come and save us. I think I agree with Karigwe and what everybody has been saying. Nigerians themselves need to rise up. Okay, it should be a people-driven. We are more mature, way more mature than one guy to show up, and they're going to be at the mercy of one guy. It should be a people-driven movement. I don't know what is going to spark it. I don't know what's going to bring it about, but that's what we need. That's what we need. All right, let's move forward.
Yeah, we'll move forward. In as much as I agree with you 100%, but the reason why that's not going to happen is because we don't have this definition of patriotism. Someone reached out to me in my DM. The person is not a Nigerian, but very, very interested in the Nigerian politics and watching Nigeria, get better. And the person was saying, we need someone that can step out, a leader that will go out there and the people will go after him. And the person used MLK, Martin Luther King, as an example, which is, compelling enough. But guess what? Americans, they know what patriotism is. The citizens, they understand what patriotism is. So it's an orientational thing. The Nigerian people don't understand. They don't. They believe if they will even be telling you, tobacco, okugbe, Sahara, things like that. It's quite demoralizing. So the person is listening. I just want them to know that we Nigerians, we don't understand patriotism. We prefer dying for our tribe, our religion. We don't understand that our country comes first. Until we start putting the country first before our tribe and religion, we will not move forward in that country. Back to you, Tudo.
All right, thanks, guys. Let's continue here. Metaphor, quick one from you, and then we'll go to Chris. I see the pending request, guys. Give me some time. I'll pull you guys up. Metaphor, quick one. Jump in.
Okay, thank you, Tudo. I think Will E, the gentleman Will E, was trying to ask me a question before. Will E, are you there?
Oh, yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Will E, I can't remember your question.
The fact, I think he was saying that from everything you can see, state capture, all of our instruments of governance, institutions, whatever. What's the word I'm looking for now? As they've been hijacked by this administration, obviously. So, what is the recourse here? What should we do? You are suggesting to go the legal route, to go the normal route, and it doesn't seem to be working. What is the next line of action? Right? Will, am I correct so far?
Yeah, the last hope of any country,
judiciary,
or yes, the anchor. There's bad people everywhere, right? There's corrupt people everywhere, anywhere in the world. What keeps people in check is the law, the constitution, the judiciary, right? So since that last anchor has been hijacked. People, I think some of you still don't understand the deep, deep, or the level of defeat Nigeria is right now. So, but the thing is that since that last anchor has been hijacked also, do you think that it is possible to actually take power away from these people in a gentlemanly manner or the way you spoke about it? Is that possible, knowing how criminally minded these guys are? So that was my question to you.
All right. Well, look, Tudo, I think you already answered the question. So I'm not even going to add to what you said. The power is in the hands of the people, and if all else has failed, the people ought to rise up and take their government back. Simple as that. And that's why I do not concur with any argument that Peter Obi ought to lead anybody out anywhere. If those millions of people that voted for Peter Obi thought that their votes were stolen from them, they ought to come out on the street and do something about it. It is government of the people, by the people and for the people. Okay? It's the people that define their government, that decide who their government is. And if people have decided this is the government they want, and it's not given to them, it's those people that will come out and take their government back, not the person that they chose to be in government. So if I was even Peter Obi's advice, I would have told him not to move an inch. I didn't say anything. Those people that chose him are the people that are responsible to ensure that their vote is not stolen. He's just a candidate. When did Peter Obi ever even tell anybody that he's desperate to be Nigeria president? Okay, well, look, it's in the hands of Nigerians. If Nigerians have not been pushed to shove, then they are essentially just saying that they've not gotten to that brink yet. Let me quickly say this. Many people have left Peter Obi to Showore, not particularly because Peter Obi have not come out to lead anything, but particularly because of the experience they've had with the obedience. And that is the truth. So let's hit the real issue on the head. The obedience chased a lot of people out, away from Peter Obi. Not because Showore is running all over the place. We've all known Showore now. Showore has been an activist for a long time. Okay, well, today I need to go to bed now because I got work tomorrow. But
All right.
let me just say that ultimately, if like I have some suggestions that I think we could use. 2027 is still a little bit further away, but I don't like giving this suggestion in a public space. The suggestion I think can work and it will help make a difference in 2027. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Real quick, I said something. Hold on, guys. I when I was explaining the what took place in 1966, I sort of conflated the counter coup with the original coup. So yes, what the question Jimmy asked me, Michael Okpara was the premier of the Eastern region, and he was spared, and the reason was that at the time there was the visiting head of state of Cyprus, Archbishop Makarios was the name. He was the guest at the time of the coup, but also what happened was that after the head of state departed, as soon as Makarios departed, returned to Cyprus, Okpara was arrested. So that is the fact I left out. Secondly, I talked about the killing of Fajui. That happened in the counter coup when Ironsi was a guest of Fajui at the time. So I just wanted to fix that real quick. All right, let's continue, guys. Thank you.
Sorry,
I think Chris
I
is meant
wanted
to go.
Okay, Feji, go ahead. Yeah.
So can you guys hear me?
Yeah, Feji,
go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to quickly say, Meta is gone. I wanted to say, I think sometimes we're not considering the position of the Nigerian citizens themselves, who have suffered greatly and have been greatly divided. I'm not saying that we should have pity on them, but I do know that there's a scenario. There was a scenario where after the election, there were people who were ready to come out, and you had the elders coming out and saying, "No, they should take it. They should calm down first. Calm down first." I don't know if anybody else remember that. I just want to put it out there because every time I feel like we heap on a lot on the Nigerian citizen, forgetting that these are the people who are suffering this even more than us that we're speaking. They don't have food. They can't go to their farms. There's insecurity. They can't even pay their children's fees. They can't sustain their jobs. The roads are terrible. They stand the chance of getting kidnapped. The chances now have increased to almost 90% of kidnapping. If you come out of your house and you come back, then maybe some miracle happened. That's all I'm gonna say.
All
Yeah,
right.
you're right. You're right. Definitely. Sorry, before Chris jumps in, these are just barriers that hinders the progress in that country. And until people start standing on their grounds, as I've been saying, they use religion, they use uh elders, they use tribe, to discourage the people. So it has to do with morality, orientation. We need to start reorientating ourselves. We need to explain to the people the definition of patriotism. People need to understand that being a patriot means there is nothing anyone can tell you. You still stand your ground, no matter how old the person is. Even though I don't care, even if they were the after party after Moses, parted the Red Sea. It has nothing to do with you knowing right from wrong. So they come. I mean, traditionally, people respect their elders in the Yoruba land. But you see, the moment you break those barriers, when you start letting them know, when you come and talk bullshit, they will insult you. Get the hell out of the way. People need to start breaking those barriers. When our parents think they know it all. We were brought up in a society whereby we don't question. It's whatever they tell us, and that's what we do. We need to start breaking those barriers. We need to start standing on our grounds and saying, this is wrong. Our parents doesn't mean they're always right. It's been happening for a very long time, doesn't mean it's right. It is time to start saying right is right, wrong is wrong, no matter how long it's been going. And we need to start doing that. Orientation. Let the people know. That way we build what we call patriotism, and the people know what patriotism is. That way, when they go out, P2P would be the one to join them. But they should not be expecting a leader. In a sane society, MLK will go out there, people will go after him. That is patriotism. They believe in it. It's a culture. Their country comes first before their tribe. Otherwise, Nigeria cannot move forward. All right, Chris, you've been waiting a long time. Jump in, my brother.
Okay, thanks. Can you hear me?
Crystal, go ahead.
Thanks, Jay. Just to continue that talking point, so most Nigerians don't even understand what loyalty is. You are the one who is on ground. But the truth is, if you take a poll here, I think most of us here are diasporans, right? You are the one who is on ground. You are the one who can pay transportation to work. You are the one who is hungry, but yet you go to the comment section and call to the vermin because Tudo says that you don't understand what loyalty is. Your prayer shouldn't be to Tinubu. Your loyalty shouldn't be to him. Your allegiance shouldn't be to him. It should be to the land, that you call yours. But unfortunately, we don't have Nigerians who understand that. They don't understand what loyalty to country means. So they get stuck in this infinity um, um, rat race, like the sign on Tinubu's cap, and they think that they are being loyal to Tinubu because of party affiliations, tribal affiliations, and all of that. So, look, it's a clusterfuck, right? Don't even know where to start from or to start to make Nigerians act right because we don't even have. I'm not sure that we have active citizens. I'm not sure we have Nigerians who understand what active citizenry means, and there gives you the indication of why these people have bastardized our education for so long that we don't even have Nigerians who are like educated to the teeth to understand what in the constitution, to even understand what democracy is. So I don't look, we don't have Nigerians egotists. So no matter what, um, look, in fact, I came up to say that we should stop all this analyzing. We're analyzing too much. Some of us are, trying to be too politically correct. And I'm not trying to cast a slur on anybody's profession. With metaphor in mind, or any profession at all. But this is not the time to come and be sounding smart. This is not the time to come and be analyzing. Keep your fucking statistics in your annals. This is not the time to come and be showing me the red lines or X and Y axis or why your head has Adidas stripes. I don't even get. I know saying at this point in time. Look, our parents did this. They analyze shit to the teeth. Where are we now? And we're doing the same thing and we had children that we are bringing up, right? Jimmy, I wanted to ask you a question. Can a hungry man steal? An hungry man, do you think an hungry man
Of
can
course.
steal? So there
Of
you go.
course.
There you go. You told everyone here that an hungry man might not have the strength to go out, but an hungry man can, have the strength to put brain power to work and plan on how to steal. Look, if you're hungry and you can go steal, you can go out to also do anything to make sure you stop that hunger. So I think we should stop making up excuses for this one. I'm not trying to say that that's what you're doing, Jimmy. I understand where you're coming from, and it is true. I understand, but I'm only saying there is also that possibility that an hungry man could go out to steal. So if you can steal, the hungry man should, channel that energy into saving his life. And if he cannot save his family's life or save other people's life. People died for them to get here. People died at the toll gate, right? So if we're one of those who died, I'm not sure your spirit will be happy, given how Nigerians are going about this thing. A few days ago, I made a tweet and I was like, look, I think it's come to the point, and I think I'm this close, and when I say this, I represented it with like a full stop. And I'm that close to, turning my back against Nigeria like forever. I know given, see, I'll just be following my EPL, just be watching my Arsenal. Anytime you're hungry me, I'll travel, go London, go watch match. I can do it 4 times a year. Nobody they pay my bills for me. Understand? My family is okay. I can decide that, no, yo, it's enough. I know, fuck Nigeria. You get, but people came to my DM, people came to my WhatsApp and were like, saying things. But look, it's close to that point, and I think I gave it a heading like, look, it's not worth it, and I think someone mentioned it as well. It's not worth it. Don't go and die for Nigeria, because if you die for Nigeria, it's Sarah. Sorry, nobody go put green, white, green flag on your coffin. I'm sorry. If you die, you waste your life. It's not worth it. Don't go and die for Nigeria. And me, I am done. Anything, come and donate for, even if it is Peter will be next election. I'm not donating shit. I am done. This Edo election was the one that draw the final line on the sand, right? I'm not donating anything again to any fucking election, right? Don't Nobody should come and meet me and say donate. No outreach, no 1 million man, 10 billion march crew from Timbuktu to here and back. I know they do that shit again. No, they ever happen. But if you come to meet me and say, Chris, let's come and donate money to buy, see, I don't give a fuck who's listening here, to buy AK-47, to buy grenade, to do homemade shakabula. I'm game. I'm game. Trudeau, I don't give a fuck. Look, it has gotten to that point. If you say na scatter for scatter, right? I need to, even APC, I want to go and join them to learn how they're doing shit. Look, it is this is time to scatter. More so we no get country again. If it's grenade for grenade, I come. Bomb for bomb, I come. Gun for gun, AK-47, AK-55 for AK-99, I come. Everybody 99 millimeter, we are there. We go bomb
Okay.
everything. Don't give a fuck. No concern me to do. We'll scatter everything. APC for APC, big bomb bomb for big bomb bomb. We'll
Yeah.
come. We'll scatter everything.
Yeah. Trudeau, are you listening to
In
this? It has
Let me
gotten
Jesus'
to this.
name we
let me finish. Let me finish,
pray.
Jimmy. Let me finish. Concern me. See, Luz, I have lost a lot of money. I was taking my account statement from when Stephen opened space to start, racking money in for. I even did giveaway. I don't know, Jimmy, if you remember that giveaway that I gave people chicken during Easter. I check my statement of account 3.8. I'm like 3.8. If I carry this 3.8, go to buy land for Nigeria. I know what I will take and do. That money is not with me. If you ask me now, I prefer that money should be in my account. But I used it. What I get for Edo State? Idiots, motherfuckers, I want to try to save their life. They go, they share their vote. May they chop their vote. Now they will suffer on two fronts. You will suffer APC for national. You will suffer APC for state level. Fuck, try by this thing. They Santon. See where they are now. Is it better now? And I say to PDP people, and I know some of my very good people. Yeah, even Feji supported us, and I'm asking all of us. Feji says, Feji, is this one even better for us now? The APC is there. Why didn't you even couldn't work
You're
together?
asking me, did I put him there? I beg, hold your side. May I hold my side? No, let us scatter this place together. My body they hot too. If na Esan, did I put him there? Now the best candidate I vote for. So guess what? You hold your side, you vote for your candidate I vote for. No, remember we not scatter this place. Everybody hold your hand.
Monday spoke English and said he has the good intention.
Let them be enjoying the good intention now.
English,
I know
but
them.
he's going to move. He has plans.
Let everybody in Edo State test it. Now, what do we want? Now we get simple.
Exactly.
More rest. Whether we like it or not, people are dying anyway. They are dying every day. So here, move for our hands.
That's what I am trying to say. Like that is what we get. That's what I'm trying to say. We got what we wanted
if
to
we
get
don't
for
move,
ourselves.
if we don't move past this turn by turn politics,
Okay. All right. Let's move along. Let's move along quickly. Chris, quickly.
So I was only saying that look, no money from my pocket to come again for being politically correct. I know how much I spent to do boots on the ground before we started having people support us. All those things are stopped. Man, I need money for my own self right now. So I won't buy new PS5. My little nephew don't collect my PS5. And I think it is high time, right, that we channeled, it's like Nigeria, Nigerians rather, we have this ability to adapt to anything. So I think we should channel that our abilities into civil disobedience because people no one die, right? And there have so many ways to protest. Guy, no pay your bill. If NEPA cut your light, me they there. By the time NEPA no get money to run company again, NEPA self go complain to federal government. If you no go work, make the work there. Civil disobedience, anything. If you see all those what do you call it? All those vans like that belongs to print media where they move their newspaper, collect the newspaper, burn now. Like stop anything, stop people. If you see Coca-Cola, they come, stop the truck. My older brother told me that there was one time he went to that there was one time when they were in school, they see 7-Up truck. So all those things, they happen again. I mean, they don't get people like my older brother again. I beg job. Nigeria should get the fuck.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry you feel that way, Chris, but yeah, it is what it is.
He will be here again tomorrow. Leave that. Me said, don't shout. All of us don't shout or the shout, not be today. So leave that thing. Chris will come back.
Nigeria is a country we all hate to love. We move it.
Yeah, but
I've always said, guys,
hold on.
Guys, please, can you people hold on, please? I have always said that all of us were in an abusive relationship with Nigeria. Stockholm syndrome, they worry all of us. One day you hate Nigeria, the next minute you are in love with Nigeria. You hate to love that country.
I disagree with you too. It's not Stockholm syndrome. It's just the fact that it's just the fact that we keep seeing things happening that are not right, but we have to talk about it.
No, I'm speaking to the idea that Chris is giving up. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, giving up.
Yeah.
No, I mean it's that one is normal. You need some break.
Don't worry.
Just go off.
You'll come back to your ex, Chris. Your ex will be waiting for you.
I'm not coming back. And if I come back, Feji, and this is my position going forward. The money I am saving now is to make Oka and local
who send you to go they donate money? Not be you get plenty money. When you send me that money, me I take back correct this thing. I beg you.
What is your shoe size?
I will DM you my shoe size. I'll do you. No, let not shout at too long. I'll DM you.
All right. Guys, we gotta move on here.
Yeah, I see some people joining Oga Teke doesn't speak. He hardly speaks. So this is a way in collect mic. I don't say he won't give us autos.
All right.
But Chris, Tudo, regarding what you said, you talking about someone having the ability to steal. Yeah, I totally agree with you. And that boils down to what I meant by, um, being patriotic. You see, it's totally seen as a misplaced of priority. If you're patriotic, and you want to steal, you can steal something that would make you a hero. Steal, um, steal. Dino Miraye's car, break into his house, do something that people will know, yeah, you're doing it, to favor the Nigerian people. Steal something that people will be like, yes, this is like stealing from the rich and giving the poor, right? But there's no patriotism. And the people will rather die, they will rather hang themselves in public or to seek for sympathy than, someone burned, lit themselves up in flame in the Arab Spring. They did that simply because they wanted people to understand that, look, they are tired of this. But our Nigerian people, they, rather than doing something that would, rile up the people to let them know this is what is going on, they would rather die in silence. And it's sad. Patriotic is far away from the Nigerian people. Patriotic Nigerians are not even the patriotic ones. Most of us are in diaspora, to be honest, and we're in a system that works. So going back to Nigeria, well, when most of us left Nigeria, it wasn't like that. So you in Nigeria, you allowed it to get fucked up like that. Maybe if you fix it, we'll come back. So you hold us a better Nigeria, because when we're living, we didn't leave Nigeria like this.
All right.
Back to you today.
You know what they say? You get more patriotic the moment you leave your country.
No,
That's the
Tudo,
way-
I was a
that's the way
patriotic
it
Nigeria. They
usually works.
pursued me. I was a
Eh?
patriotic Nigeria. They told me that it's either I stop or join them or I die. Yeah, I could carry the small money where I get. Come out now.
Yeah, all right. Let's move forward. So, for the guys that I just pulled up, please, I need you to indicate if you want to speak. Otherwise, I might need to drop you because I have a lot of pending requests. So, just for the guys that just pulled up, just indicate, put your hand up. Otherwise, I may need to drop you. All right.
So some of them are calling in from the computer. You might want to mention that,
Okay.
like if they're calling from the computer, they should let you
Yeah.
know, because you're not able to raise your
Okay.
hand when you
Yeah,
call
if
in
you
from
if you
there.
are using a desktop or whatever, just you can unmute and let me know, because sometimes you can't wave or raise your hand. Use any of the icons, but otherwise, sometimes people request the mic just to come and chill with us.
I can't wave. I just want to
Okay.
let you know that.
All right, Anikan,
No
I hear you. I see you. All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for letting me know. All right, let's continue here. For the guys that are pending, please be patient. I will pull you guys up very, very momentarily. Um, Justice. 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 Oh,
Yes, my brother. I'm listening.
go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak once again. Um, this is another timely event. And I want to thank you and the organizers of this space for bringing it up. I believe you can hear me.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. I jumped onto this space when Iconoza was speaking, and she absolutely spoke my mind. And the next person was Chris. Chris, you are not the only one on that table right now. As for me, Tudo, I have made it clear, democracy is absolutely dead in Nigeria. There is no need beating about the bush. It is very clear that even Nigerians themselves are not ready. Yes, I heard your monologue, Tudo, or when you were talking about, the Nigerian spirit and the ability of Nigerians to still reinvent themselves and come out. The issue, the problem is that we are all cowards. You see how we are gathered on this space now? That's all we do. We just gather on the space, talk about our problems, but nobody is a radical. Nobody is really ready to do anything. And the moment you start to, engage in that avenue that radicalizes people to act, because the problem with Nigeria now is we are not able to act. Then you see forces of family, you see so many people. I blocked my entire lineage from this particular app
because I had enough of, oh no, you can't be wherever you are and then you are inciting us and telling us the things we're supposed to do. Tudo, I'm telling you this because you know,
my brother, congratulations. You're not the only one. You're not alone.
Yes. I blocked everybody. Let everybody get out. I'm the only one on this space. So yes, I can also Chris, my brother, you're not the only one. As far as I am concerned, democracy is freaking dead in Nigeria. And yes, whether we want to accept it or not, whether Tudo wants to accept it or not, the only way out is a military action. The only way out is a military action. As far as I am concerned.
Let us clap for justice.
As far as I'm concerned.
Preach.
As far as I am concerned, whether the person comes from Bayelsa State, or the person comes from Sokoto, or the person comes from Ekiti State, or the person comes from Imo or Enugu, nobody really cares at this point. The system has collapsed. So we need people, somebody, he has to be a Nigerian. He has to be a Nigerian. Nobody really knows. You know, nobody cares. Tudo talks about how deep tribalism is. Yes, but at some point, you will notice that Nigerians unite over something. Nigerians unite over somebody that just stops the bleeding. When Nigeria scores goal, nobody remembers who scores the goal, which tribe it comes from. Everybody celebrates goal. Look at what is happening in Rivers State. Somebody came on a podium, whether he was high or not, and said, I will put fire in their states for daring to interfere with what's happening in Rivers State, right? Somebody said that. The security agencies didn't call him to order. The intelligence agencies did nothing about it. And today, we are seeing the third tier of government, the local government in that state, go up in flames, each and every one of them. And Tudo is telling me tribe. Tudo, you are telling me tribe. Which tribe is Rivers State? You are telling me, oh, who is going to lead it? Listen, it has happened. Chris was speaking and I was bleeding in my heart. Because if you give a human being in Nigeria 3.5 or 4 million naira, the person will know what to do with it. But no, he chose to be a patriotic citizen and then invested that money encouraging his brothers, his own people in Edo State to do the right thing. What did he get in return? They were selling their votes for 10,000, 15,000, 5,000. And you say there are people that are redeemable. No, we don't have democracy in Nigeria. As far as I'm concerned, I am done. I am done with everything democracy in Nigeria. It is a charade. It's not working. And when things are not working, you have to bleed, stop the bleeding. First of all, make everybody calm down. Restore rule of law and order. The only people that can restore order right now is the military. Whether you people like it or not, this is my opinion. Whether the person comes from Kaduna, whether the person comes from Biu, whether the person comes from Jos, whether the person comes from Otueke, provided he's a military person, to stop this bleeding that is happening in Nigeria right now. First of all, you don't even know where the president is. He has left the country. He's releasing statements from several sources and several spokespersons talking about what is happening in Nigeria from abroad. And you want us to believe that there's somebody in charge. You have a minister who is already rabid. He has gone out of control. He can't even control himself. A subunit, subnational, a government of a state is almost in chaos. There's kidnapping everywhere. There is banditry everywhere. People are suffering every day. So where do you expect the ordinary Nigerian to get succor from? How are they going to take? How you get on the streets there? You are shot by security agencies. Police is withdrawing their presence in a state, in local government. So it obviously tells you that there is breakdown of law and order. That is what it is. Police is saying no, our hands no day for what is happening in Rivers State. So what else are you looking for? What are the other flashpoints you're looking for to confirm that Nigeria is a failed state? And when it is a failed state, what do you do? I was listening to some senior military officers under Joe Biden. While Joe Biden was there present, he was screaming on top of his voice that the military does not take orders from any president, any king, any ruler, anything. That the military only subjects itself to the constitution of the country. How else? What else is remaining to happen in Nigeria? Is it until somebody beheads another person on the streets, then we will know that Nigeria democracy has failed? So let nobody come here and tell me, oh, let us go use the rule of law. The same court, the same useless court that is giving nonsense judgments up and down, you know, the same useless court. Don't tell me that if that is your profession, well, it's okay. But for now, we need to stop the bleeding. There is nothing else that is happening in Nigeria except anarchy. And somebody needs to step up right now, wherever that person comes from. North, south, east, west, we don't care whether it's a coalition. Take the country and stop this bleeding. Thank you very much. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Justice. So I'll give you this. All of the time, all of the successive government, they did one thing. You could see that they strove for this national cohesion, national unity, compared to what we have seen since we installed democracy from 1999 till today. In fact, it's gotten worse. So I'm imagining under the current climate of this bigotry thing that is going on, if it was the military, they will shut it down. I mean, that I can vouch for. They will shut it down. I grew up in a military family, and I know what I'm talking about. We all witnessed it. For those who are old enough to be alive during those years, the military will. That's one thing that I think is going on for the military. There is this thing about that national spirit, striving for national cohesion and all of that. But it seems, and they are the ones that actually strive the best to implement the federal character component of our constitution. As opposed to, you see a president come in and then he packs all his people there, and then the next one comes in, he packs all his people there. So yeah, I do agree with you. But again, I'm holding out on the whole idea of a military takeover. I'm not sold on that idea yet. But I hear your argument.
Not even the state of which it is in right now, which when we know that they are even what's it called? They have this Boko Haram that they forgiven and take on as allegedly.
Yeah. You mean the
You
repentant?
understand?
The repentant?
The repentant. Exactly.
Oh,
We
yeah,
can't
that's a
even
great
have
point.
that.
So maybe some of us are confusing the military of the olden days.
Yes, we are
We are
romanticizing the
romanticizing the military. There
military
you go. Great
then
point.
that had the
Tudo, there's
principles.
something you need to understand. If a military man has that patriotic spirit that he wants to save Nigeria, he will take over power and also purge the military of those idiots. I know that. I know that.
How would we know who's taking over?
I don't even understand. This current military we have.
Exactly. Please.
Nothing. Hang on. We'll come to you. All right. Just put your hand up. All right. Let's continue, guys. Let's continue. So, for those who just joined, once again, we're talking about electoral integrity in Nigeria, dead or alive. If it's a sure path to to real change, or are we just being naive here? Especially considering the state hijack that we're seeing going on. There seems to be a strategic plan to turn Nigeria into a single party state, from what we've seen so far and from recent elections. But there is a ray of hope from what Mr. Sim Fubara just pulled off. On this space today, somebody just used Fubara as a verb. Maybe Nigeria needs to Fubara the situation. Maybe that's what we need. We need somebody.
Yeah, we need to simmer.
We need to simmer and Fubara the situation.
Fubara the situation. You need to simmer. So whatever it is,
that's what we need.
So whatever it is, simmer means to you, that's your wahala. But we need to simmer and Fubara the situation.
And Fubara the situation. So, anyways, Fubara seems like, I think it captured the sentiment of the average Nigerian the fact that this man stood up to the establishment. And by all indications, he won. He won. He won. He won fair and square, at least for now. For now, we don't know what the response of the government will be. There's already chaos that's ensuing. Also, this might sound redundant, but I have to say it. I report the facts. So there's a conflict going on with the Justice Peter Lifu ruling on granting, basically overriding the autonomy of state governments to primarily run local government elections and sort of giving that window for INEC to come in. We know there's an existing bill, National Assembly, for the creation of the commission, the National Independent Local Government Electoral Commission, which will sort of come in and override the constitutional authority and autonomy of SIECs, which is the State Independent Electoral Commissions. All right, because based on the provisions of the Electoral Act of 2022 and the 1999 constitutions, local government elections are strictly under the purview of state governments. But now the federal government is trying to hijack that power by shopping around for all these rulings and trying to suspend the autonomy of states in running their own local government elections. Number two, the elections went ahead as well, and the FRSC, Federal Road Safety Commission chairman, who also doubles as the River State Independent Electoral Commission chairman, announced that the election was generally peaceful. It was peaceful. It was nobody died. Nothing happened. We never needed your security, Mr. IG Egbetogun. We are fine by ourselves. So all these things are talking about, oh, the police cannot guarantee safety. What are you insinuating? Who said we needed safety? From what exactly? So it begs a lot of questions. Also, the problem with that ruling, and which is why lawyers in the country, constitutional lawyers, are now calling on the NJC to step in, to censure the justice. Because by making that ruling, you jeopardize what just happened in states like Imo, I believe, Anambra State, which Sim Fubara alluded to in that video. That why is River State different? You allow these local government elections to be run in these other states nicely, fairly, squarely. No, it didn't make national. Some of us didn't even know that they had elections. He didn't make national headlines, except when it comes to River State, which means there is something there. There is someone there. We all know who, the elephant in the room, whose vested interest, is being served here. And it seems to me this person is wielding their office and their influence to micromanage the politics of the state. So that's what we're dealing with at the moment. That's the background to the story. It's a mess. In my opinion, I think it's a constitutional crisis, and I think it continues to dovetail the ongoing conversation about restructuring in Nigeria. We are ripe for that conversation. It has to be had, because if we don't have that conversation and we don't do it decisively, we will continue to have situations like this. All right, let's continue with the conversation. Thank you all for joining this space. Quick one from you, Will, and
Yeah,
we'll
bro.
go to Teke next.
Yeah. Yeah. So I got listening, and just a quick one before I make my other point. So I see Nigerians have gotten to that point where they kind of wanting the military to kind of come reset things or probably take over power or something of that sort. You understand? So this is, how do I put it? This is the kind of thing that happens when people get really, really frustrated. So they start looking at the other side of the devil and, start comparing two evils or two devils, which one would be better off or something of that nature. First of all, to begin with, the kind of military we have now they don't seem like they are interested in such thing. It's kind of a spoilt military, or should I say a jebo military.
Perhaps they're well fed.
They are well fed, they're making a lot of money, those in the political whatever are making sure they are cashing out.
Why be a hero? Why be a hero when you are chopping?
Exactly, when you are chopping, they are chopping from them, chopping from the so-called bandits and everything. That's why they are not even looking for the bandits, because it's all business at the end of the day. And then on the other side, seriously, we have to be careful what we wish for or what we want in a quest for us to kind of rebuild Nigeria whatsoever. There's advantage to military, of course. You have all this insecurity. If the military are in power, they wouldn't want that to their name. They will quickly, quench the whole thing. All this banditry and terrorism will end with the speed of light, and that's a fact. So there's advantage to the military and all that. But sincerely speaking, nothing trumps human rights. And when it comes to human rights abuse, no one does that better than the military. They will abuse, like you think you think human rights are being abused in democracy right now. If the military if they take over power, it's gonna skyrocket times 100, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. They rule by decree. There's nothing anybody can do about it. We just protest and complain. If you complain too much, they will just, quench you off overnight, kill you or whatsoever.
Sorry to interject, but the best things we've had in this country was during the military era.
That's what I'm saying.
The best education.
If you listen carefully
time
to
was
me,
during
I
the
said they have their good side, right? So I'm not just talking blindly. I'm just saying that they have that bad side which trumps every other good side. And I said nothing. For me, I don't know of you, I don't know of any other person. For me, nothing trumps human rights. Human rights is at the top of the list for me. So the moment you take the rights of people away or abuse people's rights grossly, then I'm done. Yeah, no, shouldn't be there.
Before we move on, many will say, okay, now you have democracy. Where are your so-called rights?
Though it's those that haven't experienced the military regime. If you have, then you would know that, look, I know, of course, there's human rights abuse now, but it's nowhere to be compared. Tudor, you know what I'm talking about. It's nowhere to be compared to what happens under the military. And that's a fact.
Because
and if you don't know,
the military will do
you say?
Is to sustain. Now we see our constitution, we see our
my
God
brother,
giving
you
ruling.
won't even have
They will
anything like that. No national,
that's the
nothing.
Martial law all the way.
They're not gonna understand. So that's just the thing. So that's just putting that one side. So just let me quickly say this. I think
okay, real quick.
There's something. What's her name? Feji said. She.
I can't hear anyone again. Let me go down and come back.
Sure.
Please. I don't know.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. She talked about like crashing the whole thing and just rebuilding from the scratch or something of that nature. So like I think at some point, seriously, somehow it seems like that's just what is kind of required now or something of that nature. So but if you look at Nigeria, seriously, there's a serious moral decay in Nigeria, like serious moral decay. So and like I mentioned initially, where this thing got to hit me hard, where I knew that Nigeria is in serious trouble, is when we lost the judiciary. When the Nigerian judiciary finally fell to this whole corruption thing, that they finally got captured. That was when I knew that it's like game over. You understand? So it's a serious problem. It seems like a dilemma, but seriously, at some point, Nigerians will have no choice. Like Ahmed Dati, people need to go listen to that man again. Dati Baba Ahmed, right? He said everything. He said that the moment they inaugurate Tinubu, the moment they swear him into power on that May 29, that it is over for democracy in Nigeria. That the moment the judiciary upholds that fraudulent election, clearly fraudulent election and everything, that it is over. And it's playing out before our eyes. So at the end of the day, our eyes now, our focus should be on how to, that's for me though, what I think. Our judiciary needs to, there should be eyes on the judiciary in a way. If the judiciary is not, captured back by the people, if the judiciary is not restored, it is over 100% for Nigeria because there's
Justice,
nothing.
why they do wow?
So
Justice,
that's
It's
just the way
already
I
over.
see it.
It's already
You
over,
know,
my
so
brother.
let's
for
move on.
me,
Let's
it's
move
just
on.
our judiciary. The fact that all the state capture, police might have gone, everything might have gone, but the moment you capture the judiciary, it is over for that country. That's
Yeah.
just the last of it. It's over. So that's just the
Yeah.
thing, you know.
All
So
right.
yeah.
Thank you. Before I go to Teke, let me go to Aniekan, who has been dropping and coming up and dropping and coming up.
Who is that?
Aniekan, yeah, he's using a computer.
Okay.
Aniekan,
All right.
are you
So
there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm here.
Okay, hang
before
tight,
I
hang
need
tight.
I need can but before you go ahead, real quick, guys, if you're using an iPhone, yeah, we are at it again. There's a new update. You might want to go update it. Otherwise, you're gonna keep dropping and coming back up, keep dropping and coming back up. So update it, then you can request for the mic again. I'm gonna do so myself now. So that I'll drop quickly and come back.
All
I
right.
think Teke is going after Aneka.
Yes, sure. All right, thank you, Jimmy. Aniekan, please go ahead.
All right, thank you very much. I appreciate the privilege of joining this space. Aniekan Udofe is my name. I was the spokesperson for the Obedient Movement in Akwa Ibom State in the 2023 election. I went to University of Benin, and I currently live in Canada. I'm just trying to give that background so that the people on the space would get where I'm coming from. I've listened to what a lot of people have said, and I listened to the speaker who said it's finished for Nigeria and that we should take up arms. I want to say clearly that the intention of the people who have run our state to a complete failure is to put the citizens at this stage where we are, where there's total loss of confidence and total loss of trust in the system. I had the privilege of speaking in a forum where they were blaming young people for not taking up for not taking up their destiny in their hands. And I said in that forum, I think I disappointed the organizers because they wanted me to come and talk to young people about how to take up their destiny in their hands in Nigeria. And I said it would be an unfair judgment to make about our generation because in 2023, in spite of even the vote buying and all that, the young people stood out and made a definite statement to reclaim Nigeria. But we had a system that was hijacked, that even like Mike Igini said that he thinks that the INEC chairman, the national chairman, was under a spell because this was the same man who initiated the reforms in INEC that would have handed over a very flawless election for Nigeria. By no means the result that was declared should have been declared under a Mahmoud. But I want to say this, that we are at a stage where the political class have worked with the tool of poverty, they've worked with the tool of deprivation. And so for me, as an individual who has the ability to feed myself, I feel a bit of burden when I caution those who do not have the ability to feed themselves, fall victims of what the system has become. Because you see, as we are in this space, one of the common denominator about a lot of us is that first of all, we have the ability to feed ourselves. And that has informed our choice of words and how we perceive Nigeria and the change we want to bring. Once a man lacks the ability to feed himself, matter is the reason for existence. You have to satisfy your hunger, and it is the situation where we have been now. In a situation where we believe that there is nothing that good can come out from the country, I feel very guilty that I'll be the ones talking about believing in Nigeria when I'm outside of the country with my entire family.
I was gonna say, Aniekan,
Yes.
with everything that you did, you eventually jackpot.
No, so I'm
Why? You
coming.
gave up on
Yes.
Nigeria?
I didn't. I think because I was a frontline player in the 2023 election, I almost ran into depression when that election was lost, and I felt very strongly that the resources I had in the Nigeria that was to come may not be able to sustain my children and myself for the kind of life I wanted for them. So it was like putting everything together to say before the resources vanish under the current Nigeria, let me just be sure that my family and I outside of Nigeria. But I want to say this, not one day have I lost confidence in Nigeria, because I believe that this evil cannot persist for long. There are different ways that this evil can stop. It can stop through death. This Tinubu, the political class, the current political class, they will not live forever. But I want us to understand that if we give up on Nigeria just because these people have put us in a situation like this, it is going to be a very sad story. Look, if this space we're gathering now, some will say we have been talking that we should stop talking. No, we have to keep talking. Talk is not cheap. Obama became president of United States by just the power of his speech. And so I want to strongly say that we are at a point where Nigeria is a complete failed state. We have a man who claimed to have fought for democracy, but you cannot call Tinubu a Democrat because someone who has a criminal record that is obvious comes to tell you about democracy. It's sad. I was born in Rivers State. And I've seen what has happened in Rivers State. It is a clear case of wickedness of one man. And the people of Rivers State have come out to reject it. Those who have followed the shocking part is the mass of people who are still following Wike. And when people say that Wike built men, you cannot build people with state funds. That's my common patrimony. If you want to build a man, go and do business and come and Otedola can claim that he has built someone. Adenuga can claim he has built someone, not our political class. So I want to submit that in our anger, in our disappointment and loss of confidence in Nigeria, we must understand that nothing lasts forever. There is an end date to what is happening in Nigeria. There are countries that have experienced wars, and the citizens kept talking. People kept struggling. It is a struggle. It looks like it doesn't have a termination date, but I want us to know that in spite of all this disappointment, we must find one part in our heart to believe that a new Nigeria is possible. And wherever it is coming from, there was the time in 2023 we all threw our hope and aspiration on Peter Obi. Whoever God wants to use to bring about a new Nigeria, it will come. But
Aneka, sorry to interject. You are sounding like my dad. I swear to God. And that was the same thing I said. But the generation before us said all these things.
Chris, wait, let him finish.
You are sounding like my dad.
It's okay. Let him finish. It's his thoughts. Let him just finish. Aneke, please. Aneke, I'm
my own is
carry
that
away.
part that he said
Let the
whoever
man
God
finish.
wants to use. Now whoever we want use, God will use anybody.
Okay, leave God for now. Let Aneke can go ahead.
Okay, I apologize if I'm using God. That's just my thought. I will conclude. I will conclude that even what I schooled in Edo State, the University of Benin, what happened in Edo State is not entirely the fault of the people. You go to an election where you know the results will be written. It's even the APC. I'm surprised that they were buying votes, or PDP were buying votes, where you know that you were going to write the result. So we have reached a point in Nigeria where people have now seen the uselessness of their vote. And so at the spur of the moment, even in their patriotism, they know that the votes will not count. We pray that we hope that a time comes when our electoral system would have credence. Right now, the greatest danger that we have to the nation is what somebody has said here. The judiciary is no longer the hope of the common man. The courage for a criminal to tell you to go to court is coming from the point of view that he knows that the court is no longer a temple of justice. And if criminals are now the ones challenging people to go to court, then we have lost the state. I just want to submit that in spite of all this, there is still light at the end of the tunnel.
Which tunnel?
Tunnel of rice.
Which tunnel?
Maryland tunnel.
Which tunnel? Which tunnel or toilet?
Why you go put the light for the end? Why you no put them for the beginning or the
middle? Oh yeah, Millennium. See, I think I understood everything.
Everybody needs to mind. Everybody needs to mind.
certain criteria and symptoms that plague it to make it fail. By every definition, you will agree that all arms of government of the states entity in Nigeria have been captured. Judiciary, armed forces. Let me even add the fourth one: armed forces, legislation, and the executive branch. And you're talking about a kind of hope that requires civil disobedience to implement and make that hope come alive. How on earth does the definition of a failed state and its symptoms
Why do
and
we hate
then
Biafra? Afne Biafra.
Chris,
okay
please now. Okay, go ahead, please.
and,
I'm about your submission. Go ahead.
yeah, and the solutions to treating those symptoms. How does hope come into that play? And that's part of why I kind of get confused, because there is no there's I do not see. Let me start from my generation. My generation is the generation that rioted and closed down federal government colleges in Nigeria 2 or 3 times in my lifetime, right? We didn't like what the teachers were doing. We didn't like what the principal was doing. We burned down everything. They closed down the school. They came back again. Our seniors were maltreating us. We said we didn't like how our seniors were maltreating us. We had a riot. Some people almost died. They closed down the school. That's the generation I come from. So some of us, when we look at Nigeria, we're looking at like, wait first. Don't be the same Nigeria we come from. What thing happened? Something happened. And then more of it is that we have our classmates, our mates that are in some of the highest positions of the ministries, the entities that govern Nigeria, that will make Nigeria good. When you carry these people and put them outside and say, bros, how far? They'll look at you and say, man, forget to. Nigeria don't scatter. Now just to collect my own, I did so. Nobody in any of these ministries, entities that govern this space have hope that Nigeria can ever work again. So hence my confusion. Where do you really stand? How do you align the category of a failed state with this hope you are hoping to hear that people will give you here? That's where I'm confused. Maybe you can help me with that first. I yield.
Okay, to start with, when he says my generation, we're talking about Awolowo's time. All those Awolowo.
For
time.
where? What did you talk, Jimmy? Which kind of Awolowo's time? Did they have federal government colleges then?
I was just messing with you, man.
I know, Jimmy. You know better. But go ahead.
Yeah. Sudo, do you want to take that? That was directed at you. Sudo, are you in the other room?
First of all, I want to tell the guy that I'm very, very happy to be among the team that is depopulating that imaginary heaven.
Sorry, I heard my name.
Yeah, you're in the other room.
So, as the Teke finished,
you didn't even hear the question directed to you.
Yep.
No, I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry, but I heard I was listening to the submission up to the question. What was the question? Can somebody help me?
He said he's confused. He says he's confused.
No, I heard the confusion. So there was no.
Okay.
Oh, okay. What I heard was Jimmy asking about his generation and Awolowo and all of that.
So if you didn't hear
the question is how do you marry coming here to tell people or to encourage that Nigeria will be better and giving them hope, and then at the same time also saying that Nigeria being a failed state can only be better through civil disobedience, that you should enlighten him on how.
Oh, okay.
No, I think
why you are
the
busy
question
depopulating heaven.
Exactly. You are depopulating heaven, yes, you are asking people to have hope.
So let's get something straight. I've never used the word failed state for Nigeria. I've never. And I've never called for civil disobedience. So let's make that very straight. Also, on depopulating heaven, yes. I've been attacking the impact and the influence of organized religion in Nigeria. I think it's destroying our people. It's destroying our country on so many levels. I mean, I dedicate an entire weekend to that. We have a space that runs for over 24 hours straight. For those who may not know, the one from the last one over this past weekend went for 30 hours plus straight, where we debunk all of these lies that they've been telling us.
31 hours too, though.
Thank you, Karigwe. So we've seen what our religious leaders are, because today it came out that now there's a wrong way being built for the guy that celebrated his birthday that day with the white Rolls Royce and all of those things. So it seems to me that the heaven that is being preached to our people, some people are already enjoying it from here, while they are tasking and demanding, the whole 10%, and you will not make heaven. Of course, the GO came out, apologized, but it was more like, sorry, but I'm not sorry. The point is, there's too much influence of religion in our socio-political space, and we need to tone it down. That's all I'm about. Okay, tone it down. We don't need all of this God talk to build a country. No country has ever been built on all of these things in the history of the world. I mean, people might use the God concept as a motivation to go and pillage, to go and kill and destroy and snatch lands, but not in the way we are taking it. Okay, so I don't want to go into all of that. Like I said, I dedicated a whole space to that conversation. Secondly, the hope that I was buttressing from what Anikan was talking about really was the fact that he was saying that from a non-partisan perspective, because I couldn't tell. In fact, he said he was an obedient. He was the one running the obedient movement for his state before he left the country. So it was a non-partisan statement saying that don't give up on the country, don't give up on the republic, not from a perspective of support the government. No, because I have spent quite an enormous amount of time on several spaces delineating the government of the day from loyalty to the republic. You can be positive about the republic while criticizing the government of the day. Our loyalty should not be to a government, but it should be to the country. Even if you voted for it, I challenge all these APC guys all the time when they show up on my spaces. Even if you voted for a government, the elections are over. Is this what you voted for? What you're seeing right now? Well, switch. It's time to switch back to your role as a citizen of the country and start criticizing the government that you voted for, because clearly this is not what you voted for. But for you to perpetually support a government, all because you're a registered member of a party or whatever, that is ridiculous. So the whole point of hope is to say, do not give up on the republic. Talk to Nicaraguans with Daniel Ortega out there running the country like his private business. Talk to Venezuelans with Nicolas Maduro, or I mean, like so many countries, even in Africa. Talk to to guys in Guinea. What do you call it? Equatorial Guinea. I think that's the country with the Obiang.
El Salvador
El Salvador. I
finally
mean,
got
there's
it
so many
right.
countries in the world. We have these autocrats who have zero regard for the rule of law, but the people, because the political landscape is always shifting. History tells us that something will happen. Look at our own history, for instance, right? There was a time Abacha was like the baddest of them all, right? But then something happened. So is there going to be a black swan event that will happen that nobody was looking forward to? A death, a coup, even though I'm not advocating for it. Something may happen, something somewhere that will shift the landscape all of a sudden and everything changes. So I am very hopeful in the Republic. I'm hopeful, but I am not in support of the government. I am never going to be in support of the government. But I'm saying what he was saying that I'm supporting rather is that do not give up on the republic. This is our country, and this is the country that we have, and we hate to love, but we love it anyways. So that's what that whole thing about. I think the two of those can coexist. All right.
All right. Thank you. So
Yeah.
let me just round up.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
So is your daughter in Nigeria now?
Chris, mute your mic.
No, answer that one.
What I'm going to say is this. Right now, Nigeria is being run by gangsters at every level. At literally every level of governance is run by gangsters. You don't fight gangsters with outcoming.
Okay, take it. Let me ask you. So
Okay.
in very, very, how do I say this? Just tell me, in your opinion, what is the way forward, please?
I think every state governor needs to take a page from Wike's playbook and politicize the hell out of their state and make the entire environment extremely uncomfortable for every single person in every single state. What APC did was to heat up every part of Nigeria, internally and externally, to make it possible to shift the government that was in power away. That's the only way you can. If you decide to work with these guys, it's only a matter of time. They will ask you to pay a price that you will regret eventually. So everybody, heat up the place, make it uncomfortable for every single person. Because right now, Nigeria is too comfortable for too many people. Believe it or not. You think people are hungry? People are not hungry enough. Because if you go to, I mean, some of the things I hear, some of the things I see, some of the way people still spend money comfortably, not uncomfortably, but comfortably, because if you were uncomfortable in doling out and showing off the way some people still show off, you will notice, you will think twice that you literally need to have your own army to be able to show off your wealth the way you're showing it off, whether ill-gotten or not. You literally have to have an army around you, your own private army, to be able to sustain that lifestyle. Then that's where we know that for real, it's not comfortable. But right now, Nigeria is still too comfortable for too many people. And so therefore, they need to make it too uncomfortable for too many people for things to start coming back. Like, okay, everybody's like, okay. It be like how I create some too much. Move the calm down small. Maybe the calm down small. You sit down there, no move. Or everybody's bros, stop that thing. Until then, I don't see it. I'm not one of those people that never had hope for Nigeria. Jimmy can attest to what I've done on my own one-on-one to try and get things right. But for me to have come to this level to say what I'm saying, too many things must have happened. And that's my point. The environment needs to be made too uncomfortable for too many people for things to start shaping up in the right way. I yield.
All right. So, question for you, and I hear everything you're saying, right? So I think at the moment, we have 20 out of 36 states governors. We have APC controlling 20 of them. Let me see if I can run through them. It's a whole lot. Kebbi Zamfara from the north, Katsina, Jigawa, Yobe, Borno, Kano, Kaduna, Niger Plateau, Nasarawa, Gombe. Come down, Kwara, Middle Belt, Kogi, and then I go further south, east, Cross River, Imo, Ogun, Lagos State, Ondo State, Ekiti. So 20 of them. So PDP controls, I think 13. Let's see, PDP controls 13. So we'll say Sokoto to the north, Bauchi, Adamawa, Taraba, Middle Belt, Benue, Enugu, and then I'll take Edo, Delta, Rivers, Bayelsa, Akwa Ibom, Oyo and Ogun State in the southwest. Then Abga has just one. Okay, Abga has just one. I think that's one of the states or so in the southeast. And then Anambra State, thank you. And then Labour Party is just one too. Abia State and NMPP, which will be in the north, just one as well. Kano State in the north. Thank you. So yeah, okay. My map is intact. So now my question to you is that we're talking and focusing on the federal level. These states, again, this is not a partisan argument. This is just a question for you. All of these states, they are not under one political party. It seems like it on the surface. 20 of them by APC. But each of these states are getting federal allocations. All right, they're getting 26%, I think, of the revenue of the republic of the country. 22 or so percent goes to local government. We know the state government controls it. So we have over 40% going to the states. These are monies that the federal government, that FARC is giving out every month on a monthly basis. We know what's going on with pensions. We know what's going on with schools. We know what's going on with hospitals. Like, that's also part of the conversation, my brother. What do you say about that? What do you say? Keke, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. You
Oh,
went off
okay.
for a
No,
bit,
I'm just
but
I'm
yeah,
just
I'm here.
asking with all these what I just presented, right? It's not like one political party is running all of the states, and all these states are basically getting federal allocations on a monthly basis. All right. Where does that factor in the whole equation of the hijack that you're talking about? Even as we concentrate on the center alone.
So that is why I said Nigeria is being governed by gangsters. You know, and I want you're in Cali, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I need you to take a step back, rewind in your head The Godfather and any other gangster movie or gangster flick you enjoyed. You also know that gangsters have territories, that everybody knows that. Okay, let's use the blue and the red, right? Or the blue and the whatever color you wear. You know this is our territory. As long as you're not in our territory, everybody in this zone will be okay. But occasionally, somebody wearing red is thrown into the area of somebody wearing blue, and then it becomes very uncomfortable for everybody in that zone. Nigeria has been wrong at gangsters. As long as you leave the other gangsters alone, they'll be okay in their states. Now, right now, in Rivers State, somebody that used to wear red decided to wear blue. And that is why Rivers State is in its current status, the way it is. In Kano State, the guy that used to wear red removed the person wearing green came in there and removed it and gave everybody in the state green. And the red guy said, to enter that place, you go get as it is. So they just said, hey, let's just stay put. Let's leave these green guys because they're locals. Let's leave them alone. Nigeria is being run by it's a gangster.
So it doesn't matter what political party, it doesn't matter who is in charge of what.
Nope,
They're
it
all
doesn't.
one.
Exactly. As long as the gangsters in charge are happy, you're not intruding and you're not putting your hands in their supply, then everybody will be cool. So let's all act like gangsters and enjoy the thing until we're tired. After all, Brazil, that is almost like a gangster state, is still functioning, is it not? So realize that it's a gangster type environment you're in. If you decide to wear different colors, then you're going to get what's going to come to you. If you decide to wear the color in the environment you're in, then maybe everything will be copacetic for you and your interests, per se. I yield. Does that clear it up for you?
I mean, it does.
Yeah.
And Tudo, let me crown that up. I mean, it's just like the state government, regardless, which political party they are, they have access and they have an idea of how much the federal government gets from other countries. All this their money from IMF and all this. They have an idea. Okay, so as long as what belongs to them, the federal government gets it to them, they have no problem. But you see, the moment the federal government stop or reduces the amount going to them, then they will start speaking up. They will start, revolting. They will start fighting. It's transactional. It is transactional. The ones that are handling gold in the north, as long as federal government doesn't come there to say it wants to take over their gold mining, whatever, a lot of them are not even banking on this their federal government payment. they are banking on the resources in their state, because they are smuggling out resources to make money to empower themselves. So as long as the federal government doesn't go in diving into their, did you hear what this guy said recently? The so-called mineral resources minister. Did you hear what he said recently? It's been deprived of actually engaging each state for the federal government to have access to the resources each state has. They're not giving any chance because they're making money. They're making illegal money out of it.
And
So
that's why they won't let us restructure, Jimmy.
they won't let. Thank you. That is their tough. That is their tough. In the gangster method, that's their tough.
Yeah, I know. I agree. I agree with you guys. Also, on a side note, speaking of local government autonomy, in Benue State, something just happened there. The Benue State House of Assembly basically amended the local government act there, and they've approved a 3-year tenure for local government electoral officials. So it used to be 2 years. Now they've extended it to 3 years, and the idea is that 2 years is not enough to chop money. No, I'm just kidding. The idea is that it will give the local government chairman more time to build the states, to do their own thing, spend their money the way they want to, have enough time to build the infrastructures, all the developmental programs, and all of those things. Fiscal autonomy and everything that the Supreme Court basically ruled on recently on the state autonomy, blah, 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 blah. So I just thought I should report that. It might not sound like a big deal in the context of this conversation.
Has anyone challenged that?
No. Why would anyone challenge that?
Okay,
things are going on.
So
things
that's
are
giving
going on.
you
I
edge
just
up.
want to report that.
Yeah, that's giving you edge up to let you know Tinubu is definitely going to push for third term. He's definitely going to push for third term. Watch.
Yeah.
You see what's going to happen.
Yeah.
But anyway.
So I think also, regardless of this, even as we're having this, this is my thing. Even as we're having this overarching conversation about revolution, upending the current system, and bringing a new order, we also have to be abreast of what is going on even under our current laws and under the current establishment as well. Because this is what empowers them. So basically, it's like they go to the court, like we just saw in River State. You get an injunction, you shop around for injunctions. You get one, and then you say, oh, see, we're doing this because the court just spoke. Don't blame me, oh. Don't blame me, oh. Egbetogu is saying, why are you looking at me? The court just said it. It's not me, it's the court. So it's insane what is going on. But I think we also have to be abreast of some of those things. Beyond those of us that are fighting for the overall overhauling of the system, we have warriors in the legal arena as well. Some of our constitutional lawyers are equally fighting in their own way. They've appealed to the NJC, for instance, in River State, to say, look into this matter. This is wrong. You cannot strip local governments of their autonomy, state governments rather, SIECs, to run their own local government elections. It's wrong. And if you make this ruling, Mr. Justice Lifo, what happens to the local government elections that Anambra ran, Imo ran, all these people ran? What happens to the outcome? Can those people sue? Can the losers in those elections sue based on this new ruling? So it's. I think we're getting ready for a real showdown. I think currently we're having a constitutional crisis, and it continues to dovetail the conversation about restructuring. We need to break up this shit so that we can decentralize everything: elections, policing, power, everything. Anyways, let's move forward here. Thank you, guys. Great conversation. So now we are going to go to Stephen. Stephen is next. After Stephen, Goat,
Yeah.
you go after Stephen. Yeah. So Stephen,
then Mr. Kolade.
Yeah, and Kolade next.
Tudo, thank you, guys. I've not spoken since the trauma of my Edo State election, but I just stumbled onto this space and it was so enjoyable, and I said I had to chime in. Let me greet everybody. Thank you all for those that DM'd just to check up on us, that were very passionate about Edo elections. That has now come and gone. But it strikes me as when I was listening to my man, Chris, I was just chuckling up, but I could resonate with his emotions because after the elections in Edo, I also had such feelings. I was so angry and frustrated. But at some point, I kind of segued back into where we are on this space. To Nigeria being that abusive relationship that you cannot leave. My challenge is not that I cannot leave Nigeria, but Nigeria cannot leave me. That's the problem. I can decide say I will leave Nigeria today and forget you.
What's the difference? Tell us what the difference.
There is no difference, point blank. And the real reason is I'll just take you to David Hunde's recent tweet. If you follow David, you noticed in the past 1 month he has gone radical. He has gone into global geopolitics, and he's doing that because he has seen the big picture. First of all, we all came into Nigeria politics, for me, through Peter Obi's vision of a new Nigeria is possible, right? And we believe the lie that beavers will walk. All those are now water under the stream. But we did not zoom out to notice that since 1999, there has never been a credible election in Nigeria. We did not know. I personally did not know. If you came in 2022 and became politically active like I did, you probably think, oh, this was the worst election in the history of election. No, this was normal. The only difference is that there was a lie told to us, which we believed. That lie has now turned out to be true. What is happening in Rivers State today, where APP will win 22 out of 23? Some people don't even know the acronym APP. What does it mean? I don't know. Somebody says that APC. I don't know. It's APP.
Action People's Party.
Wow, you are very well knowledgeable. I'm just learning that for the first time. But that party wins a major state across board.
Think of it as Labour Party before Peter Obi came on board.
So what is ironic is that on the one hand, the small guy in this fight is supposedly Fubara. So we cheer for him. But he just wrote results of the local elections, just like Obaseki did, which angered us in Edo, which is why many of us worked tirelessly to make sure he lost in this Edo elections, because he rigged against us, Labour Party. But that was what happened in Benue, which APC just won 33 out of 33. The entire councillors in APC, Benue was PDP for 8 years. How come yesterday they just did election and APC swept the entire councillorship, the entire local, and nobody's asking a question? What is now fact is that every single human being in Nigeria knows that our elections are a sham. Who is your own rigger? That determines your celebration. The happiness today, somewhat in Rivers State, is that yes, they are paying Wike back, but nobody is looking at the fact that the people are at a loss. There's something that came to light during the campaign and electionary process for Edo, where we said it was Akpata that was Olumide Akpata that was saying he has seen that the people have not been part of the equation. So he was running to bring the people into the equation, not knowing that the people he was trying to bring into the equation does not want to be brought into the equation. So Edo kind of revealed to us that you can force a horse to the stream, you cannot force it to drink water, right? So I've gone into philosophy. I've tried to look at the big picture, but my point is this. Let me not bore you all. Is the fact that there's something else happening globally. That is the reason why we should not give up on Nigeria. Globally, there's a revisionist movement to nationalism. That means no matter the passport you hold, there will be it will come to a head when countries are now electing nationalists and there's this cry for nativism. There's a point where your immigrant children will need to ask you, where are we from? Can we go back? It's no longer safe here. It happened in the UK 2 months ago, where they did not ask you what passport you had. You just needed to be black before you got beaten in the grocery store. And Nigerians started thinking, I can't stay in the UK, I need to go to Canada. Of course, we always run somewhere else. I have a sister who was in Scotland. She's now in Canada, just not because of the recent move. She felt UK was changing too fast. She moved. I kept saying, at what point do we fix our home country? We are not going to get Nigeria right in the next couple of decades. I now believe it. Nigeria is not going to get better soon, but it will eventually. What do I mean? There will be political progress, like unlikely, but we will also advance because we are part of the world. You see, the globe is moving. At some point, electric cars are now in Lagos. Telecom is working. We can now transfer money. So whether we like it or not, we will somehow get electricity eventually, maybe in 100 years. Our roads will be paved, maybe the last to be done in the world. We will eventually, but To give up on Nigeria is missing the big picture, because we are going to need Nigeria if there becomes a world war, which is not too far away, maybe 10 years or less. We'll need to run back somewhere where atomic bombs will not land. So there's need to stay engaged, but don't hope for a salvation. Don't hope for, if I was going to advise my former principal, because I'm no longer an obedient, I'm no longer a politician in Nigeria, I would advise Peter Obi not to waste his dime in 2027.
So what are you now? What are you now?
I'm a Nigerian that is concerned. I'm a black man first. I'm a black man in the world that recognize that nobody likes me on earth. I have to figure out a place for myself in this world, because I'm always at the bottom of the barrel, no matter my qualifications or my finance. I will still be looked at as an African.
So
I must
you are jaded, and you just left
I
your
must
ex.
always advocate
You
for
just left your
Africans.
ex.
Tudo,
Anytime
leave
they
him
go
now.
back
Leave
to
him to
ex,
finish now. Tudo, leave him.
What I'm saying now is not a joke. I live in America. My children are Americans. Me, I refuse to take the American passport, but I'm not going to take it because it will help me. I was not going to take it before, but now I'm going to take it just because it will help me. Point is this: as Africans, that continent is our only place where we can walk and breathe free. Even though the political system is bad, it will remain bad, though, because the overlords that control Africa will always put their puppets there. And people talk about coup, military coups. There is no coup that happens without a superpower backing it. And right now, there's a superpower backing the current democratic coup in Nigeria. They are protecting it. I won't tell you their names. So what happened in the Maghreb, in Niger, Mali, will not happen in Nigeria, because there's a superpower there that is protecting that territory. So forget about that. But point is this: continue to speak, continue to raise issues, continue to advocate for people to better themselves, and criticize government as much as you can, as long as you are not going to get in trouble and be arrested, and nobody will come to save you. But point is this: let us not give up, because we really have no choice. It is a sad situation. It's a sad situation, but we are here. We are born black, we are born Nigerians, we are born African. Those are three stripes. The reality that we must continue to advocate for the betterment of ourselves, collective unity, and help those who can. If you have a family member, you can help them, jackpot, fine. You can start a business, even if you know me profit for employment's sake, do whatever you can. I don't think Nigeria will be better in my lifetime, but at least we'll progress among the rest of the world. We'll eventually have paved roads, maybe in 100 years. We'll eventually have electricity, maybe in 200 years. But eventually, just like phones, we will get there, but not at our own pace. Thank you, guys.
All right. Who they clap? Justice. I know, say na you. All right.
Justice, why they clap?
Don't mind that.
Absolute submission. Absolute.
Thank you.
But that was hope now. That was hopeful. I thought you were against hope.
No. He hit the nail at the head.
Yeah,
Nigeria
he did.
right now is dead.
He actually
Nothing
did,
else.
but I disagree with one thing he said, and him saying there's always been, our elections in Nigeria has always been flawed. It's not just, it didn't just start this 2023. I agree with you, but see, and you said something about there is no difference in what happened in this election and previous elections. That's a lie, my brother. That is a big lie, and I will remind you. You see, in this past election, in fact, this election was different from every other elections ever held in the history of Nigeria, in
Jimmy,
the
how
history
so?
of they come in the history of Nigeria, in the history of Africa, in the history of the world. Come with me, guys. No presidential candidate had so much baggage or baggages like the one in Nigeria right now. Show me any president in the world with 5 dates of birth. Show me any president in the world with the criminal record with the FBI, CIA, DEA, IRS, and co. Show me one president that forged his school certificates to attain office. Show me one president that had drug history in the United States and still ended up becoming a president, or anywhere else in the world. Show me one president that is so cancerous to everything he lays his hand on. Show me one president that goes around international courts blocking the release of a dirty past secret openly with no shame. Show me one president that the world leaders do not regard at all, as they know he lacks the credibility of even shaking their hands. Show me just one president that I will consider that, okay, Bat is a normal person in that country. This last election that happened in Nigeria is absolute. It's a benchmark that needs to be used as a case study worldwide in the history of elections. We are the only country of the nation that we know this man is a drug fucking dealer, and we actually went for him. And our so-called Yoruba people will be saying Yoruba Ronu, must you put that like at the idea of a drug dealer? This is the best we can offer? No, I agree with you. We don't have any perfect constitution, or we have all these abnormalities going on in Nigeria. But you see the candidate, this particular man, anything he lays his hand on, and for the record, I don't want to hear that saying, say, I don't know, be Lagos. God damn it, Edo is now Lagos. Did you see what he went to kneel down in front of bats? Edo is now Lagos. Edo is now Lagos. He lays his hand on anything and he spreads cancer all over it. That's what he is. That's who he is. He's been doing it in Lagos. He perfected it, and now he wants to do it on a national scale. That is the person we're dealing with right now. River State is not Lagos.
But point of order, sir. He has perfected it. He's not perfect trying to. He has perfected
No,
it.
he hasn't. He's getting there. He wants to achieve a one-state party. That is what he wants to do. He hasn't perfected anything yet. He wants to do it in a way whereby he will own everybody. He has the shit loads of money that he can buy whatever he wants. That's who we're dealing with. So right now, if River State is going to ignite that eruption of volcano the Nigerian people have been clamoring or waiting for, so be it. So be it. Right now, nothing easy can take that man out of that office.
All
Nothing.
right. Thank you, Jimmy.
Sorry, on Rivers, Tudo. Sorry, just
okay, real
one
quick.
second. On Rivers, it is on record now on the news that the governor is saying that he is worried that T-Pain is only mentioning his name in the Rivers crisis alone. T-Pain is mentioning only Fubara as the sole problem in Rivers. Continue, my brother. Thank you very much.
You see, I told you guys we now currently officially have a constitutional crisis. All right. Jimmy, I hear your argument on the qualification thingy, and it's hard to argue against that. But I just want to say it's not the most messed up election we've had in our history. Election of 1959 was messed up, and a few other elections after was equally messed up. But in terms from a qualification perspective, yeah, it's hard to argue against that. All right. Let's.
Tudo, if you go to 1959.
Sorry. Can I just say something about the 2023 election and just reacting to what the last person
Steven,
said?
real quick. Steven, jump in.
Yes. I just wanted to say that I don't. It's not the candidate that was my point, Jimmy. I understand what you're saying, particularly on our own candidate and the person in power right now. I'm not talking. I'm talking about elections in Nigeria in general.
Overall.
Like, he mentioned 1959. That was going too far back. How about just 2007, Yar'Adua's election, or the election that brought what's his name, Obasanjo, 1999, or which one is it? The Buhari 2019 with the Kanu. You know how many votes came from Kanu? So at the end of the day, I'm saying that we've not really made progress, but now we are now retrogressing. It's going to get worse going forward, because somebody thinks Edo, well, you're right, Edo is no longer, we don't have the bragging rights. But what's going to happen now is, it happened in Imo State, and we thought it was just Imo. They did it exactly in Edo. They will do it in 2027. So much so that somebody said, why are they even buying votes? Look, the reason to buy votes is to fall into the trap, so that you can no longer speak. After all, you collected money. That exercise of buying votes was completely irrelevant. The results were already ready days before. But they came out to buy votes so that you can shut up about it. So don't think that those people sold their vote. Whether they sold or not did not matter. It really did not. Because what happened in Edo was PDP was buying, thinking that would help. APC went there to buy so that you can shut up about it. then we all got angry with ourselves that we sold our votes. But the real truth is that elections were concluded weeks before, and that will go going forward, and there is nothing to stop it. If you think the military will stop it, you're high on something cheap. Nothing like that.
All right, Stephen. I think the court has ruled that you can have dual citizenship and run for office in Nigeria, right?
Good luck.
Because what are you causing? We're still talking. Tudo is talking court. What is court now?
Justice, you didn't get the joke.
Yeah, justice missed it. What you
I
give justice,
got the joke. Forget about in this particular discussion. Stop bringing court.
All right, sir. I don't hear.
So, Tudo.
It has gotten to the point that if you are a law student,
Justice, we can't really hear you. We can.
No. I can make sense of what he's saying.
if
Finish.
you are a law student in Nigeria, sorry for you.
All right.
Tudo. One quick thing. One quick thing that I think the callers something he kind of touched on lightly from the global perspective. Look, man, I was having a conversation with a retired State Department officer who was stationed in Eastern Africa, and he was trying to give me how it was when he was there and how it is now. What's Africa doing? Blah blah blah. And I just told the man straight up in a very polite way, shit, you fucked us up. The State Department policy and the CIA policy and the arms policy for Africa has positioned us in a way that you will never allow us breathe and have good leaders to make anything work in our country. I'll give you a prime example. California there, you guys have an excellent green policy to make sure that you guys stop global warming in America, in Europe, China. Who is at the bottom of that green policy that is being branded around the world? Who is going to get screwed, like royally screwed with no Vaseline? Thank you. So the policy, all the advanced worlds are pushing today is depending on Africa continues to get screwed royally with no Vaseline for those policies to work. And you think we're going to make progress? Guys, it's a gangster state. Adjust to the reality and do as the gangsters do. That's my position till further notice.
Sorry, I got to take a quick one before you go. When you told the guy that, what did he say?
The guy brought prayer into the thing, so we can pray.
Oh, yeah.
I reminded the guy that Tudo is actively depopulating the Christian kingdom in Africa.
You won't let this
as
go.
a whole.
You won't let this go, my brother.
You have a
dude, I'm
signature
not
already.
joking. I called your
signature
name.
already.
I called your space. This was on Sunday. This was yesterday.
Bro, next time just send him the
This was
link.
yesterday.
Send him the link.
I
so
told
we
him
can
there's a generation of Africans growing up that don't believe in prayer anymore, and there are people actively promoting them that forget all those things. They don't matter.
Yes, my brother.
And they're giving them live examples.
Why are you supposed
All right.
to pray?
I'm giving them,
What are you
and I'm telling the guys that look, guess what? We have comparisons now. It's not like before where it was just Europe and America in Africa.
Yeah.
We now have China. So we can compare what China have done and what you guys have done.
All right.
So it's clearer now.
All right. Thank you. On the programming note, speaking of which, my topic for this weekend's religious space is prayer still relevant in this day and age? Do we still need to pray? You see, Teke, you're right on time. You're right on cue. Yes. I wonder why that is.
Why can you be wondering why that is?
I will start pushing. I will start pushing.
Why?
I will start pushing for Elon Musk.
Jimmy, wait. Justice the rake. Justice, go.
You're wondering why Nigerians pray less when they leave
I was cursing all our leaders. I was cursing because they are very wicked. Very, very wicked. Airport looks like a hotel. Airport.
Wow.
Tudo, what are we talking about? Nigerians will pray less the moment they leave the shores of Nigeria. It is very simple. It is very clear.
Mm-hmm.
When your roads are bad, the government will fix it because they know you are paying taxes.
There you go.
When you are sick, you call 911. 911 will come to your house, pick you and take you to the hospital.
Hmm.
When your child is sick, you don't need to think about anything. Just take that goddamn child to the hospital and you'll get Medicare at either affordable prices and in some other countries free of charge.
Hmm.
When we were running violent space, Saddam talks about one of his friends that went to Germany and spent over 20-something thousand worth of medical care. But he went out of that place without paying a dime. So yes, Tudo, when Nigerians leave Nigeria, they pay less. And some of us, when we leave Nigeria, we become angry. We almost begin to think like terrorists because we have leaders that are conscienceless. We have people that are very wicked. Very, very wicked.
Very
All
wicked.
this Okano will leave Nigeria and then go abroad. And from abroad, he's sending video messages to Nigerians on how we're not supposed to protest and telling us that Chifen will stay 8 years. What kind of wickedness is that? What kind of leaders do we have?
He doesn't.
The current vice president, the terrorist from Borno State, one of his wives just put to bed in the U.S. So he has a U.S. citizen. He understands what that means to have a child in the U.S. Knowing fully well that child will never suffer the ruins that
And he turns around here is giving rise to the
Absolutely. And his boss and himself, they are sharing rights to idiots in Nigeria. And you say Nigerians should be happy. You leave Nigeria and you realize that Oyedepo and the other one, they are all criminals. They are criminals in holding the Bible.
All right.
Let us stop gaslighting people and tell the people the truth. When you leave Nigeria, your brains will open, your eyes will open, and you see Nigeria leaders for who they are. They are criminals that can only be taken away by force. Thank you very much.
Reggae Bush. Thank you. Well said. All right. Let's move forward here. Real quick. We are going to go to Kolade. Kolade, jump in. Welcome.
No, I was meant to go there.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. Sorry, Goat. Sorry.
All right, thank you very much.
Jump in.
Yeah, interesting space. I only came on to start to check my DMs, and I just bumped into the space. So yeah, great conversation so far. So I'll try and be brief as possible. So I'll start off by where people are saying about protest and then revolution. I need Nigerians to understand. Well, I don't really blame Nigerians that much. Is you need to understand that Nigeria itself is a social experiment. Nigeria itself is a social experiment. If you travel out of the country, yeah, you need to first of all book yourself in for therapy and just heal for a year before you then start learning how to live like a normal human being. It's a social experiment. They tried it on our parents and it did succeed. They saw how our colonial masters, the brutal system, they used in enslaving us, and they just did a copy and paste, in which in America, you still see that same system plays out, where people have actually moved on, and you see the justice system is good. They've actually maintained that system. That's why you see in full view of where everyone is. I was watching a video, I think it was like last week, where the army was like brutalizing this guy, and then people were just standing there and watching. It's all part of the social experiment. So you know what's going to happen to you, if you run foul. The same way our religious institutions, as well. Like me, for those that don't know, I actually grew up, like my faith is Baptist. That's how I grew up. And I knew Martin Luther King was actually a Baptist minister. He actually spoke up, when it comes to civil rights and then people standing up for their rights. But how many religious leaders, you understand, actually preaches about stuff like this? And you see, during the end bad governance protests, like I used to follow the Nigerian Baptists, their page on X. They never used to, I've not come across them, dabble into politics. But when they went on their official handle to then say to Nigerians not to engage in protests, rather to pray, I unfollowed them. I almost blocked them, but God whispered in my ear not to block them. I literally almost blocked them and said, "Look, you guys don't dabble in politics, but when it comes to the people rising up and then speaking, you guys were really quick to actually say no, sit back and pray." So that gives you a sense of what Nigeria is. And another example I would give, like, I had a case last week that I dealt with someone who came to the UK. He was looking for accommodation. Not that he was looking for accommodation. He paid good money for accommodation. And then when he came to the UK, he found out, just like you booked an accommodation in Ikoyi, and then he found out that the estate agent, you know, booked accommodation in Sango Tedo instead. And I said to him, speak to the guy and make your grievance. He was like, oh, no, 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 no. And I start to understand. He still has that Nigerian mentality. Like, you can't really rise up to the very powerful, leave it to God, and, kumbaya, all be okay. It's all a social experiment. Now, moving forward from this whole argument, what do we actually need right now as a country moving into 2027? And I'm not going to mix words. Like, sorry if I offend anyone. You understand? I'll say it the way it is. We actually need someone that knows what it takes to actually wrestle power back from these guys. Somebody that would say, look, don't wait for elections. Electionary period is just the same thing, like you say, it go better. A miracle is going to happen in 2027. Where you start now and you say to the people, I stand by you. I know you're scared. I am part of that system. I'm solidly behind you. If you get arrested, we have coalition of lawyers who will get you out. I will use my big platform and I'll keep speaking in favor of your cause. That is the kind of person Nigeria needs right now, to actually speak truth to power. Like, I was doing a breakdown analysis of, the whole end bad governance protest. Tinubu actually spoke really tough leading up to that protest, but Tinubu was not there. But he gave them the signal that he was well behind them. Even when APC, or was he ACN then, they actually did that protest in Abuja at INEC office in which he spoke. That is the kind of leader that you need to actually rattle the cage of these guys, because they won't do what is right just because they have a change of hearts. You need to actually make them uncomfortable for them to be able to actually do what is right. And that is the kind of that's the kind of leader that Nigeria needs right now. Not analysis, or you talk here, you talk, go there, and you pray. No miracle is going to happen. These guys have captured the system, and Nigeria has been captured. Funny enough, uh Showore just reminds me, just like Hillary Clinton. That's not just so likable. You can't really place your hand. Okay, what exactly have they done? Why they are not likable? So that's just, so we need that person that has that aura, likeness, and Peter Obi fits. I don't even call him, fits into that bracket, but you need to know what it takes to be able to rescue power back from these guys. So my final part of my submission is, what should we do, electoral integrity, in 2027? To do it is very simple. And I'm glad that some people are now starting to catch up almost 2 years later. So I know people are saying, no, in Edo State, they didn't actually buy, you understand, the votes. You need to understand the maths, how it actually works. So it doesn't make sense, like, oh, they can write results. So why were they buying votes? They can only rig in their stronghold. And then the places where they are not strong, where they need that 25%. I keep hammering this too, though, the last time I spoke on your space, they would then buy votes in those areas that they are not strong, so they can meet that 25% markup. So that's why it's not making sense that, oh, they can rise, or why are they buying? So that's the reason. I remember I was telling you too, though, as well, the accreditation lists, that it is very vital that INEC should be putting that up on the IREF once they upload results. I'm glad Fubara actually understood. He's now catching up. Now you understand why Fubara went to courts and then ensured that the electoral register or electoral roll was not made public, because he knew if that was made public, APC would know as to what margin they need to rig. I've always said it. Go and look at Kogi states. In fact, the 3 local government in which APC was strong, sorry for my words of language, they raped those 3 LGAs. Like the margins to which they rigged was like about 70 to 80% of the whole accreditation number for the whole states. They padded numbers in those their stronghold. And it is very, very simple. You're out there championing for the cause of the people, saying, I stand behind you. You also add electoral reforms. Not reforms, basically. You don't need to reform anything. The laws are there. Just hold INEC by their balls and ensure that they do what they ought to do. You go to court, sorry, it's not going to work. So you need to start now. If your week is going to be good, I always say, from Monday you will know. So if you need to start that fight, you need to start it now. Merge all you like, PDP, APC, APP, XYZ, to fight this man, unless they don't know this man that is in office. You can merge all you want. I'm afraid to, though. 2027 is going to play out the same way as 2023. You need to rattle this cage and then make these guys uncomfortable before they may be able to give you, free, fair, and credible
All right,
elections in
Ghost. Let me
2027.
ask you. So basically, your argument is, it's basically, what's the word I'm looking for now? Because many have been arguing that forget the system, it doesn't work. So you are diametrically opposed to basically burning down the system, forget about the system, forget about bringing about change within the system. But you're actually advocating for the opposite. You're saying we can bring about that change from within the system. That's what you are saying. We just need to maybe do our permutations right.
All
And
right, so
right?
Tudo, let me ask you a very good question. You know how the electoral law works, right? So you have the electoral register. It tells you how many people are eligible to actually vote. Let's say 10. But accreditation tells you the number of people that actually turned up on that day to vote. Now, a question to you, Tudo. Why is INEC hiding that number on the IREV as to how many people actually turned up on that day to vote?
I mean, you already answered the question because it gives them the leverage
Exactly.
to do all of that shenanigans. Yeah.
And I'm wondering why the opposition are not banding together, because we've seen that function is there to say we need to start seeing these numbers. And when they're coming to overvoting, and the law stipulates that INEC has to wait for about 7 days, to cross-reference and then check. Like, why are they not holding these guys' balls and say, look, the laws is already there. You guys, you have to implement. They are still stuck in 1999 of ballot snatching, buying votes, and all that. Whereas APC is in 2015, not 2015, 2015 is when APC is now in 2023, where they can just write results and upload it. So this is where my argument is, that the opposition are not really paying close. And if you look at the off-cycle elections, like I've said, APC is using the same formula and the same strategy. Look at their stronghold, you see how they pad votes and they buy votes in the areas where they are not strong. So the opposition can the opposition can come together and then tackle those loopholes if they are not ready to do it. And you have to force them. You can't do it nicely for them
That
to be
was going
able
to be my
to
next
go by
question.
it.
Do
Yeah.
you think we need a more robust opposition by a more unified opposition, regardless of leanings?
A more unified, not a merger, a unified opposition based on a common cause, which is free, fair, and credible elections. And if it was APC, I believe you, if APC had lost that election in 2015, my God, or if APC had lost the elections in 2023, see, APC would have burned the country down. Just that, I don't even want to say more than that. But the opposition, needs to be unified and know what it takes to wrestle power back from these guys. All right, thank you very much, Tudo. Yeah.
All right.
Lessons.
Well said, as always. Thank you, God. I appreciate you. Kolade, are you there? Okay, Kolade might be busy.
I'm right here.
Yeah,
I'm right here.
Okay, Kolade, welcome, bro. Jump in.
All right. I came up here to tell you, Tudo.
It's Justice that is talking, not Kolade. I'm not sure Kolade is speaking. Is he speaking?
Kolade is speaking.
Justice Kolade is speaking. Go ahead, Kolade.
Okay, so I came up here to tell you they play. It seems we've not learned any lesson. We are still playing. It's grammar we are still blowing. I will go straight to the point, my brother. Leave story. Nigeria is messed up. That's the fact. All these whatever election, talk about it's all, well, don't let me just insult some people's sensibility, but to me, that's child's play. As it stands today, the country is messed up. All political parties come together, or you care. Go and do any reform, or you care. You think they send anybody, Papa? They don't send anybody, Papa. All they are saying is they will do their worst, go to court. And the court you are going to, who are you going there to meet? I think people still do not understand the mess we are in. People don't understand it. The last this thing that will say, they will use the same court to come and tell you, oh, this is the judgment, go and law and order, go by law and order, and they will still come back to still tumble everything down. That is what got us to where we are. I don't believe, oh, yes, the court should be there. He can fight his cause. He has a legit whatever. But they got the what happened? They turned everything upside down. So where do you want to go to? And they still control the apparatus of government. So what do you want to do now? I think the earlier we wake up and we know that everything is messed up, is either we scatter everything, and once all of us come to reality that, oh, everything has scattered, then we'll begin to pick it up again. That's the only way out for me from what I'm seeing. But if we think you can strategize, or you can team up, or you can do one magic that will just uproot these people, that everything about their existence depends on the position they hold today. You think they will just leave there? How many states do you think APC holds? So what magic do you want to do? So people, please, let's wake up. In my own opinion, let us wake up. The earlier we wake up, the better for us. If we are still having, you know what, I go better. Let's just pray. Let's just endure. Oh, let's just go into the play. The play. That is what I came up to tell you. Tudo, the play. I think we should just wake up to reality and deal with
So,
it, or we just forget it.
map it out for me, please. What is the plan to scatter everything?
What did Fubara do?
To the extent that you can share on a public space.
My brother, what did Fubara do? He match in court, Wike's eyes. He top them, like scatter everything. You know what? Go to hell. You to go to court until you chop that kind of liver. There is nowhere you are going. You said it earlier. Who knows PPP or what's the name of that party? Who knows that party? And we all know what he did. He also rigged everything out of their life. It's nothing concern them. That's the game. And we want to still come and talk on what? My brother, just scatter everything and just once everybody is ready, we'll begin to pick it up. That is it.
Tudo, that's my position from the beginning. I don't talk. I said that. Sorry, Jimmy.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I said this is what I said at the beginning. All this when we were talking electoral integrity. Hey, there's nothing wrong with talking, but I said anyone who's coming out 2027 must be ready to match them energy for energy. If there is an election, I personally do not envision an election in 2027. Maybe I'm naive, but I don't see it. Not with the way things are in Nigeria. Not with the kinds of people that currently are in the helms of affairs in Nigeria. You want to wrestle, you want to take power by speaking English away from somebody who we don't know till today whether he went to school or not. We don't know where he came from. He surrounded himself with criminals just like himself. We really need to be honest with ourselves. So this one no be, it's not beans. People's lives are at stake. People are dying every day out of hunger. Hunger alone, they kill people for Nigeria. Don't talk of kidnapping and the rest of it. Seriously, the only way for Nigeria to move forward is, first of all, that foundation needs to first of all scatter and be rebuilt. You guys have said it here. We've not had elections that make any sense right from the inception. So why are we fooling ourselves? Why are we playing to their own gallery? They set a trap for us. Every election cycle, we fall into it. Have you seen any APC spaces where they're talking about strategy? They will never. They laugh us. When they listen to us finish, half of them are here already, paying close attention to what we're saying. You think they pay these people for nothing? They are following everyone that has anything to say about Nigeria bumper to bumper. When they collect all the information, they go and do with it what they want. Do you think this man, you think he's just sitting there and he's ready to die for it? And whoever needs to go will go as long as he remains. We better know what we're doing. Me, my hand no kukuma day 2027 election. Now sit down and look the monkey business.
All right. I hear you. So Kalade, real quick before I move on. 20 states controlled by the APC, 13 by the PDP. Let's just stay with those two. So the establishment controls 33 out of 36 states. How do we fubara the situation, considering the numbers are not in the favor of the people?
You start the fubara from the off cycle. That is when they know that you mean business. Anything that is happening in any of those states, any local government, anything that is happening, scatter everything, starting fubara everything. That's the way. That's when they know that they are in for business. Because as it stands today, when it comes to general election, we all know what happens. It's about interest for these governors. But once the governor know that there are people that they have, Kano is an example of it. So my own is just, let's leave all these chichi poo, all these righteous and holier than thou. Let us need to go there and scatter as in take everybody eyes come on. Let them know that it's madness of madness. They have a choice of making it right or they deal with the monster they've created. Simple.
All right.
Yeah. Sorry, Tudo, just
yes,
like
real
what
quick.
Kolade was saying, just like we talked about Bielsa, any result that goes up by one accreditation, cancel it from that polling unit. It doesn't stand. And that I was just in a more nice way. But Kolade literally just, uncensored version, of what I'm saying. Unless you understand this, trust me, 2027 is just gonna play out the same way like 2023.
Yeah. I think the Supreme Court holds all the cards. The courts, basically on the federal level, hold these things. And that's why the establishment basically has captured the courts. Because even when you have elections, disputed elections, the state governor has the constitutional power to nominate the chairman, put the tribunal together, nominate the chairman of the tribunal. So you can say, okay, all of those are still under the purview of the state governor. But whatever the outcome of a tribunal, post-election tribunal is still subject to the ruling of the court, of the higher court. So,
but why go to court?
Thank you, Jimmy. Tudo, another
Why
question about you.
If anybody is going to go to court, let it be them.
Tudo, until also, let me also shock you now. I'm going to say this on the public. Look, that same court you mentioned now, until the courts really feel the wrath of the people who be in this mess we are. It is time someone rise up and face these injustices and let them know that the evil they perpetrated is enough. Until they have a pain of the destruction they've caused, this madness will continue. You just treat one of them, that's just treat one of them up, and you will see if they will sit up or not.
All right.
For every action there is an equal reaction. There is no repercussion for all.
Newton's third law of motion. Thank you.
Yeah, there is no repercussion. And Tudo.
Yeah.
Kolade here and Goat. If no one understood why they're speaking like this, you were not following the last election. Okay, these guys were giving the numbers back to back. They were holding spaces back to back. And I know Mr. Kolade Tieshini. Mr. Kolade will talk about Amazon Sky, cloud, about the storage and everything. He will talk. And you have a book. Goes here. He read the Constitution from A to Z more than 3 times. And UC Maxwell, you go to hear on section something, section something. I cannot go to any of those sections again. We read the Constitution from A to Z. There's a clause here. There's one time they said you don't have the local standard. What is this, Oyibo? You don't have the locus ground.
Jimmy, Ab initio. Continue.
Bro, so for goats to come out now and tell you, for him to be saying what he's saying now, we've ticked all the boxes. That's the bottom line. All the boxes have been ticked right now. The reason why I'm having this conversation is simply because we need to pass a message across to the people to let them know that, look, there is no hope in that country. Trudeau is holding on to one, and maybe a few other people are still holding on to a little bit of hope, but there is no hope in that country.
I am hopeful.
You want it?
Yeah.
So go out there, snatch it, grab it, and
hold on, Steven.
May I come in here?
I like to hold on, Steven. I like to throw out tips here to our political leaders. We're talking about the vice president, about the Borno flooding and all of that. I think Justice brought that up. Sometimes, in case they are listening, just with the remote chance that they might be listening, guys. I mean, it doesn't cost much to do some of these little things. For instance, it doesn't look good. The optics doesn't look good for the president to visit the flood victims and say, I was on my way to France, but I had to stop by." Like, it doesn't look good. It doesn't look good on us as a nation. It doesn't look good. What you're saying, sir, is you don't prioritize the people. That's what you're saying. That there's something more important that you need to go and attend to. But
bro, who cancels that trip?
You just have to stop by. Stop by.
Who cancels that trip if not the president? You cancel it too.
Yeah.
The solidarity of the people.
Yeah. You don't say I was on my way to. I had to stop by. Like, come on, it doesn't look good. And our presidential handlers too. They have a job here. You guys have a job. Just come on. This one is not money. This one is not. And this rice policy, this Tinubunomics that is just throwing rice at everything. Today in Casina, I think is the latest installment of the rice policy. Come on, man, we can be smart. We can be smarter.
There is another one in Ikeja today.
The world is watching. The world is watching. It doesn't look good. That we're not stupid. Nigerians are smart people. We are smart people. We have a lot of smart people in that country, and it doesn't look good that this is we're making a mockery of a whole generation of people. It doesn't make any. I just wanted to say that.
So
Steven, jump in.
You say we are smart, but yet we are where we are. Are we really smart?
Yeah, we are. We just have the misfortune of a series of terrible misleading.
And we're not smart enough to figure out a way to kick off.
Let me come here.
Yeah, Steven, quick. Sorry, hang on. Quick one from Steven. After Steven, I want to take Hanatu. I believe she's female. Yeah, okay. Because men sometimes we talk too much.
She's on the listener on my phone.
No, she's here on the speaker. Sometimes men we talk too much, and we are the problem of that country. So let's have a very soothing, feminine voice to calm us down.
Hanatu will shock you now. Now, Bazooka she go carry come now. They watch.
Hearing from Hanatu.
All right, Steven, go ahead.
Can you hear me, Tudo? Hello, am I audible?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me? We can hear you. Go
Okay,
ahead.
I was just looking forward to Hanatu's submission. It's been a long time, but just on that talk on we have smart people. We are very funny as Nigerians. We believe our own lie. During the hunger in New York, I was in New York for when Buhari's last year in office, and he was trying to make a speech at the UN conference, and a friend of mine was asking me. He said, "Is that your president?" That was in New York. I said, "Yes." He said, "How come you guys parade yourselves about in the US as one of the most smartest immigrants?" I said, "Yeah, we are." Blah, blah, blah. He said, "How come that is your president? Look, that is your ambassador. That is the person we see on behalf of the 200 plus million you said." I said, "Yeah." He said, "So that's the smartest, that's the best you guys have to offer. So do you still think you guys are the smart?" I said, "No, we are not. I apologize for bragging and fooling ourselves. We are not smart people. Smart people do not behave collectively the way we do. Stop.
Thank you.
Stop
Absolutely,
saying
absolutely.
you can say we have a few." Anyway, let me put this back on the house. Why I came back up. This is for Tudo. This is for Jimmy and all our friends up here. Put yourself on the shoe of those in power. I'm a fan of Game of Thrones. I've watched it 10 times. I just finished the game out of desperation from Edo election. I started watching from beginning. Game of Thrones, right? What is the incentive?
To learn strategy, Abi?
I just like the movie. What is the incentive? The Lannisters are ruling, like, let's just say the Lannisters, the APC Lannisters. What's the incentive for you in Aso Rock today to give power away to anybody else? Well, be it APC, Labour, be it Atiku, PDP, or whoever, or the people. Remember, even in the Game of Thrones I use as an example, as in Nigeria today, the people do not matter. Your vote is irrelevant. I mean, the average Nigerian does not count. Nobody needs your vote. Your opinion is to yourself. You can only criticize on social media. If you do it too much, DSS will pick you up. You are not relevant. Wike rigged River State single-handedly, one man, and everybody River State was at home. So don't think. So what's happening with Fubara Wike today is 2027. Who controls that state to determine who wins it? That's what's happening with the Fubara. So when you say let's Fubara everything, do you have the power to Fubara everything? Why do you Fubara everything? Fubara is the executive governor of River State. So you can Fubara State or River State, as you say. But do you have the power to Fubara? The chips are not in our hands. And I wanted to ask you though, what is the incentive? Justice, your mic is on. Justice, what is the incentive, Tudo, for those in power to give away the power they have? Why will they do that? I bring you to the statement of the APC chairman, former governor of Kano. He said, and I quote, a few months to the election, he said, "These children want to take our jobs. What do they want us to do with our lives?" That's what he said. That's a quote from him. Few months to the 2023 election. He said, "What? Look at these children. Oh. You want to come and sack us? What are we going to do after you sack us?" These guys have the army. These guys have the CBN. These guys have the legislature and the judiciary and the executive. We are outside.
And the
in
police, the
Game of
police,
Thrones. We are
and the
completely
police.
outside. We're not in the house where power is discussed or move around. You not follow. Nobody here follow. You don't follow. Your opinion does not matter. If you not like Mahmoud, there was a day of cursing of Mahmoud. People did it. They curse out till tomorrow. The guy is still healthy and healthy. Healthier than you where they curse him. Cursing the world. We say we pray a lot. All this. Let me not go into that. I'm very sensitive because we are very religious. So let me
My
leave.
brother, use that word, useless.
So,
Use it, use
so
it.
let us not kid
Use it with your full
ourselves.
chest.
Let us not kid ourselves. We can only placate when you are in a monarchy, like in Saudi Arabia. You cannot insult the crown prince. What's his name? MBS or whatever.
MBS.
You cannot be a Saudi citizen in Canada going to school on that Saudi payroll and insulting. They will find you in that Canada and deal with you. Go and ask Khashoggi. So my point is that Nigeria is not necessarily a monarchy, but it's not a democracy either. You can't even, you need to go to the queen in England or the king before you even become a relevant candidate, not talk of assume power. The British crown still own Nigeria. It's an East Niger company. This is real talk. Nigerians we're a creation of a company. We are still the creation of that company with shareholders. We are not, we like to think we are citizens. We are not America that fought and broke away and formed a country and now agree on the constitution. Were you there when they wrote our constitution? Say we the people. Who is the people? So we can only plead and just create a little room for yourself to better yourself and criticize as much as you can until you, as safely as you can, walk the thin line and hope for the best. But if you think you want to change Nigeria, really, like we tried to do in 23, look, we really had a chance. I promise you we did. That was only because they did not see us coming. They did not see us coming. It will never happen again. They won't make that mistake. Don't even not go there. Look, the elections in 2023 was 8 million votes for Tinubu, Article 6.9. According to them, P2B 6.2 million. So it was close. In 2027, it will be 30 million votes for Tinubu, 10 votes for P2B, 5 votes for. If you don't like it, go where? You know the answer.
Court, go to court, my brother. Go to court.
Go to court. All right, Stephen. Thank you.
Look,
Thank
can
you.
I just quickly go after that, if that's okay?
Yeah,
Oh,
let's do
oh
that.
no,
now.
no, no, no.
Let's do that now.
Anatu is going
Anatu
now.
is going next. Anatu, go ahead. Anatu, are you there? Okay, Anatu is busy.
She's probably trying to unlock her phone or something. But,
Anatu, if you are speaking, we can't hear you. Maybe you need to unmute. All right. Let's take everything. Anatu, when you come back and you're ready, just wave and I'll call you. Everything's Satoshi. You always make a global argument that we're being controlled by some powers, just like what Stephen just said. I don't know how that affects local government elections, but make the case.
Yes. Can you guys hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Yes. Okay, awesome. I actually came up because of Stephen's submissions, and it's good that I did a little bit more listening, and I'm actually quite happy that I'm going after him in this particular case. So to just paraphrase a bit of what he said that got me to come up was that 2023 elections were sort of what gave him, or rather the Edo elections, but was sort of like the final, blow for him to give up on the, support for the Nigerian dream or whatever, and that he was sort of galvanized during the last, presidential elections, and that he had never really known that elections were not credible before then. And to me, hearing that was, I don't know, for me, quite a very nice display of humility to, put that out there, because I feel this was also the case for a significant portion of the country as well. Given that, Toby did a good job to rally a lot of unconscientized people, to at least bring their to the forefront the consciousness of this whole charade of a democracy. And then, I then had Goat's submission, which I value his submission. I, however, only fault it with the fact that I think Justice said he is trying to fix a system, or the current rotten system we have within that system. And that has somewhat always been my problem with the way we are not just us as a Nigerian nation, but Africa itself and probably globally. But just taking to the Nigerian context, I will say that the idea that we should continue to remain a democracy is one that I feel needs to be discussed in the present more often, right? Um, just like a lot of people were saying, maybe in 2023, we should abolish the use of,
the polls to determine whether or not our vote or our voices count, right? I also believe that in the present, we should be pushing for the need to think that remaining a democracy can bring us out of this problem. Because if we don't start to look at it from that lens, we will just be going around in circles and be, pushing the narrative, like was being said here, that whoever is coming out in 2027 needs to be formidable, needs to not be soft, needs to, all of that. The idea of a 2027, if we can, which is quite impossible, but if we can, we should kill that idea, because having to rely on INEC or the court again, just like has been said here, we should try to find a way to at least come to the conclusion that that is not a route as a nation we should choose to go, right? And unfortunately, I do not subscribe to the let us scatter everywhere thesis, because what scattering everywhere would mean is that you are going to um, indulge in bullets, in armory, guns, and all of that. And unfortunately, the people do not wield an enormous uh, power in that regard. The guns and the bullets and all of that uh, is also centralized. And to sort of piggyback off the early beginning, or the early part of the space when I joined, I think today was talking about how do we decentralize power from these guys. Firstly, I would love to, if I may, I put something in the chat. It's a link to a book called Democracy, the God That Failed Us. To people who like to read long, thousands of, not thousands, but hundreds of pages of books. This is a very, very, in my opinion, prolific book that should hopefully change or persuade one to have a second frame of reference other than the democratic approach to fixing these sorts of problems that are um, caused by people who are unelected and do not believe in democracy, but rather use it as a tool, right? And it's quite an impossible wish, but if most Nigerians can read this book, the scales will just fall out of our eyes. And with permission from the host, probably I can put the book in the nest, but I put it in the chat. And it's in my opinion, it's a proper, eloquently written step to sort of move us away from fixing this systematic problem without having to result in doing so within the system, right? Because going is very painful to me, honestly, either as a listener or as a speaker or anonymous listener, to still hear people go down the, oh, let's consolidate parties, or let's use XYZ person as a, let's put this person out there to represent our needs and hope that, all of that, democratic, bureaucratic process. It's never going to work, right? And
All right.
just hope.
No, finish your thought. Finish your thought real quick.
Okay, the TLDR of all I'm trying to say is, um, more wake up as Nigerians. As for the global powers holding us, I will just maybe summarize with Stephen's Game of Thrones analogy that he was trying to put up, right? So there's obviously those people who are always playing chess, while the plebeians, the plebs, don't even understand the games that are going on. And I believe that most people, at least in this space or in diaspora, have a different um, view of the world than the average Nigerian. So if you are in that category, I urge you, if you would care to listen, to have a different
All
perspective
right.
on whether or not the nation should even still exist, and whether it is worth fighting for. And even if it should be worth fighting for, should the ballot box
Be the way
be a
to achieve that. All
viable
right.
solution?
All right. Thank you. Thank you,
Yes. Thank you so
everybody.
much for
I have a
the
question
time.
for Satoshi when you're done to the
I wanted to go straight to Anato actually, but let's do that real quick. Go ahead.
yeah, I just want Satoshi, the book you are talking about, how many pages?
I think on the PDF form, it's about less than 400. So say, let's say 330, 340
You want
pages.
Nigerians to read how many pages? Book.
I am. Well,
Nigerians.
most black people don't like to read. We don't like to read, but the book is not for people. Obviously, the negligible few that will even bother to click and go through, or would even probably just copy and paste the link on an AI, whatever, to summarize the book for them. Um, for those negligible few who would do that, it's probably for them. For the rest who would feel the need to probably pray about it or use the ballot boxes, probably that's not who I'm referring to. But I appreciate your question, Jimmy, and
Brother,
probably if you've got
brother,
more.
I have followed you. Please follow me back and send me that book. I want to read. Please. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, guys. Anatu, are you back?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much, Tudo.
Is
Sorry,
Anatu
my
speaking?
phone froze. Yes, I'm speaking.
Yeah,
Can you
she
hear
is.
me?
She's speaking.
Okay.
Tudo, she's
Okay.
speaking.
All
Yeah.
right. Go ahead.
Okay.
Go
Okay.
ahead, Anatu.
I won't take much time. Thank you very much. But before I just say my submission, Jimmy and Honorable Stephen, I know that you two don't do anything for the applause or anything like that, but you need to hear it all the time. Thank you very much. It's voices like yours that keep soft, malleable hearts like ours that break down, that keep us standing. Honestly, thank you so much. It's always good, when I hear you both, especially on Spaces, still keeping the passion and the fire going and all of that. And there was something that Honorable Stephen said about ex-obedient and all of that's another different conversation, but you are a solid man and God will continue to bless all your efforts and everyone that wants a better Nigeria. One of the reasons why I asked to speak is I had a conversation 2 days ago with a colleague of mine who's from Burkina Faso. And that was the first time really I was meeting someone that close to talk about, oh, your country and all of that. And I was just telling her how, oh, I admire, your young leader, all of that, and what happened and France and everything. And she looked worried. She looked at me like I was a bit absurd. And I was wondering why. And she said, honestly, things are not as good as they look. And it was when she started breaking down the issues for me. So there's a part of her that, yes, she agrees, no, we don't want France and all of that. But is that how to get power? is that how to hold on to power at the end of the day is their true freedom. And she started telling me all sorts of things that are happening and how it's affecting people, sending money home and so many things. And that's when it hit me that, you know what, I 100% agree with everything that's said about Nigeria. We're in a state of anarchy right now. There's no two ways about it. There's no democracy and all of that. But is the way out also that kind of madness like what they are doing? Then I started thinking again and asking myself and said, what happened in the last election? Clearly, we can see the law is not being obeyed. It's not about the what do you call it? It's not about the National Assembly. It's not about the laws. It's not about the courts. Nobody believes in that. The politicians know they do their thing. It is because the courts don't work. That's why Simfubara on Sunday, what do you call it? He inaugurated the new chairman and all of that. And to hell with anybody. Nobody cares about that. So at the end of the day, is there hope? Now, this is what I see as hope for me, which is a little bit of a light at the end of the tunnel, not rice at the end of the tunnel. But this is how I think. I thought of the last election. I said, because Edo reminded me of Plateau State. That's my home state in many ways. I was supporting Olumide Apata, and I really wanted him to win because 8 years ago, I made the same mistake. I remember clearly when they were telling us, don't vote Lalong, don't vote Lalong. But we were just crazy. We were angry because what PDP had done then, Jan was bringing in someone who was related to him and was from his same, what do you call it? Was from his same senatorial zone. Yes. So the argument was, no, you cannot do it. It has to go around all the zones, blah, blah, blah. And we just wouldn't listen to the voice of reason that, see, if this thing goes to this other zone and this is the person coming out there, it is as good, it is better. Let this same zone have it so that you have a sane state. And then later on, we cannot talk about that zone that has not yet gotten. Till today, we have not recovered from it. Lalong was the worst. I've never seen anything as terrible as that. And we still will not recover from it. The reason why I bring up that election is because it was a PDP governor. You know how powerful Jan was and everything. This is an ex-military man and everything. We stood in our words and we protected our votes. Now, let me bring you back to last year's election again. Everybody knows that Peter Obi had over 1 point something million votes on the plateau. A week later, there was gubernatorial election. Gubernatorial election, plateau people slept in INEC office so that votes will not be changed. The same people that allowed their votes to be stolen, to be given, part of it was given to Tinubu. Because even though it was Peter Obi that won in Plateau, presidential vote was the people who voted for Buhari, his 12 million votes that he held on to for years consecutively. Why? Because he made them believe that it is either him or nothing. So anybody can do anything anywhere. When it comes to election, Buhari always had his votes from that north. It was a cult followership and everything. I say this because the man I have come to respect in the person of Peter Obi comes across in a different light. What I have watched him do in the last few months and in the last 1 year, I'll say, is interesting. His grassroots, meeting the people and all those things will not go for nothing. Oh. That's the light I'm seeing at the end of the tunnel. Sorry, I'm not trying to sound like a whatever, because the truth is, I agree with everyone. There's nothing. Is it INEC? Is it whatever? Tinubu has already tied it down to him and everything. But there's a way that we can play these people at their game. And if and only if the downtrodden who, no matter come rain, come sunshine, when it comes for that election time, they're the one, that's the time, that's the only thing they know. If they can stand their feet and say it is pure, I'm telling you, there's nothing that anyone would do at those polling units. It will be blood for blood. And so that is what I am encouraging. So I don't see it. I know that, yes, cerebrals, we can sit and talk about the issues and say, oh, fight this here, fight this here. But there's a local politics that goes down, that some of those boys in the grassroots and all those things, they don't know what we're talking about. They don't understand the implications and everything. They play by the noun and what they get. And if there's a way that we can get to them, which is what I see that is happening with Pio, he's becoming that voice of reason in the heads of people. He's becoming that only option that people are hearing, especially in the north. You're hearing it over and over. It just has to be a simple rhetoric. Simple rhetoric, bad dogon turanchi, not too much long English, and there's hope. So that is the kind of politics that I'm looking forward to. I know that nothing will change before then. I'm not sure that the people in the House of Assemblies, there's still a shock. So there's still a part of me that still holds on and says, you know what? If at all Nigeria is still going to survive till 2027 and Tinubu wants to play it by him, this hunger and the conversations and everything will be something that we'll see. It happened in the time of IBB, even as a president. What's his name? Abiola won the elections. We will know how we'll fight the rest after that. I know that those are still conversations, but hey, I just wanted to say that maybe there's a little hope at the end of the tunnel. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Anatu. Beautiful submission. Thank you. Let me say this. In as much as the slang, just is not the thumbs up. In as much as the slang is now being kicked in, the whole let us Fubarite. We can say that, but to Fubara, it doesn't come cheap. And this is the reason why we're clamoring to have more governors like Alex Oti. What Fubara did was possible due to the access he has to resources, to funds. The access he has to money, funds was what played a major role. And let's put into consideration that they didn't have any, spaces to strategize what they're going to do. Nobody knew their plan, but he knows how to go about it, and he had the money, the resource to do. You need to have access to such resources, such fund to be able to pull such a thing out. Pull it out in a way whereby people will be shocked. All these things we're seeing on Twitter, the videos and everything we're seeing, him talking. It's not just talking for talking's sake. It's going to require a lot of money. He's going to have to pay some people to make sure, they do the deeds. Everything we're seeing now just didn't happen magically. He knows how they play the game, and only governors, with such enormous resources can actually pull that out. So I just want people to know that in as much as we've been saying, with Fubara it will sim up and Fubara it comes with a lot of spending. Yeah, it's not just by talking and acting.
Jimmy, can I just ask you one
Jimmy,
question?
sorry, let me ask you one little thing. Is it
Let's take
only
it one at a time. Oga, take a go, then we take goes.
is it only money or the will and the heart to do what is necessary?
Yeah, as I said, money is one of the major things. You have to be, you have to have that zeal, that deliberation of actually going after that goal. Okay, so Sim is a very focused person. He didn't talk too much. You can tell he's angered. And he met with a lot of stakeholders. And you can see the likes of Odili and he met with the key stakeholders that are actually calling shots. Right? He did his assignment, and as far as I'm concerned, he's the chief security officer of that state. So whatever he's going to do, the Wiki is not going to be able to say anything about it. And I think that was exactly what he stood on. So Wike was just too aggressive. Wike is seeking for power. And I said at the beginning of my submission this morning, I said, look, Tinubu should be worried about Wike because Wike is power hungry for fame, money, and power. And now he's accumulating money. He already has power to some extent. He's accumulating money. Wike, we're worried about Shetima. Wike is the kind that will use pillow to just suffocate Tinubu. Tinubu should be worried about Wike because the guy is hungry for power. He's coming after him. So where he made that mistake is putting Fubara there and thinking he can control Fubara. And that goes to Fubara to himself. The guy portraying or standing in the news now, speaking on behalf of Fubara. Fubara should be careful of that guy. Because when Fubara finishes and he wants to leave, if you're leaving, leave and leave everything. Don't say you want to start collecting tofi or you want to be collecting money from your state. That is exactly what pushed Wike to this stage. So, guys, it is what
Just
it
leave
is.
the way P2B left Anambra State.
Just
And
say you understand. Just leave that way. Simple. So, whatever it is going on with Wike right now, he deserves it. He's so power hungry. He's so power hungry. And that's probably going to be his downfall. Go to
Yeah.
jump in.
So Jimmy,
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Please, can I
Guys, hold on.
Sorry, hang on. Let's go one by one.
Sudo wants to say something.
I just want to
Yeah.
say that it's also the president has reacted, and unfortunately, he basically just oversimplified the issue by just directly mentioning Fubara and the political leaders of River State to de-escalate, as if we don't know who is really behind all of this. What is that word Nigerians use a lot? Gaslighting. Like, as if we're stupid. Like we don't know what is going on. And Fubara reacted, by the way. He goes, "Well, why is the president mentioning only by name? Am I? We all know what the problem is. Why are you mentioning me, Mr. President?" Yeah.
Sudo, let me tell you what that is. Tinubu is indirectly telling Rivers people that he's coming for them. So it's going to be a war between Rivers people and the stakeholders against Tinubu. So the reason why he knows Wike is the one pushing for it. Look, Tinubu needs Rivers State for his 2027 ambition. And he wants to play he has the power of the presidency to pull out whatever he wants to pull out. And I said it earlier on, if this river thing is going to escalate and ignite what is due to have happened in that country, so be it. So be it. The Rivers people, they should not agree. Rivers is the new Rivers Mobile Lagos. Yeah. And they need to stand their ground. Honestly speaking, they need to stand because what that president just did now, illegal president, by the way, illegitimate president just did now is sending an indirect message to the power behind Fubara, to Fubara himself. And I love the fact that he has replied. Let's see how this is going to play out. Goats, jump in real quick.
Yeah, thank you, Jimmy. I was even going to say, basically what Fubara did was just do the same thing APC does. Since you hide the numbers on the BVAS, I'll hide the voter register. And if you want to have a good laugh, just go and listen to APC Space. You understand? Since that reverse election, they were lamenting that, look, how is it even legal for you to hide, voter register? You understand? And then vote happens in the
Are you serious?
Yeah, they were
They asked you that
lamenting.
question?
It pained them well. The River State won. That how is it legal? So really, it just what the guy did was just the same thing.
And by the way, the River State Independent Electoral Commission, the River State High Court. So it's more like tit for tat.
Yeah,
If
he
you
went
say
to
you
court
go
to get that injunction.
To get an injunction, I will also go to my own court to get my own
and do
injunction.
it and then hide it. So
Yeah,
the
and do
thing
it exactly
paid them
the way you
where.
did.
So that's the question I'll ask you, Jimmy, is since we know APC is rigging and then writing, if let's say I do election now, there was 300 million votes. Do you think INEC will announce that results? Maybe what I'm saying, scatter everything. Maybe this is where the country needs to go. Whereas APC is writing, you in your stronghold, you're writing. Maybe presidential election will bring out 500 million votes. maybe that's when INEC would then say, okay, you know what? Let there be a little bit of transparency. So this is where I'm coming from.
Thank you.
Let everybody do their
Thank you,
own
God.
madness.
See, Tudo, this is exactly what I was saying. But I mean, people were pushing back in the morning. I said, look, you need to be madder than the people you are coming against. But you know, people are saying you don't practice the same thing. You're complaining about the people. That's not the point. The point is the people you're dealing with. You have the moral ground. You have the morality of this is not right. Okay, but for you to make it right, you need to get that power first, right? So to get that power first, you do whatever it takes for you to get that power. When you get that power, you can now do what you meant to do. It's about having that moral standard that, you know what, we're doing this just to get power. And when we're done, we need to orientate this country. We need to clean this
What
country.
is that?
Yeah,
What is that old
ahead.
phrase? I think it goes all the way back to Tip O'Neill in the U.S., 1932. All politics is local. That's all I'll say.
Yeah, that's correct. It is local. It is local, and I love what Fubara is doing right now. So, are you telling me that what Fubara went to do in the court, you think it's an only mouth? You think he won't grease anybody's palm? Me I no talk. So you know, be say just go there, they write judgment, say make INEC no do this. We know all these things, okay? But to get the job, then after the election, did you listen to Fubara's speech? He said he's setting up a committee to now go after the governance that happened on that wiki. That he doesn't care who is involved. Whoever has to go to jail will go to jail. Now, that is what I'm talking about. It's one thing for him to say it, it's another thing for him to implement it. But the point is, he played dirty to get and be stable with power. It took him almost 1 year, Abby? Yeah, 1 year fighting just to get stable. And now that he's stable, he's going out.
Yeah.
He's doing the right thing.
Yeah, I see your argument. It just doesn't help. According to Goodluck Jonathan's argument, it just doesn't help that we are getting two concurrent or opposing rulings from concurrent courts courts of concurrent jurisdictions on the same issue. It doesn't help our democracy. Maybe there is no democracy.
Oh, Tudo, why did you trigger everybody on this space by mentioning that name? You just triggered everybody right now.
With due respect, forgive me. I just thought what he said made sense. On the neutral,
Tudo, my own is not even
when you have a proliferation of court orders like that, and judgments by, like I said, by concurrent jurisdictions that are conflicting each other, it doesn't help. So, but again, I understand the zip code we're in, the climate, under the current climate. Saying a court you won't go to. You say I should go to court. Me too, I know how to go to my own courts. You find your own judge. I know how to find my own judge. Let's be shopping around. Let's not be shopping around for judges. I'll be shopping around for rulings.
So this is the funny part. This is the funniest part for me, is that people are still going to court. How many people have died since Buhari left power till now that we are not realizing that the federal government of Nigeria decided they will not obey court orders. Were we not here? Did that just fly under the radar, under everybody's nose? The federal government of Nigeria does not obey court orders, period. They don't care about court orders. So we're going to degenerate to the extent where this court order that we're shopping for, we will not even bother shopping for it again. If you have the power to make things happen that you want to happen, you exercise that power. Because that's where we're getting to, where the courts don't matter. And it's gradually but surely getting to that point where nobody will be quoting any court order anymore, any high court or competing court. Now, that conversation will just be like, what's this one smoking? Because that's where we're going to. But I just want to remind everybody again about what I said earlier. Some of us are still talking as if we don't understand the game we're in. Some people are playing soccer, some people are playing American football. Dude, we're not even playing rugby, we're playing American football like 1948 American football where there was no protective gear. That's where we are now. Realize this, have peace, and strategize accordingly. It's a gangster state. Operate like one. That's where my mind is now.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Lateke.
My brother.
Jimmy, thank you, Teke. Jimmy, let's take, where is TK?
Yeah, she came up and she dropped again.
TK, please come back. We like
yeah.
we like our women to come up and speak here. Men, we are the problem of Nigeria.
But I can see her on the
Right.
space.
Yeah, TK, come back. Let's say your views. All right, Jimmy,
So,
go ahead, and then we'll go to the next person.
Tudo,
So Bechuku,
before you go to the next person, I want to ask you a question. Why do you always keep saying democracy? And don't that word is kind of triggering during this period.
When did I say it now? What did I say?
You talked about Jonathan. I know even verse for Jonathan, but after talking about Jonathan, you come mention democracy. We are not in a democracy. People need to realize that.
How did I say
we are no longer in a democracy? Buhari gave us democracy. If we are going to be given an award, Buhari is a champion of democracy compared to what we have today. People need to see that it's bad. It's that bad.
For context, I only quoted. I know you and I were ideologically on opposite sides when it comes to way forward. You want a military coup. You want a military takeover. I don't.
Tudo. It's not that I want anything that will displace these people.
Now, let me rephrase. I only quoted GEJ for the statement he made with the ongoing chaos in River State, that the proliferation of court orders, all right, and judgments by courts of concurrent jurisdiction, all right, that are giving conflicting orders does not bode well for our country and for our, what's that word again? Democracy.
That man doesn't have the integrity to even speak. That man doesn't have the integrity to speak.
That man, to me, I don't really blame APC for taking power. I blame Jonathan for letting power go.
Honestly speaking, and the moment they announced Tinubu, it was all over. He did that to spice Atiku. He was all over the place. He went to congratulate Tinubu and pay them a visit and all those kind of. That man is a freaking.
It's fine. Let's not enter Jonathan. Let's move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Go
Before.
ahead and then we'll go to Bechuku.
Yeah. So I think was it Justice that made that submission, and he mentioned something about how neutral the military are actually meant to be, and he mentioned the American military. Just spare me 30 seconds to listen to this.
You see, we are unique among armies. We are unique among militaries. We do not take an oath to a king or a queen, a tyrant or a dictator. We do not take an individual. No, we do not take an oath to a country, a tribe, or religion. We take an oath to the Constitution. And every soldier that is represented in this museum, every sailor, airman, Marine, Coast Guardsman, each of us will protect and defend that document regardless of personal price.
Bam. That's what I wanted to share with people.
Biden, my brother, Biden was seated there when this thing
I was going to mention that right in front. Yeah, right in front of the president. They passed that message across. It's the second time he's doing it. He said it during Trump's time, and he said it again during Biden's time. So that's a. Can any of our security chiefs say this in front of Tinubu? People will be saying then will they play on your mandate we shall stand right in front of them, and they go salute with their different salutation signals. Very bunch of useless set of people. Anyway, let's move along. Tudo, I'm not sure who's meant to go next. We have new speakers. Paul is here. Tobechuku is here. Oxlade is here.
Tobechuku is next.
All right, let's take it that way. All right, jump in, my brother.
After Tobechuku, Oxlade.
Okay, Tudo, you're echoing. You don't the Oza room. You are in the Oza room. Yeah, you are echoing. Oh yeah, you are echoing.
Thanks for the opportunity. I wanted to say that in my opinion, the closest the closest chance we might have is if at least the two strongest oppositions to lead a strategic movement for the implementation of some, certain laws or the amendment of some certain laws. We're not telling you to come out and stage a revolution. We're not telling you to, and if one is ready and the other is not, the one that is ready shouldn't go. It must be together. If it's not going to be together, it's not going to work, in my opinion. So the both of them must come out openly. I've been on the space for a while. I've been listening to, a lot of people say they don't subscribe to anybody coming out. Fine, that's your opinion. And personally, I don't subscribe to just one person coming out. It has to be the both of them. That's the only way it might pull some strings, and we might have a chance to at least amend a law. If that is successful, then at least it's one step. We can say, okay, we can test it out in the different elections that might happen before the 2027. I think that's the most peaceful part I see in the short term. Yeah.
All right. So Benchicos. Thank you. Let's move the mic very quickly. Oxley, are you there? Oxley. All right. Oxley is busy. Let's go right straight to Paul. Paul Etain, are you there?
Yeah, so I'm here.
Go ahead. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. And Tudo, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Nigeria's problem recently has changed the way every other thing is changing. It used to be maybe the elections were not very credible and we could count on the courts. But now it's the courts that we cannot count on and the election process we cannot count on. My own is there no way we can go after the judiciary to have them like do the right thing? Cases that are pending, that are supposed to be checked, if protests are supposed to be done, it should be
You
channeled
mean
towards
aside
them.
from buying up billboards and putting a very large eagle eye there
No,
and saying all eyes on judiciary?
like not that, like something more personal. Like these people, they are not ghosts, they are brothers. They live amongst us and things like chanting in front of their houses, a different way of protesting or something, just make their life miserable. Because these guys are the one passing the judgments that are putting us in deep shit. Imo State election that brought in hope. And another problem we have now is there is a change of baton within the ruling class, and some people are trying to capitalize into it using Pablo as their case study. Pablo successfully enslaved Lagos since 99. He's a perfect example of a state capture. He's been practicing this shit for over 20 years with the best and the so-called best state in the country. So he's well grounded. So he has minors looking up to him, people like Opus Odima. He has Yaya Bello. He has my stupid former governor, Adam Soshomole. He has Wiki, who now licks his butt. And Wiki right now is doing the bidding of his boss. And nothing like Pablo is not calling him to order. He's doing exactly what Pablo wants him to do. Pablo is a politician that plays the game as it should be played, without emotions, without sentiments, and it's very brutal as a drug dealer that he is. So he's not only playing the APC, taking a stronghold on it, so there will be no internal oppositions. He's also playing the oppositions, every single one of the oppositions to the lowest of it. He's playing everybody. He knows what's happening in every party. He has moles in all of them. He has social moles. He has everything. So he's now inspiring people like Wiki and Adam. So Nigeria is having a different type of problem now. So if we cannot trust the ballot boxes, they rig the elections and tell you go to court. INEX registers and people appearing for votes are not matching. The court would not examine these exhibits or whatever if they go to court, like Edo State is doing now, wasting their time. And we are saying nothing about this. Who is the judge sitting for these cases? Even if they pay the judge, how do we make their life miserable if they even collect the bribe? We cannot just keep talking. And something I like the political space of yours more than the religious space. Why? Because when in one of our religious space we talked about what you think the purpose of life was, and if you remember, I said mine was emancipating people more politically, because there are a lot of dumb people in Nigeria. Because the leaders are not actually the problem. Nigerians don't even know how to be active citizens. They don't know how to be active citizens. We are not smart people. We are more corny people, and we lack integrity and honesty when we are, like, generally. I'm not saying they are not honest and people with integrity in Nigeria, but generally Nigerians are not honest people. So Pablo is now increasing hunger. They would buy people. They will buy people on these spaces. They will buy influential people from the opposition before the election. But we need to check the judges that keeps watching. Okay, we can't control INEC again. INEC is obviously printing results. Okay, now how do we not accept these things and go after the judiciary is one? Then there are other ways to go about this. If we would use Pablo's template of how he tumbled PDP, he solidified all the oppositions, literally. He picked everybody that was very powerful. He joined parties together. And that is what the opposition should be doing now. PDP is very dead. Labour Party, I don't know what's happening with them. AAC is living in an illusion, even if they have someone that is very sellable. It's crazy. These people should stay together and try and do something. The opposition needs to be strong, and it needs to have numbers. And the numbers is not just people speaking from where they speak or supporting by words. They should be active card members. I am an APC carrying card member, but I left Nigeria in 2019. Before leaving, I was fully APC, all bedded in their group still now. But when I left, it was partly because of the NSAS. I was involved in a way that my mother almost died over my issue, being rebellious. So I had to leave Nigeria to just get out of the political space in Edo State for a while. Where I was now, I was now chasing money and not very interested in politics until Peter Obi came into the picture. Peter Obi made me reinterested, even while I was getting updates, because he had a concept that was sellable, and he was now a man that has tested power and he had his integrity in check. It was like impossible to see someone like this. Now, if there is one person like that, imagine if we have someone like Peter Obi in INEC or in the judiciary. I'm watching the Oputa panel tapes and I'm seeing questioning from judges and stuff. Nigeria lost a lot of things. We lost quality of life. We lost the quality of our characters. Everything is messed up. Wiki and his Simfubarat issue, everything is so messed up. Court orders, when you and someone was talking about court orders, remember when the CBN and Buhari had their whole charade before the elections? The court ordered Nigerians to keep using old notes. Nigerians were scared to accept old notes, even when the court of the land that guide the law said collect. They were so scared not to. That's how dead citizenship is in Nigeria. So the problem is huge, and we should take it to the streets. We can't. They are just everybody here doesn't need to hear what I'm
So,
saying now.
Paul. In your opinion, what do you suggest we do to the judiciary? What do you think we should do?
We need to change. We need to change our focus of protest, our focus of rebellion. It should be focused towards the judiciary at all levels. You can't start with Mazin Kalu's case because they will say it's IPOB. Okay, if it's the court, if it's the election cases, if it's NSAS victims, if it's something that will just make people put spotlight on these people, no judges that are going to each cases, know their houses. These guys are not ghosts. Go and start chanting in their houses. DJ should be outside there. Let them feel threatened that people are suffering from the decisions they are taking. They should try and grow some conscience if that will help them. The same way I was suggesting the religious or indoctrination things, we should do protest in front of churches. There should be a different pattern of protest because if we still pretend we are operating in democracy, we would always still do elections. And after elections, the only way you can air your grievances is by protest. So if we cannot change, if that theory circles are not working in Nigeria, then we would keep talking. So we need to change and the oppositions, they need to come together. All the Simfubara, if Simfubara can be brought into the picture, so Ole, Obi, Kwankwaso, everybody, people that are not happy with Pablo up north, like the Erufais that are plotting, everybody should come to the same page because where Pablo is going now, to get to his stage, he will not be able to control the APC because the boys under him, they are trying. They know he will die soon. His power will not last forever. They are staying loyal so they can all gather power at different regions. So when he goes away, there will be another person that will be handling the sheep for the slaves because Nigerians are basically slaves. I'll just tell you that. We sound like the smartest people, but we are not. We don't behave smart at all. We don't. Because I was expecting a shutdown after Obi's election was stolen. There was nothing like that. Then guess what? Edo State election was stolen after a stupid governor disrespected the royal, disrespected the people, disrespected his bosses. They were now protesting. Some people protested that I know on Twitter that were pay boys they were on payroll for months before the election. They came out to protest. None of them came out for Peter Obi to do it individually, so stuff like that. So there's seriously there's serious work to be done, and protest and the opposition coming together strongly in unity, then active membership by people, card carrying members, not just spectators from afar. Diasporans can form their whatever branch over wherever we are, support with money. Those that can travel back home should travel back home for elections. Sensitization of people against vote buying and everything. Vote buying, they do those things. Someone explained the system of it. Edo State election, for example, where vote buying went to, the Oshomole region of the state was covered. They knew they would win that place anyhow. Anything they do there cannot be checked because they had Shaibu and Oshomole there. Obaseki was hoping to win Oredo and the May South. APC had to share money in that part to drag some of the votes from them. That was why they even bothered buying votes. They even did that. The result was not still fair to them because most of the PDP chieftains didn't buy votes. They were expecting people to vote for their candidate because it's very sellable. So APC ended up dragging up some votes from them from the south. So it made it easy to rig. That was what happened in Edo State. There's a way to go around it. To be hard for them to just buy everybody. And I spot not playing fair or true. There's no Jesus again. Give what belongs to Caesar. If we have strong oppositions, bring in some underground terrorists that parade themselves as leaders. I don't want to call names. Bring them into the opposition. Peter Obi must not be the president. They can give him Minister of Finance after the whole thing goes down. Surely becomes president or whatever. But the system needs to change.
You say
Constitution needs to.
What an insult upon ignominy.
You just made a beautiful.
You made a beautiful submission and then you can't put one small.
Do you know what he did? He just did 10
You don't
over 0.
oversalt the jollof rice. Now we can't eat it anymore.
You just did 10 over 0 now.
You want to kill us with high blood pressure? Which kind of finance minister?
Oh God.
Anyway, Tudo, if I may come in here, I don't know whether he's done.
Oh yeah, he's done. Without him waiting talk, he's done. He's done. He's done. Go, come in. He's
Yes,
done.
yes. If I may really come in here, you see, if started making a mistake from where he said Nigeria should go and picket the homes of judges. You know why that is a big error. We think that these people are not smart. These people are street smart. That's why I believe in Stevie when he says Nigerians don't have sense, and we think we are smart, but we are not actually smart. Wike is already building official residencies for judges. You know the next thing? They will arm them with police, military, or whatever it takes to protect them in their houses.
Bro, let me add to
Now,
that. The houses is building for them is far away from the gate, whereby they will have time to know if mob is coming towards them. Example is where Wike is living here now in Abuja. If you know the distance between the actual house to the gate or to the entrance of the street, go ahead, Justice.
Absolutely. So sometimes I just pity Nigerians with the way they reason. I have made my position clear. I've made it very clear. And this hostile takeover I'm talking about, Tudo, Jimmy, let me state it clearly. There will be blood. Okay? Let me state it clearly. There is no way you take out these people without bloodshed. That is number one. It will be so bad that those who survive will not be in Nigeria. They'll be like, no, we have never seen this type of thing before. They'll be wailing from where abroad, whichever passport that they have. By the way, it is arrest and sent to their ancestors. Arrest and sent to their ancestors. That is the only way this cleansing will happen. Just like the Jerry Rawlings, issue. But if for any reason, we Nigerians, as we're talking now, think that this particular group, this cartel that is in government right now, will relinquish power, we are on a long thing. We are just on a long thing. That's number one. Number two, he made an error by saying, oh, bring all these political juggernauts together. Look, these guys have an ego that is bigger than their image. And that ego comes with interest. Look at Kwankwaso. The news is already carrying that he has, actually accepted to be vice president under Peter Obi. But there is a caveat. There is no democracy. And I dare say there is no political arrangement where the vice president nominee comes into that agreement with a bold statement of what he wants. I'll give you an instance. In the US, Kamala Harris basically just picked somebody, right? Donald Trump just picked somebody. You never get to hear that J.D. Vance or Tim Walz said, okay, these are the conditions for me to be your VP. You don't have conditions. It's either you are ready to be loyal. The first condition of a vice is loyalty. If you cannot be loyal to your principal, fuck the hell out of that place. You cannot be vice. And this is the main
There's no
reason.
wrong in having a vice that has conditions.
No. In the Nigerian context,
and
it
what I'm
cannot
saying,
work.
even internationally, how would you know if they didn't give conditions? I mean, a lot of people may turn it down. A lot of people might say, for me to be able to do this, this is what should happen. And as long as
Yes,
it's not
but
something
those conditions must not impede on loyalty.
All right.
Because where you don't have loyalty as a deputy, then there is going to be anarchy in that government. It is very clear. That's number two. And then, of course, he messed the whole thing up with talking about the only clean candidate we have in the whole of West African sub-region as finance minister. My brother, that was the end of it.
All right, let's move on here. Thank you. TK, are you there?
Yes, I am. Hi,
Welcome,
everyone.
welcome, welcome. What do you
good,
think about all these things?
good evening. I'm so sorry. I had to drop to call an uncle of mine who was like a big supporter of Tinubu who just relocated to Florida. And I had to check on him because of, the hurricane that is coming. He started complaining, Sha, because he's trying to process his papers and everything, that the lady helping him wouldn't let him walk, but he's only servicing all the time. That aside.
Wait,
TK,
when you say
if I don't know you now,
servicing,
I for pray make that paper
hold on,
clear.
Justice, when you say servicing, you mean servicing?
Yeah. Akatani now. So what do you expect?
Tudo. It is really true that you are depopulating
Tell him
Nigeria.
to
It is
tell him
very
to
true.
drink plenty of Lucozade and Bratashi.
To me, see, everyone has actually said a whole lot of stuff. On this space today, and it's been quite an interesting one. For me, my own stand is with a laughing we use madness to cure madness. As far as Nigeria is concerned, there is nothing like peaceful anymore. To me, there's not going to be another election 2027. If we're still thinking we're going to have an election in 2027, we're all jokers. We are all jokers. It's never going to work because there's never going to be a free and fair election anymore in Nigeria. We should just forget about that. If Peter Obi and every other parties comes together under one umbrella, they can never defeat that man. The only way they will defeat that man is if they do it fire for fire, were for were, grace for grace. And when I mean grace, it's not 70 to 30. It has to be 100 versus 100, or even 100 versus 1,000. In fact, they need to come all out, because I don't even see anything as 2027 for where, before the late governor of Ondo State, before he passed, there was an interview he granted. And if I could remember vividly, then when they were talking about the forthcoming election 2023, then Tinubu was not in the country. I think he was in UK that time. I think he just had his surgery, and he was there resting to gain enough strength or whatever to come over back to Nigeria to pursue this 2023 election. Akiti said something. He said he's waiting on I think he used a word for Tinubu, like maybe a capo or something. I've forgotten, a capo or something like that. I don't know why people are just watching and playing games with Tinubu. Tinubu is not somebody to play games with. I think I've mentioned this once, and I'm going to say it again. My mom worked with Tinubu. Let me just say the truth here. My mom worked with Tinubu. And that is one of the reasons why I had issues when, even before my dad passed, my dad had told me Tinubu is coming to rule Nigeria. My dad actually told me before he died. And I was like, why will he come to rule Nigeria if this guy is old? Must we be serving him like we've served him in Lagos State? Are we going to serve him again in the federal level? My dad said yes. And that was long before the intention, long before this election Buha has started. So if people are thinking Tinubu is somebody one can just, they said you eat with the devil with a long spoon. That's the kind of person he is. Tinubu has been planning this right from the very word go. So if someone is thinking that 2027, when all the political parties in Nigeria come together under one umbrella, I bet you they cannot defeat that man. The only way they will defeat that man is when they give him fire to fire. And when I mean fire to fire, it's not 100 to 100. It should be 100 to 1,000 to 100. That's the only way. Because already they're going to take every state. Some PDP state, as far as I'm concerned, they're just PDP in body. But in soul and spirit, they are APC. And that's the fact.
God bless you. God bless you.
And that's the fact. And if Nigerians are still there sleeping, snoring, They're going to increase the fuel. I mean, the gas pump or fuel price is going up. It's going up before next month. There's going to be an increase. And I think it is even good the way Nigeria is going. Let everything be getting, because it's true, we are so comfortable. Everybody is comfortable there. People are still balling. By the time it's really hard, there is this thing that I used to see, way back then in Nigeria, when people want to kill a rat or when they go into a rabbit hole, they put fire there and they keep blowing it. And until the rabbit becomes uncomfortable, that's when you see the rabbit trying to escape, and that's how they grab the rabbit. Until it gets to that part in Nigeria, we are not ready. In fact, I'm praying that things should keep getting hard. Like, getting hard. Like, let it be so difficult for people. Like, even the rich, let it be extremely, extremely, super extremely difficult for them to live. Maybe by then they will wake up and smell the coffee. Because if people are thinking, oh, Tinubu it's a whole lie. They won't. They cannot defeat that man. As far as I'm concerned, everybody now, everything they are trying to do now is just to be on the good book of Tinubu. Either you are AP, even some of the so-called congressmen that we voted for under Labour Party, that's what they are doing now. Everybody wants to be on the good book of Tinubu because they are not even thinking about this present dispensation. They are thinking about 2027 already. And that's why I say a lot of governors out there, they are just PDP by face. Both in soul and spirit, they are APC. So if care is not taken, come 2027, more than 27 or 29 states in Nigeria will be APC controlled. People are still there thinking it's something that 2027 will come again. It's a lie, it's bullshit. If we don't start now, shut down everything, take it by fire, by force, forget about prayers. Prayers ain't doing no shit right now. This is not the time to pray anymore. Let us the time to call for action. Shut everywhere down as far as I'm concerned. Me as Adeso Shingba, I told my mom today because I was really upset when I was talking to my mom today. I said, if anyone hears binging, I swear to God, it's my spoon that fell. My shishi cannot go to that country anymore. As far as I'm concerned, if they are not ready to fight and take over the country, let them continue to enjoy it until it is so difficult for people. Maybe people are still eating 100 or 001. Let it get to a stage whereby they won't even be able to eat 000. In fact, they won't be able to feed. They won't be able to feed, let alone buy water. Let it be so difficult. Maybe by then people will flood the streets and take that country back because Tinubu ain't going nowhere as far as I'm concerned. If they don't chase him out by force, he's going to rule. And after he rules, he's going to be the one dictating again. And that is how he's going to take, the way he took Lagos State, the way he took almost all the Yoruba-speaking states, that is the way he's going to take Nigeria. Take it or leave it. He's already planting his people there. They are like a cartel. And if care is not taken, they will take all over Nigeria and bring it to ground zero with the support of foreigners, all these Western countries. Everybody will support him. He will become the kingmaker. He will become the one that will control everything in Nigeria. It's a pity people are still sleeping. It's better they wake up now and take the country. I yield.
He has already slashed the economy by half. A $500 billion economy is now almost like 250. Tudo, you have the number.
Yeah, over 400 billion. Yeah, thank you. Well said. Thank you, TK. Yeah, I hear everything you're saying. Thank you. By the way, on a sidebar, tell your uncle that it could be worse. Yeah. He's a very blessed
Tudo,
man.
this man is already married in Nigeria. I remember then he was one of those telling me, Tinubu. Now he has fled the country. He's now in Florida doing overtime. And he's in his 50s. I told him he's just,
okay, I have
he's
a
in
different
his
recommendation.
50s.
Tell him to always check his heart rate, blood pressure regularly, drink a lot of tonic, Ribena, all these things. Go
Good
slow
luck
on the
to him.
Burantashi. Go slow on the
Good luck. Good luck to him. Hmm.
All right. Thank you, TK. Thank you. It is what it is. You can restart your life at any age. All right. Thank you. Let's move forward here real quick, guys. We are going to go to Anze. Anze, are you there?
I am. I
Welcome.
am. Greetings, everyone. Greetings. Tudo. I'll first of all start by saying that this topic is very, very deceiving. When you have electoral integrity, it is assumed that it was there before, and somehow down the line, things did not work out. Nigeria never had electoral integrity. If you think about it, from Azikiwe's time down, it was passed, shoved, cajoled. It was never integrity. Electoral integrity is when people concerned understand what is at stake and they decide to do right and you decide to educate people. Tudo, how many Nigerians read? Let's start from there. Even before things got this bad, I graduated. Let me start with high school. I graduated high school in the late 80s. As of that time, if you opened your mouth and said you wanted to be an actress to your parents, and that is what you wanted to, they would look at you as if, you were crazy. There was still a little bit of there was still a little bit of respect to education. There were technical schools in places, and there was pride in education, regardless of if you couldn't get into university. Those days, if you did not pass JAM, you will get into one of um the what do they call them now? The polytechnics. But you will get in not with the mindset of staying there. You got in there and you prepared like crazy to get into university. What has happened to that mindset? So electoral integrity is when it has happened. We never had it. And so this sure path to real change. How can it be a path to change when it never existed? I'm sorry to say. I think I've seen a few elections in Nigeria to be able to stand up and say that. There is nothing like electoral integrity. The government, each government coming in, is doing all it can to suppress education, to suppress people from knowing the real thing. Take a poll, send somebody in Nigeria to go and stand on the streets and just ask questions as to what is going on and who is in charge and how it started. You will hear the story. And if you notice Peter Obi's path, if that man is wonderful at anything, he goes to beef up education because he knows when you empower the young minds, they will be able to make sound decisions. Not good one, but sound one. Because a decision could be good and not necessarily sound. They make sound decisions for themselves as they're growing. By the way, someone should please tell Fubara to open 100-year-old whiskey and celebrate because he shows he's a fantastic student of Wiki. He learned very well and he played it out well. See, we are in a country where you have to you have to dine accordingly and dine appropriately. A lot of us insult, including me, Reno Mokri. That man is playing his cards well. He has decided to put his blinders on like a horse and focus on where he's going to. He has, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, He even did better than, what is that madman's name? That's Fanny Kayode. He did better than Fanny Kayode. Were they both not insulting Tinubu? Where is Fanny Kayode today? Where is he? Nobody is saying anything about him.
He's in Palestine and Hezbollah.
Oh, nobody is saying anything. But look at Omokri. Omokri is, the man is going in strategic form and he knows what he's doing. Wike, I like what Jimmy said. Wike is power hungry. And when a man is power hungry, he will do anything, but unfortunately, dig in his grave as well, which is what he is doing. Because you see, you teach a student and you teach them all your tricks, and you forget that as that student is also getting better, they are learning tricks from other places in which they can outsmart you, even though you were their teacher, which is what Fubara is doing. And I pray he continues. I hope he continues, because Fubara showed everybody how elections should be carried out henceforth. There's no dialogue. There are no judges. You just hit the nail on the head and you get to where you're going to. If that had happened in Edo State, we would be singing a different song today. We wanted to be gentlemanly and do things well. People, the days of gentlemanliness is gone. It never existed. Kano showed how it should be done.
Please tell
And if
them,
anybody
tell
wants,
them.
if anybody wants to handle election now, you don't do it as you have to play it well. Everybody's definition of well is different. This is Fubara's definition of well. See, the problem now is the opposition is going to go and beef up. Has anybody recognized that even this man with fermented poop in his stomach, they don't even come out to say anything? What is that, Dokubo? He didn't say anything. He's just there by the side, looking at who is going to play the card. Tinubu.
No, Asari is saying
Tinubu
something.
played his cards
Asari
well
spoke about it on
in
Saturday.
Lagos State. And Tinubu is playing it now.
Anze, can you hear me?
Wike is teaching
I don't think
Tinubu
so.
how things are done now.
What
Tinubu
Anzi,
did.
can you hear Jimmy?
Oh, I can't hear Jimmy. Oh, Uncle Jimmy, I can't hear you. You want me to drop and then request the mic
I will do
again?
that. I will do that.
No, he said he will drop and come back, so you continue talking.
Okay. So Tinubu has started plugging his people. He plugged it in Lagos, in which he was able to hold on to Lagos so tightly. Now he's sending his minions to plug into other states. It will be very unwise and seriously dumb for the people of each state to sit down and expect that miracle will fall from heaven. Like TK just said, I loved what she said. If the person is coming with a dagger, you will come with a dagger, a shovel, a machete, whatever. Because it cannot be only one weapon. There's something like that. You need to come ready. Tinubu is ready. All the money that they have been sharing since on our things in ordinary paper, we they see as the money they work. The money they work for different places. And by the way, Seth, how do you want to have an integral election when every bloody person is corrupt? Who do you want to uncorrupt? You see someone that you are telling the person this is what will be good for you, and the person is only looking at you and calculating how much is he going to bring down? What is he going to give me in return? What piece of land am I going to get? What contract is in the offering for me? That is the language Nigerians understand. Because explain to me why things are this bad. Explain to me why things are this bad. And you still have people throwing parties, doing parties, giving away money, couldn't care less, yet people are dropping dead. I don't know who they print the money for Aso Rock. But as I did so, I beg, if you dey print, follow put my name inside. Because until that is done, everybody, I'm sorry, everybody in Nigeria has a price tag. Tinubu just ask. Plus that price tag where you get, can I give you another 100% on top of it? Name the price. You get price tag. So if your price tag now 1,000 naira, Tinubu say, I will give you 1,000 extra. Is that okay? Or do you need more? And he's doing it with all the states. Every state you can think of. No exception. If the ordinary man in wherever they are cannot stand up and fight back, like TK said, like what happened in Port Harcourt, please forget about 27. I will say it again. When the real owners of Nigeria come to collect their country, somebody should please turn off the lights. Because once upon a time, there was a space called Nigeria. To do. Thank you.
Yeah. Can I quickly jump into the?
Yeah, thank you, Anze. Thank you very much. All right, Tobechukwu, jump in real quick.
I just wanted to say that first of all, we should all remember that this is a human being we are dealing with. It's a human being we are dealing with. One. So, I'm seeing a lot of, ascribing. First things first. Secondly, it's the same human beings that will, and you don't need much, to be very frank. The two opposition leaders, their followers or whoever is listening should be putting the fire on their seats. The two opposition front runners in the 2023 presidential election, they have to come out, lead the people on a mass protest for what? Electoral reform. Hold on. Yeah. What I'm saying is, if those two people cannot come out in unison, there is absolutely very little chance. And for those people to come out, it is the same their followers and those that vote for them, because there's human beings that are around them that will call for this from them. I wonder why, yes, with all due respect, you ascribe leadership to yourself and the people ascribe it to you as well. And then when push comes to shove, and the same people that, were with you are complaining, to be frank, you can't just do the bare minimum. You need to step up. You need to step up and bear the consequences. Strategically, if you want to be so politically correct, then have a tagline that says you want the electronic transmission of votes from the polling units to the final collation point on a server that is in Nigeria, and use it and test the coming result. And if you come out, definitely to give boost to your people that you have influence on, because these men, whether you like it or not, they have influence on people, and so that's just that's the only thing we need to be talking about now. You guys need to come out if you really want to say the opposition. Come out. let's stand for, okay, if you want to be politically correct, you don't want a revolution to be on your head, then you come out with a strategy and come out with something viable. Give us this law, simple. And the Senate is made to pass it, simple. And everybody will observe the next election. And the next election from now to 2027 is not the presidential election, which will be the litmus test for this thing. That's what I wanted to say again.
I don't know. Sometimes when some of us talk, it's as if we just maybe woke up from a coma. Is anybody hearing me?
Yeah, loud
we
and
are
clear.
here.
Bro,
Tell us about that
it
coma.
just seems we woke up from a coma that we are not in Nigeria. When electoral reform was done and BVAS was introduced, remember they tested it with some states and they worked. If you want them to make reforms for you to be
Bro,
listen,
that is that is
listen, let me finish what I'm
Let's
saying.
do one at a time. One at a time.
Let me finish.
Sorry, Karibwe. That
Goats,
is
wait, let me finish
actually
what I'm
a
saying.
lie.
Goats, don't worry, you will engage him when he's done.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah.
It was tested. They made it look like it would work so that you people keep quiet. If you want them to make reforms now and you're waiting for 2027, they will make reforms and test it with the remaining states that still need to host the election.
I have a question
and show you
for
that
you.
it will work.
I have a question for you. What is
Let me finish.
Tobe, let him finish, please. Please, let him finish. Yeah.
I'm having headache this night too. I no one shout. If you want them to make that reform, they will make it and test it for you. Let me tell you something. This man in Abuja is allowing Sin Fubara to do all these things he's doing because they really don't want to show force. And they might Sin is a weak student. So in Tinubu's mind, Sin can also be bought. Sin has a price. That is why he will not fight it and he will just monitor the situation. If Sin is the man to do the job for him, he will dump Wike and follow Sin. He will give states what will look like this is what you guys want. I'm doing it for you. Then 2027, he will do what he wants and tell you to go to court. Exactly what they did to us in 2020, 2023. We cry election, we cry reform. They reformed. We cry PVC. They gave us PVC. On election day, did they allow us use the PVC? They shut down server and call result by 4 a.m. and told us to go to court. Then judges, their pocket. Those judges, if you like, go and burn their houses. They will not change because one thing, they have been corrupted. If you change, EFCC will come and carry you based on the corruption where they don't put for your head. So all of those people are protecting themselves. The fight, if you people want to agree or not, is on us. If we don't want to fight, if we wait for election, we'll go wait till 2020, 2031 again for another election.
Okay. Fair enough. Goat wants to actually engage you, then we go with Tobe Chuku. Goat, jump in.
Yeah. Apologies for jumping in. So I was just gonna say to Karigwe, like, that is actually a lie with the Beavers, where you say the trial. When they trialed that Beavers, I think it was in December. Go and read the Commonwealth reports. I think they did it for about 3 or 4 states. So the observers that were there, part of that report, as Kolade is not here, we read the reports together, that when people were using their thumbprints, it was not working, but facial recognition was working, and there was like, this is a bit off, because facial recognition is very, very hard to capture. And they asked INEC for them to examine those beavers that accredits voter, and INEC refused. So It is not perfect, but the system is actually there. But these guys are not using the system the way it should be. And this is the grievance that I have with the opposition, not speaking out and then saying, look, this has to stop. Just like the accreditation data we're saying. If INEC is saying, ooh, there's a lady who spoke that, look, you like a rabbit, you smoke them out. If INEC is saying we are not going to release the accreditation data and upload down the IREP, let everybody start writing results. Maybe when we do 2027, INEC say result that says 1 billion people voted, and you bring mathematicians to explain how that's possible. INEC could then be like, okay, it's okay. Let's now start making the accreditation data easily available. That is why you understand why Fubara went to courts to actually hide that voter register, because he knows if he made that published and open for APC to see, they will rig along that line. You match them strength by strength, force by force. You have to force these guys. But if you want to sit back, bro, it's not going to work. But yeah, thank you very much, Jimmy.
Say Babatu, can you mute your mic, please?
Don't worry about him. Don't worry.
I don't. People just come up and just.
Jimmy, don't worry. Let's just move on.
Okay.
Thank you, God. Thank
Hey,
you, God.
Tudo, can I answer Goat with just few seconds? Goat, what I mean by that, they tested beavers. They remember they used it in the Osun State election, Osun State governorship election. They used it and allowed PDP to win. To show you that this BVS, if you use it, if you upload the result, that it will show it will be okay. People calm down. So when people were complaining that BVS wasn't capturing this and capturing that, we trusted because they've used it and it worked somewhere. People now trusted, okay, these people will fix this problem we are complaining about. That is how they do it. They will throw crumbs for you. You eat the crumbs and believe, okay, give you small trust in this thing. People will do Yahoo in the olden days. There's billing where they call to test the heart of giving. They will bill you the one that they will use to test your heart of giving. You will give, then they will now.
How you take no? How you take no? Carry go. How you take
Come
no?
on.
No.
And then Karigwe,
like,
know that glitch.
It sounds like an OG.
Karigwe, you know that glitch. I have a screenshot of it. During the presidential election, they were allowing the beavers to actually transmit their accreditation data from polling units. When that glitch happened, they took that off. It never came back on the IREV. So the IREV actually has that function. I even doubt it will even add up to 3 or 4 million votes. I can share that screenshot. They took that off after that.
No, that is what. See, Goat, me and you are saying the same thing. They will tell you they've reformed. That day, they will still switch everything off and tell you to go to court.
Yeah.
I posted something on the Jumbotron.
Yeah, Tobechuku, I think I saw what you just put up to Jumbotron. But all right, thanks for that. Guys, let's move on. We have new speakers here. Let's move on real quick.
I just wanted to respond to what was said earlier.
Yeah, that's true. You actually raised your. Can you do that in 1 minute, please, so we can move on?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. Yeah. So the in the Nigerian constitution today, the Electoral Act is clear that electronic transmission of results is a secondary option. The first and only recognized option in Nigerian courts is the manually collected results. We shouldn't be so, because digitally everything, the footprint remains there. The footprint remains there, and that's the clause in the law that is faulty. If that is changed, because we rather trust the electronic than the humans in these things, some things. Because even if you say that tomorrow there will be a back channel into it. That but whatever happens there, you still have the digital footprint. You can still trace it, especially if the server is, home based. Even if it's not home based, you know. But these things are what should be requested for. That beavers you're talking about can do nothing. You cannot do anything with beavers in court because the manually collected result supersedes whatever beavers or electronic thing. The beavers is just there to say, okay, let's look at it. It's clear in their law. That's INEC themselves. That's their website. That's the Electoral Act, the current one being used. That's where the stored is. If it can be changed, then there will be more light to some of these processes.
Tobechukwu, remember that statement. If your citizenship has expired, if your citizenship expires, if your passport expires, your citizenship has expired. Even if they write that law, our judges will still lie down and open yash, they go fuck them. Do you know how many laws they butchered for Tinubu to become president? That they didn't care what people will say. So why do you keep trusting this thing that they wrote in books that they will tear? Sanwo-Olu is not supposed to become the governor of Lagos State based on our law. Peter Mba is not supposed to be Enugu State governor based on our law. The law is written clearly, but judges will interpret it the way they want to interpret it. If they don't reach Supreme Court, decide on which other court you go. There's no other court apart from the Supreme Court, and those ones will butcher it and you won't do anything again. I don't know, sometimes, that's why I say sometimes we speak as if we just woke up from a coma, that we didn't witness what. I don't know whether it's the same Nigeria that I was in last year that you people are talking about.
All right, thank you, Karigwe. I think I understand what you mean. It's not even about it's not about the constitution. It's not about the law. It's the fact that Oyibowe do pencil, now them do eraser. These guys are ready to bend to whatever it is. The highest bidder is actually ready to pay them, and that is actually compelling from Karigwe's point of view. So yeah, I totally
Yeah,
understand.
Jimmy,
Yeah, go ahead.
I wanted to basically what you were saying. So you're suggesting that based on the electoral act of 2022, that the manual transmission of results somehow overrides the real-time electronic transmission that was promised. I have never seen that. I have never seen that. The only thing that Yakubu said, was that, I mean, after they spent months promising Nigerians, right? They spent several months selling this whole idea. Once the Electoral Act was signed by Buhari, that to allay the fears that we had, that they were planning to discard the beavers and the IRF during the elections to favor the APC. They practically spent 1 year before the election building confidence and all of that. And then, in fact, I remember one favorite quote then, that there's no going back on transmission of results to the INEC result, to the, what do you call it, the portal, the IRF portal, in real time on election day. He promised that in real time. So, and then when that didn't happen, in fact, in quoting the Electoral Act, he did say that the commission will upload the polling unit results, um, unit level results, which is the form EC8A, and the accreditation data to the INEC result viewing portal itself. And this is also made mandatory by the provision of section 50, 60, I think 64 of the Electoral Act itself. Now, when all of that did not happen, his excuse uh, was that I mean, cyber attack and all of those things that were they were later that it was delayed and all of that. So this argument you're making that there was a side provision that the manual transmission supersedes the real-time electronic transmission to the INEX portal. I have never seen that. If you can post that, I'll appreciate it. Go ahead though.
Yeah, that's our next website. That's their literal government website. And
That their manual
Oh,
transmission
yeah,
will override.
yeah,
I think let me interpret the law because they used it in court. What the law says is when that the results should be uploaded, but when there is issues that the written one, the one that is collected physically supersedes the one online.
so the collation
I mean,
officer the collation officer can call the written, but the written one is more priority to the collation
Yeah,
officer.
if there is issues and what they
if
did.
there is issue, that is right.
Yeah, but and that is why they created an issue.
No, okay, not that by
No,
default.
and
Not that by
an
default. The
issue
manual
an
one
issue that only
trumps.
affected the presidential results, not others.
Yeah, that is it. That is Nigeria for you now. That is why I say
No,
people know.
Carico, the,
It's
the
doing
case
like
the
say
case
people
I'm
know
making is
they
that
yeah.
not that by default the manual one trumps the electronic transmission.
Yeah.
It's only when there's an issue that, of course,
The manual
you
one
fall back to
trumps
the
it.
manual
The
law.
manual one trumps it whether there is an issue or there is no issue. Check the law. It's there.
Yeah, okay.
Really?
To those. I know that section is talking about. So the
Okay.
collation of results are manual. The rights, the collation of results are manual. The IREV is just meant to be a check and balance system, the same way you say Tudo with the accreditation data. That accreditation data is huge because that number needs to tally with whatever you're collating. And the law is very clear. Section 52 of the Electoral Act, I think subsection 1, that if the vote goes up by 1, you should cancel that whole polling unit because it is overvoting. So APC found a back door because the opposition are dormant. They were able to get away with it during the presidential election. So they've taken that integrity away, which is the accreditation data. So even if you're going to the collation center, you don't really know what the numbers are. You're just looking at the picture on the IREV. And I keep saying to people, why there were so many mutilation during the presidential election was because APC anticipated that Nigerians were smart. Go and watch in one of the coalition centers in Lagos. I'll dig up that video. It was on Twitter where the lady was speaking in Yoruba and then in English. Even one of the guys that was in that coalition center had the LP lanyard where she was like, look at the beavers, the numbers. She was like, you can't use this anymore. That's gone because it doesn't tally. Then they were smart. They were looking at the numbers. So even though you want to mutilate the results, you have to make sure it tallies with what the accreditation number is. But now they've taken that off. So everybody's padding results. That was why in Kogi, 3 local government could produce almost 80 or 90% of what the accreditation data is. And then the opposition, they are quiet. They are not even, they are waiting to go to court. And it was clear, I think going down to subsection 2, that once that flies from the coalition center and it goes to courts, it is now down for the judges to interpret it whichever way. So what happened in Kogi was the judges looked at it and said, look, there was something called substantive compliance. Let's say 80% of the local government, it tallies. But that 30, that minority percent that had the vote padding, there was like his negligence. So there was substantive compliance. That's why they allowed Kogi to fly. I don't know today if I'm actually making sense. And this is where I blame the opposition. APC
Yeah.
can only rig if you allow them to rig, and you don't match them fire for fire.
No, I see the case you're making. I get it. So I think what is also worth mentioning is that in INEX the defense they launched, uh one of the most ridiculous line of defense was that the promise to transmit the results in real time electronically was just that, a promise. And I think that's where maybe I'll concede the argument that I'm having with Tubechukwu, that it seems that they're saying that there's nothing in the Electoral Act or in the provisions of the law that mandates them to transmit the election results electronically in real time. So which means it was just a word of mouth promise. Cool, we are back to the manual transmission. And that is subject to whatever is being recorded in real time in the wards by their returning officers, whatever. Again, this whole thing just leaves the room. I think to the argument you're making, it leaves the room for all kinds of shenanigans. When things are not clearly delineated, and you know, this thing is depressing. To be honest.
Can I respond to some of these issues raised, please?
Hold on.
Yeah,
Aneka,
let's let Aneka.
Paul was actually going to say something before Aneka. So
Paul,
so
okay.
Aneka,
Paul
you
first.
come after Paul. To be fair, yeah.
Okay, Paul first and Aneka.
Okay, so for instance, you see the 25% winning Abuja thing. Since the election tribunals, no one has spoke about that. What that interpretation is now, and Abuja and FCT and that whole confusion, they all dropped it. So me, I'm still standing on the judges, those courts, wherever those courts are, they should be full. The opposition should be active. They are dead. The oppositions they are just too dead. That's my own no.
Paul, do you know that me and you are the opposition? These people are just figureheads. If the opposition must act, it should be you and I, not P2B and Atiku.
Yeah, I know, but
They
you know,
are involved. They are the
Nigerians have
spearheads. They are the spearheads.
Okay, Peter Obi, when they go for the thing, no carry on for head. Me go carry on for head.
Exactly.
Pablo went on the streets, bro. Pablo left.
Yeah, well, Obi is okay. You are the one struggling.
Was Pablo
He
not
shouldn't
okay?
go
Was
alone.
Pablo
He
not
shouldn't
okay?
come out alone. But he should
Pablo
come
was
out.
okay when he was touching to take
No. Pablo, wait, you said wait till Pablo.
Paul, listen, Pablo
was
is
okay when he
desperate.
Guys, I'm sorry. We can't hear ourselves when so many people are speaking at the same time. Especially, it's bad for the listeners. So let's go. Who wants to go first?
I'll go
use
first.
my turn.
Paul,
Okay, Karibu, go ahead.
Pablo is desperate, was desperate to become Nigerian president. Buhari was desperate to become Nigerian president. P2B is not desperate. Whether Nigerian works or not, he is smart enough to survive in that country. So because he's not desperate, because he's not desperate, we should be the one that will show that desperation. He will follow us if we show the desperation. He can't come and fight for you if you're not showing seriousness. If anything happens to him, we will forget.
All right. Jimmy, were you also saying something? Jimmy.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, look, if they call petrol 25,000 naira per liter, Obi can afford it, and that's the fact. Okay, right now that man is not ready to jeopardize not just him and other so-called political oppositions.
Jimmy, do we know if he has made any statement on the River State situation?
I don't think so. Seriously, I've not been paying attention to Twitter lately, or except I come on your space and just once in a while make update my automated tweets that just
I haven't seen any tweet from him. I could be wrong about the situation.
I have not been paying close attention, to be honest.
But Atiku has taken a side, though.
Well, I expect him to do so because it has to do with.
I'm just saying.
Yeah, he has to, because Atiku is a PDP man, and Atiku is not happy with what Wike is doing. Wike is playing anti-party, and he's saying it to their front. Atiku is ballless right now.
Is that an example of not stepping up as the de facto opposition? Is that Obi's silence?
Okay, let me put it this way. Obi came on Violent Space. Was it Violent Space or Parallel Facts? A couple of sometimes last year, and he kind of give us an insight on how they've been making life miserable for him. I'm definitely certain it has doubled since then, or even tripled by now. So the fact is that right now, knowing the kind of person Pablo is, knowing the kind of person Wike is, they are going after their properties, they are going after their businesses, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can't go to court, you can't do anything. They will ruin your life just like that. Okay, there's this impunity going on. They once they go after your business, that's easy. So these guys are trying to be very careful. Okay, and the Nigerians that you think you might want to fight for, once you go out there to fight for them and they attack you, Nigerians are not going to stand up for you because we don't have this patriotism attitude. We don't have this patriotism attitude to support ourselves. The first thing that comes to our mind is, okay, assuming it's Atiku, they'll be like, oh, now Usa guy, Jare, may will rest. If na Yoruba people, na Yoruba person, the tribal thing will kick in, the religion thing will kick in. So right now, the people needs to show that they are suffering and they are tired of that suffering. Once they hit the streets, then someone will come out and be like, yeah, I understand what you guys are going through. I'll front for you. I will stand for you. But the people right now, the people don't care. If they've tossed them 5,000 bag of rice or how many Congo of rice, everybody goes back. We see people.
So Jimmy,
Yeah, go on.
opinions are split. Opinions are split on some of the
Bro,
comments that the
opinions
likes of
split as easy.
Kenneth. Hold on. Here the question. Kenneth Okonkwo saying that Obi doesn't have the oomph, the basketballs to engage in this arena. Um, Even within the obedient movement, opinions are split on that point. What has happened so far? Does it lend credence, some form of credence, to what Kenneth Okonkwo is saying?
What you should ask is how many business interests does Kenneth Okonkwo have in Nigeria? Kenneth Okonkwo is an actor turned politician. He wants to protect his own interests.
No,
and
no, no,
he
no, no,
doesn't.
no, no, no. Kenneth is a
No,
lawyer. He's a
I
lawyer.
know.
Okay, so let's not say
Yeah,
No, you don't
let's not
understand
yeah,
accuse
what
the
I
guy.
mean.
yeah,
Obi has business that is worth almost trillions.
of course,
If
yeah,
these people reuse it for him,
yeah,
Nigeria will not do anything. When his passport
So
was
can I
cloned,
go?
what
true,
did Nigeria do?
true.
People
But
laughed at
Karigwe,
him.
you are making Kenneth Okonkwo's point that if you have what it takes, you don't give a fuck. You go
Yeah,
all out. So this argument you are making, you're actually playing
yeah,
into his hands. You're
I
making his
totally
point.
understand what Karigo is trying to say, but indirectly, saying the same thing Kenneth Okonkwo is actually saying, and I totally agree. You see, the point is,
No, Karigo is counting Okonkwo's
yeah,
point, but I'm saying he's actually playing
exactly
into
my
his
point.
hands
Yeah,
by
he's trying
making
to
the
counter
argument.
it, but not knowing what he's saying is actually giving him more credit. But here's the thing: Peter Obi is not desperate to be the Nigerian president. He's desperate to
No,
see Nigeria walk. Right? Peter Obi, by his character, is a gentle person. He doesn't believe in all these let's take it aggressively. Look at the body language of Ahmed Babadati, that happens to be the vice president. Look at the body language. You can tell Ahmed Dati is that go-getter kind of person. The way he speaks, they hardly let him speak on TVs now because he doesn't even he doesn't have time breaking the table. He sets the table on fire. Ahmed Dati, he speaks the way there was a time Kaduna or former Kaduna governor Erufai said something nasty, and they spoke to Dati about it, and they asked him a question: "What are you going to do about it?" He said, "If he was in the position, or if they end up getting into office, and the first thing he's going to do is to call the attorney general and ask them what are the immunities that covers a governor in Nigeria, sitting governor in Nigeria, and they're going to explore it. And once they find a loophole that he can actually face judgment regarding treason, that they will arrest El Rufai immediately. So that's showing you that this man doesn't care. He has a university.
Yeah, Jimmy, let me
Jimmy,
tell you the
I think
difference
I
between
think
Daffy and
I think
Obi.
some will call it, northern
Yeah,
privilege.
that is exactly what I wanted
Thank
to
you
say.
very much. Now I wanted you to
Jimmy,
say that. I wanted it to come from your mouth.
Jimmy,
You know,
there's
I
a
don't talk
difference
am
between
before.
the two of them.
You know, say I don't talk
Daffy
am
has
before.
Fulani
Aha.
privilege.
So
Obi
can I
doesn't
say
have.
something?
I don't know if it's Fulani, but
He's
I
Fulani.
just
He's
ran in
Fulani.
northern
He's of
privilege.
Fulani.
Oh, it's
So can
Fulani.
I say
Okay,
something?
let's just call
Trudeau,
it Fulani
Trudeau.
privilege.
See, anyone can come after me, but I said it. If you remember, I said the Hausa people are the white people of Nigeria, and Igbo people are the black people. That is the treatment they are getting because these guys will come, they will see anything and they will get away with it. But before you know what is going on,
But
they tribalize it.
we can't continue. We cannot
Thank you. We
continue
cannot.
with that kind of mindset, especially Jimmy. Especially if people are sticking out their
Thank you.
necks. Ordinary people are sticking out their necks for you. You cannot be playing it
Yeah,
safe
but
like that
ordinary people
because
are not sticking out their necks enough for now.
really?
Yeah, if I'm Obi, you people are not sticking out.
People stuck out their necks
No,
in this
bro.
movement, though, brother.
Obi
I beg,
did.
bro, don't say that, though.
I've been
Obi did
waiting.
a
Oh, they
lot.
told me after people. I've been waiting. They said after Paul.
Yeah, just chill. Hold on.
Aneka, wait.
I think it's your first time, speaking on the spaces. We have honorary co-host here, so just don't worry, we'll get to you. You can,
Northern
you
privilege.
can. Now you sabi that one. You can raise up your hand, and we'll have you at the back of our minds. But yeah, let's just say it the way it is. Okay, it's one thing for us to accept that some certain tribes' voices are more louder than others. But for crying out loud, my Igbo brothers and sisters, do not beat yourself down because sometimes when you guys are at the level of speaking out, you be like, no talk, oh," say they go say something about it. You are Nigerian for crying out loud. No, don't care about what anybody says. There's this mindset of they will not talk now. Oh, the cuckoo go talk say Igbo people they put. So since when did Igbo detach from Nigeria? Take it or leave it, regardless what is going on right now. The more people, the more you guys are trying to isolate yourself or just beat yourself down that, yeah, it's been going on doesn't mean it's right. You guys need to step up and fight. You have people like myself. I will keep fighting and supporting you guys because what is right is right. What is wrong is absolutely wrong, right? But the point is, you the evil people need to get up right now and just be like, as long as we still have one Nigeria, as long as we've not broken that country, you guys have an equal right with any other tribe in that country, with any other tribe in that country. And that brings us back to the topic. Whatever it is we want to do moving forward in that country, they will somehow bring that tribe thing to discourage the people, to change the narrative, or to distract them. We need to be patriotic enough to know that, you know what, that's not gonna fly. I'm not buying into that bullshit. This is right and this is wrong. And the moment we start doing that, we are automatically unlearning some things and we are reorientating ourselves. We are taking that mindset off. I love what is going on now on the TL. The Igbos are fighting back. They are changing the narrative. God damn it, keep doing it because you guys are still part of that country. Take it or leave it. Take it or leave it. You're still part of that as long as we still have one Nigeria. We've not Bafukao. You are still Nigerians and you are entitled to every single right. Every single Nigerians are entitled to equally. No more, no less. So this whole Fulani privilege thing, we need to go above it. We need to go above it. So moving forward, guys, whatever it is right now, the people needs to be orientated enough to step out without a leader. Again, someone spoke to me in the DM regarding our leaders are meant to step out, and when they step out, people will come after them. And they use MLK, Martin Luther King, as an example. That's very beautiful. Guess what? That's in America. You they love to do. That's in America. Patriotism it's a different ball game entirely to them. Their country comes first
when
before anything.
when Chuba Kadibo went protesting in the
Sure,
north,
you
what happened
understand.
to him?
Sure, you that's a good
No be gas, no be gas, then
bro.
gas the guy.
Okay,
Who knows whether that was what killed
so
him?
okay, so now,
They tear gas
so
the
so
guy.
so
Hey, oh, Chuba
so
Kadibo, we follow right our constitution.
there you go. I mean, Okadibo is an Igbo man. Is equally confirmed Nigerian, Abi. But the place or the region he did that protest, they will bring in this tribal narrative in the north. You can imagine that. Whereas as a Nigerian, you should be able to do whatever it is in any part of the country. So this narrative needs to change, and that is exactly what is going on with our Yoruba people saying, you cannot come to Yoruba land to lead. Says who? By when? As long as we're concerned, that constitution, whoever you are, anywhere in that country, you can run for any office as long as you're a Nigerian. Until we start portraying ourselves as Nigerians first, Nigerians first, anything, Nigerians first before your tribe, Nigerians first before your tradition or
Yeah.
religion. That is when you can
Mm.
move ahead. Patriotism, we
All
can't
right.
compare that to what is going on in other countries, man. For real, it's high time.
Yeah, something has to give. The fault lines are
Honestly
already
speaking,
showing. This marriage is, it seems to me, is the days are numbered at this point with everything that is
I
going
hope
on.
it comes
All
sooner,
right,
sooner than expected. No, for real.
let's let's move forward here. Yeah. Anikan,
Yeah, go ahead, Aniken. I'm guessing he's on the computer.
Anikan, are you
Yes,
there?
I'm here. I'm here. Thank you.
Okay, jump
Thank
in.
you. A lot has been said, but first of all, let me commend everyone here. I've looked at the number of hours that has been spent on this space, and even I think it's as late as after 1 in Nigeria also. And I commend everyone. In fact, it's ironic for anybody to say he doesn't care about Nigeria, and you have stayed here for this long. So I commend everyone. I commend everyone.
I know you just dey join Twitter space for it. You they tell you say they did space yesterday, 31 hours.
Are you serious? I didn't know. Okay,
All
okay.
right, go ahead.
Let me go to my point. A lot has been said, but let me see how fast I can react to a lot of things. First of all, in 2022, I was the media aide to a member of the parliament in the House of Reps, Onofiok Luke. I sat down at the gallery and saw how the lawmakers killed electronic transmission of results. They had to bring in someone from is it NITDA also, who came and told the National Assembly that Nigeria cannot afford to transmit result electronically, that internet was not on every part in Nigeria. Meanwhile, INEC had said that the transmission of result is just like a text message, so you don't need data to transmit result. By all standard, the election, we began to plan to fail in the election when they could not secure it as a law that elections will be transmitted. IREV was just INEC's innovation. It was not backed up by law. It was the same thing that happened in 2015 when the Supreme Court ruled that the card reader was alien to the Constitution. And even those who won election and were not declared because of overvoting, no court could establish the case of overvoting because the electronic device that was used was not recognized. Now, I have been asked in several forums where I've joined that we seem to be talking about electoral integrity as though nothing can happen. And this was my submission. First of all, gentlemen, it's arguable, but I think as a student of political science and public administration from the University of Benin, I've studied Nigeria's election. 2023, you can argue, but I'm talking from the point of view of a political scientist, was the most credible election. Why I say so was that it was unheard of in Nigeria for a political party to be formed 3 months, or for a candidate to emerge in an unknown political party and garnered 6 million votes, which was even a deducted vote. What happened in 2023 was not the failure of election. It was a case of INEC at the point discarding all their guidelines to declare election result. And my question to the strategic team of the Labour Party when we had a crucial meeting, because sometimes I stay in this place and I talk, they won't even know whether I'm an opposition or I'm somebody supporting. I said that the Supreme Court of Nigeria ruled that for anybody to establish that he won an election, he must be able to prove unit by unit that he won election. And my question is, where is the collated result for Labour Party? PDP, that is a big party, can PDP should produce their total score in the 2023 election. None of these political parties, my brother, none of these political parties could tell us that they scored 10 million, blah, 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 nothing, this number of votes, establishing by the results sent in by their agents. And I submitted that in 2027, the every political party that wants to go into the 2027 election should prioritize in a situation room where the first thing they do as INEC is collating their result, you're also collating from the unit level to the ward level, you go to the state level, and you come to the national level. That Labour Party can say that we scored 10,370,000 these votes in this election and wait for INEC, because we're in a lawless society. The law says only INEC has a right to announce election. But imagine in 2027 that PDP has the entire result of all the polling units in Nigeria, and they have collated, just like INEC has Ward Collation Center, State Collation Center, and the National Collation Center. The PDP, the Labour Party has, and everybody is showing their own result. And by 2 days or 5 days after the presidential election, the internet is flooded with the exact result of each person. This party is saying this is our result. The party does not need to even release it officially. People will take it and start releasing, and let us see where this country will head to. And when you go to the court, you cannot stand on nothing to achieve anything. And so if the Labour Party lawyers, the PDP lawyers had gone to the court with the evidence of the result of each polling unit in Nigeria, it would take a mad judge that would now rule against them. The cases in 2023 were ruled on technicality, and there is no technicality that can supersede a result of polling unit by polling unit. So my submission is that if we are ready in 2027, let us first of all acknowledge that the 2023 election was the most credible election in Nigeria. The
Okay.
result may not have been announced.
Okay.
The winner was not announced.
How is it the most
You
credible,
know, yeah,
Anita?
waiting talk. You said because Peter Obi got 6 million votes, so that's the reason. That's the benchmark on how. Let me. I actually
Really?
wanted to interject him since then, but I just thought let him land.
Okay, jump
Look,
in, Jimmy.
that is the worst election in the history of that country. I said it before, but I focused on the candidate, which is Tinubu, considering his track record. But now let's be factual. What happened in the last election was a protest. It was an electoral protest by the Nigerian people, by the youth of Nigeria. People, and I don't think it will ever happen again. And that's a fact. It will never happen again. I'm not saying it simply because I don't want it to happen, but it will never happen again because a lot of people that put in their money, their might, their energy, they won't be going through that again. People spent their hard-earned money to support Peter Obi, to campaign for people. People were buying materials, people were contributing, they were crowdfunding millions for Peter Obi. The total amount I dropped, I don't want to speak about it, but I know what came out of my pocket. So it wasn't based on the amount of results that Peter Obi got, regardless the fact that it was actually meant to be more than that. Okay, it was way more than that. But let's put into consideration that this was the first time they're using the beavers on a larger scale ever in Nigeria. So That might actually change the election to be different from any form of elections that are happening in that country. I mean, general election, not state, because I think they tried it with one state election before they used it for the general election. But yeah, a lot of madness went on during this last election. And for the record, you said there is no mad judge that will say otherwise. Do we have any sane judge in that country or judges in that country? None whatsoever. We don't have any normal judge in that country. And that's a fact. Now, you're speaking about polling stations. All these things can work before Tinubu was sworn into power. Look, as long as that madman is there is no law, there is no policy, there is no INEC law or electoral act you want to push for. Who are going to push for it? The people singing on their mandate, the people with the Tinubu Infinity logo on their caps. Is that the people you're referring to? Whatever it
No,
is you're demanding for.
it's the ministers that have done more NYSC than
Say
him.
you understand. So you see, we've gone beyond diplomacy right now. We cannot speak diplomacy with the person we have there right now. You got people who don't understand that the man there right now, that man killed the constitution of that country. When you saw people putting up Nigeria dead with graveyard and all those things, it wasn't a joke. It wasn't a joke because a lot of bars were lowered during this last general election, and there is nothing anybody can do to renew it back or to pull it back up. Right now, right